Hey, everybody. How are y'all doing this morning? It's so great to see everybody. All these familiar names in the chat, maybe a couple of new ones. Hope everybody's having a great morning. Ooh, 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 ooh. Let me mute my YouTube. Uh, will you just give me a one and let me know that you can hear me okay? Good morning, Foster, Chicky Brewy, Surrey, Space Cowboy, Pam B, Isner Chloe, Donna Hallman. Good morning. Okay, good. You can hear me. Caustic Chameleon, Stanley Horton, BK's Finest, Joy. Uh, thank you for joining me this morning. Jason is running an errand. He'll be with us here in just a little bit. Labetha, hey, Deanie, Mary, Latrice, Jay. Thank you for joining me. Antonio. And if I missed you, I'm sorry. So this morning, I wanted to show you a couple of really important videos just to kind of help catch you up. If you haven't seen them yet, I think they're really important to the YSL trial. I want to start with one that I think is super important. If you haven't seen it, this I don't think was played during the trial. Hey, Andre, uh, but it's something that Jason and I ran across. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Okay, here it is. So this is actually a jail call that Woody made to Thug when he was arrested in 2015, asking for a lawyer. So I'm going to play that for you real quick. It's not very long, but I do think it's really important. Hey, Dennis. Dennis, you know they are. You know they're in this chat right now. Shout out to the jurors. Hey, Casey. Hey, Hollywood. All right, so let's pull this up. Prosecutor's review. Why don't I see that? There it is. Okay, here we go. All right. There's Jason. I told you he'd be here shortly. All right. Let me know what you think. No sound? You can't hear it? Okay. I don't know why that would be. Let me try something different. Okay, can y'all hear me? I don't know why you would be able to hear it. That's really weird. Can't hear Jason. Okay. Okay. Let me try it a different way. That's really odd. Try it like this. Okay, I'm going to try it like this. Now let me know if you can hear.
Hey, I was going back through some of the archives and I ran across a conversation that Little Woody had with the prosecution early on, or rather late in the Little Woody saga. In this video, you're going to see that Little Woody calls Young Thug and he's asking for a lawyer. And I just want to propose to you, do you think that Young Thug is trying to help Little Woody, or do you think he's trying to stand him up or distance himself from him? Check it out. Let me know what you think about it. It's pretty short, but down in the comments, let me know what you think. Do you think Thug is trying to help Little Woody, or do you think Thug is trying to throw him under the bus and isolate himself away from him? Let's see what you think. I'll check you out there.
Hello. Hello. What's up?
What's going on?
Man. Okay. Hey, Bob, now we're going. What's going on, Slap?
Hey, man, I need his lawyer, man.
A lawyer? I've been told. I told them.
They won't keep me. They won't take me to court, and they saying the only way I get in court is a lawyer. I need a lawyer.
I've been told them you're good at calling.
Huh?
So I've been told you're good at calling. They said she wouldn't answer the phone for nobody or some shit.
Yeah. I know.
Well, they come out of.
Whenever I go to court, I get out. They say I'm.
Yeah. What they just probation?
Yeah. I supposed to go to Friday, but ain't nobody came talk to me. And last time they did it, they had resetted me. So and without I need to get a lawyer, and lawyer get me in there, and I can go ahead and get out.
Yeah. Who you want?
Huh?
I said, who you want?
Who I want?
Yeah.
What you mean? Who I want? A lawyer?
Yeah.
I don't know no lawyer.
So I'm saying, what's your charge? What is it? Probation violation?
Yeah. Only thing you said, I ain't did no community service. That's the only thing I got.
You ain't do no community service.
Yeah. That's the only thing.
They trying to text me your first and last name, your charge. And I just texted my lawyer.
Alright, I'm gonna have her text to you.
Text right now, man. So you ain't got the phone. I get the lawyer. Damn well I am 9 in the morning. I've been told the girl called me. They just said she won't answer the phone for nobody or whatever.
Hey, Sean.
They lying. Ain't nobody call me.
Man, yeah. Shannon, look deep. They just said you don't answer the phone for nobody.
I told
That's what they told me. What's up?
You told me to text my name and what?
Your charge. Text me your name, your birthday. Because you don't want your name and your birthday and your charge.
Shit, I got a lot of charges though.
What is your probation violation? What is it?
I ain't got no new charge. Only thing I got probation violation. But I got three different cases. But it's all upon the one probation.
You got 3 what, son?
I got 3 cases that I'm on probation for. But it's all upon the one probation hold.
So when you got locked up, you didn't have no new charge?
Nah, they didn't have them charge me with.
Oh yeah, that's good. Oh yeah, that's too good.
So they did.
That's good.
They brought me down here and they came and pushed me the next day after they brought me to jail. They came to push me about some shit, and then they brought me back down here. I ain't been pushed.
So she need to text your name and your birthday and whatever your charges is. You on Wright Street, huh?
Yeah, I'm in Wright Street.
He can go. He'll come down in the morning.
I go to court at the jail. You said what?
You go to court when?
I go to court at the jail. I supposed to go Friday. He said
you got to go to hearing court.
When I go to the court, go.
Yeah, I already know that. You just gotta get in the courtroom.
Yeah, that's all I got.
They gotta get on the goddamn felony. Yeah, they should have been called. They would have called you that lawyer. They got locked up or the next motherfucking morning.
Yeah, I'm trying to call. Every time I call Shane the phone, he ain't answer, and then when I got a phone, they sent like he'll call back and shit like that.
Hold on.
But I had tried calling that phone. She ain't had no minutes.
Who?
Max. She ain't had no minutes. Yeah.
You want me to tell her to put something on her?
Nah, she ain't got to put nothing on this shine.
Nah. That jinx. I mean, put no minutes on the phone.
Yeah, that was a bull.
That jinx. I ain't ever did that.
Yeah.
I ain't ever my life like got locked up and put me on the phone. I just feel like that jinx, like you from the street.
Yeah.
I ain't ever did that.
Now I'm tight room going around, they beat me up in everything, man.
You already know all that was funny. I already knew all that was funny. Oh, they say your shit just everybody got to black in your eyes.
Yeah, they say the police let them jump on me. I see they crazy, man.
Man, I told her that's so many problems. And whoever in the jail, all that gapping, that what's that, man? What's that, man?
This shit here, dread, bro.
Man, what the hell you talking about? You already know. You already know I know what's happening. When y'all locked up, I was already like, what the hell, what they talking about? Now I'm talking about nobody. They what I'm trying to tell you. Man, I don't stop right in front of these folks and look at these folks call. That's your phone.
Yeah.
I made Bentley call her. Like, call up, see what the fuck going on. Because of the probation, it's just a little bullshit. But the probation will try to hold you. Just because about their money or whatever. So I already know that. Like I said, I would just gave him a lawyer, look, 3-4 bands, $2,500. You know, he'll bring you.
You have 1 minute left.
He'll get you in the courtroom for $2,500. You know, that ain't shit.
They don't even want that much. One lawyer had told
I know.
Yeah. So listen, I might have this son text you my information. So you say you try to have me in the morning.
Yeah, I had a lawyer or whatever lawyer you choose.
I don't have none.
Well, I could just have somebody pull up on their son and bring their son the money. Then you see what I'm saying? Or they tell my dad, because you know they probably know something about the shit. So I can just make anybody go get the money. I can make them pull up to the club, get the money from Ken or anything right now. You see what I'm saying? So that ain't no pressure.
Shit, we don't know no lawyer though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know my lawyer.
So yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting. What do you guys think about that? Do you think that Young Thug was trying to help him, or was kind of throwing shade at him a little bit? It's going around the internet both ways, that he was trying to help him out. But then I seen someone in chat say, "Oh, no. He only gave him $700, not $1,500, and did not get him a lawyer." See, I've heard both. What did you guys think about that call? I'm curious to see what you thought. Good morning, Joy. They served her a summons? Oh boy. So I'm curious to know what you guys thought about that. Good morning. He still gave him money. Yeah, he did. He did give him money. He did. And he didn't have to do that. He definitely didn't have to do that. You think he was throwing shade? Megan, helping. He has to play chess, not checkers. I like the way you worded that. Really like the way you worded that. Now, money talks. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I think Woody didn't understand that Steele probably told him to distance himself, and helping these guys would bring him down. He's not allowed to talk to Steele privately, but I see where you're going there. Always lying, love. I like your name. And how accurate your name is. Money does talk for sure. It definitely does. Shade means oh, hello.
Grace and peace. How are you, friend?
Good. You got back fast.
Look, and traffic was actually bad. I could have been back home earlier. I literally just came running in. If you want to give me a second, I can let you get kicked off, or you want to kick off, or what are you feeling?
Oh, whatever you want. I just played the jail call between Young Thug and Woody, and we were kind of talking about what they thought it meant. They thought it was Thug and Woody. If it was Thug helping Woody, or Thug kind of distancing himself from Woody.
Okay. What was the overall consensus?
It looks like it's about half and half.
Yeah. But I think it also might depend on who's presenting the argument. If the state is presenting it, they probably all say, "Oh no." Because the state, let's just tell the truth, the state is they're not doing the best.
Right. Right.
And I'm finishing up a clean edit of Adrian Love and the whole you've been on parole for 22 years comment from yesterday.
Yeah.
With the comment from last Thursday. I'm sorry, where Shard calls her out yesterday. And then last Thursday, she said it in court. So I did a better edit with a few less memes in it. And so I'm literally, I was doing that this morning before I took my wife to the airport, and it's done. Okay. So maybe I'll play that later on or drop that later. It's just a little bit cleaner so you can kind of see the flow of the conversation. Because I think my memes might have thrown it off a little bit. I've been having fun with my memes. Don't judge me for my memes.
No judgment for memes. I'm not good at making memes, but
oh my gosh. Now that's something I can. Now that's something I speak. I speak memeology.
I can throw down a mean thumbnail, but I'm not good at memes.
I got you. I totally got it. I got it. All right. What do these good people got going on here today? All right. Let's see. Who has it? Who are we gonna use today? 11 Alive Trial. I mean, Law and Crime movie.
I was just looking and I haven't seen anybody that has it set up yet.
They probably gave up on it. They said, man, we quit. This is dumb. Shout out to everybody that gave up. But can you imagine the shenanigans that would be happening if this trial was not being broadcast? That should cause us to shudder. Like, oh my gosh, what would we not know?
Keeping it together because so many eyes are on it.
Right.
This is together for them.
Say that again. Say that part. So if this is together for them, because there's, billions of people watching this,
right?
What would it be like if nobody's watching?
That's a scary thought, isn't it? I mean, it really is. Okay, Atlanta News First has it.
So Illinois, they don't allow cameras in. So like imagine, so when I was a little boy, all I remember seeing on the news was those sketches of what was going on in court. Like, why do they do that? I wonder. So now I realize that they don't allow cameras in court in Illinois. But imagine the shenanigans that probably happen in there. And keep in mind, Illinois is one of the most corrupt states in the whole union. I mean, it is bad. So imagine the stuff that gets by because you don't have, cover to cover, gavel to gavel news coverage. You said 11 Alive. You said 11 Alive, and I was
Atlanta News First.
Atlanta News First.
I thought about coming down and going to court Friday. You feel like going to court Friday?
This Friday coming up? Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
All right. I think I will.
I like that. Let's go. Now you're gonna see how cold it is, and you're gonna be like, "Oh yeah."
I'm preparing. I done dug out my sweater. I'm not trying to be cold.
It's cold in there. All right, we're supposed to have a weather event here in Georgia, too. So there's
it's coming up this way too.
Okay, I don't have it.
You don't have it? I see it.
You said Atlanta News First, right?
Atlanta News. It says Atlanta News First. ANF.
I'm sorry.
You see it now?
I got it. Yeah, I got it. Yep. Okay. We are ready. Let me go ahead and give them a thumbs up. Let me bring it in.
I have you confirmed for Friday, by the way, for the girl talking about the Karen Reed trial.
Got it. We're going to talk afterwards and make sure I remember what I'm talking about. All right. Good people are filling up the chat. Thank you so very much for tapping in. All right. So we are waiting with bated anticipation. All right. What's the overall? What do you think is going to happen today? How long does
they'll let that poor boy go home?
Say again?
Hopefully they'll let that poor boy go home.
Yeah. What do you think about his redirect? How long do you think it's going to be?
Redirect? I'd see maybe a half a day.
Okay.
She seemed to be getting a little bit more to the point yesterday. A little bit more.
That's fair.
I think she was told, get to the point. Come on, ask some more pointed questions. This is getting stupid.
No, it was stupid when she got up there, but I digress. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to say the least. Ooh,
more
Brady
violations on the way. Yeah.
The problem is they're not resulting in anything. So I almost don't even care. If they were resulting in, a Brady slapdown, then we would say, I'd be like, oh yeah. But let's just be honest, if there had been some Brady slapdowns, we wouldn't have more Brady violations. So I think that's the problem, in my opinion.
Donna, we're under a watch here, so.
Oh, she's gonna drag that. She's gonna drag that redirect. Now, hopefully, Judge Whitaker will hold her to it. Remember, she said your redirect shouldn't be longer than your direct. Remember, she said that with Sledge.
She don't listen though.
Yeah, we know she's not gonna listen. But I'm just hoping that, who knows, Judge Whitaker, maybe she'll hold her feet to the fire. Maybe she grew a backbone. I don't know. Full day of redirect. Oh my gosh, that would be horrible. Given the fact that, yeah, that would be horrible.
Full day? Oh, I hope not.
I think we all know that Rico's not going to show up. That we do know.
No, Rico is not in the building.
Rico is not even in the zip code.
No.
So, yeah.
There's no Rico in Atlanta.
I don't know. There might be some Rico. There might be Rico in Atlanta. There might be Rico in Fulton County. The problem is, I don't think it's the right people.
Well, yeah.
It's not the right people.
Just not the right people.
Right. Give her 5 minutes. I don't think she's got it in her. I don't think she's got it in her.
Handling the Rico.
Yeah. Given the fact that, oh, that's right. I forgot about Brian. Brian still didn't cross yesterday. I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me, Joy Ball. Yeah. So, at least we're going to start the morning off with something joyful. Watching Brian Steele. I could watch Doug Weinstein too. I need Doug to take yourself a little bit more seriously. Go up there longer. I wouldn't mind, Mr. Matthews. I wouldn't mind breaking it up. Like just other people cross-examining or whatnot, or recrossing, just to break it up. Because there's all these different voices in there. Because Lord knows we've heard enough of Adrian Love.
Always lying love. Yeah, that's what he said. About 2 hours.
I kind of wonder, like, what is he going to talk about for 2 hours? But I would rather hear Brian Steele for 2 hours than Adrian Love for 20 minutes. So it's okay.
He's going to debunk all the Love stuff.
Which is... All right. So my wife is on the plane. Please. Oh, you know what? I'm going to make a thumbnail using a picture I found when I was in Illinois, in my dad's house. I think y'all get a hoot out of it. Yeah, I think I'll get a... Rico's left the building. I don't even think Rico was even in the building to start with.
No.
Oh, please let somebody make me a montage of all of the objections from yesterday. Please make me a montage. Just put all of her saying objection, Your Honor, object, please. See, y'all follow what Big Lou said. Y'all, Big Lou 07 said it. Make sure you follow along with Big Lou. Hit that like button. Thank you, brother. Grace and peace, friend. I appreciate all of y'all. Yo, Just Ani. Y'all, Just Ani has come through in the clutch on yesterday. She is the one, Just Ani, just is the one that found the clip of Adrian Love back last Thursday telling Mr. Shibe about the 20-month probation and your client better not perjure himself. So shout out to that. So if you like that video clip that I put together, it is because of Just Ani. So definitely.
Good job.
Thank you so much. She's out there on Twitter ruling the roost. Let me tell you, we have some fantastic, the best live chat on the planet is made up of great content creators. Now they might not be content creators on YouTube, but on Twitter, on TikTok, on other places, they are crushing it. And Just Ani is crushing it over there on Twitter. X, whatever it's called.
You go follow you, Just Ani.
Yeah. Formerly known as.
Are you Just Ani on Twitter?
Can you drop your link? Let me, I got Twitter open right here. Shh. The YSL Trial is on. That's her name. Her name is just_Ani, and the title is Shh, the YSL Trial's on.
I love it.
All right, here's her link right here.
I found her. Okay.
You found her? Okay.
Yeah.
Because I can totally see that. Shh.
Hey, Jay, thank you for becoming a new member.
Oh, absolutely. And guess what? We got camera. Thank you, Jay. Welcome to the team, Jay. Wait, I want to kick you out of there. There we go. Let's see.
I'll post your link in Discord too, Justani.
All right. So the Georgia Seal is in the building. Atlanta News First wants you to know that this is A&F production. They are not playing games.
Y'all make sure you follow Dear Woke Christian on TikTok. He's crushing it over there.
Because I got a great teammate who be putting up some fantastic work. I don't know I don't know. All I can say is they're on the screen right here and they're not me. That's all I can tell you. But no, I don't even know what TikTok is. Okay. Let me tell you. It's the sound my watch used to make. Okay. Let me just be honest. But y'all teach
sound your watch used to make.
Right. That's a sound. That's it. That's all I got for you. All you people on TikTok, man, that is amazing. My hat goes off to y'all for real, because I don't get it. But hey, as long as y'all like it, I love it.
April's channel, man, it's just skyrocketed.
Yeah. Shout out to April. Oh, speaking of that, on Saturday, we're going to be doing our 3-year anniversary kickoff. So come on through. If you're a content creator or whatnot, we'll be talking and just having a good old time talking about 3 years on this old YouTube space. Now, how long are you going to be in town? You said you're going to be in town on Friday?
Yeah, I'm just coming in for the day.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, now we got to have to do something. We have to do like a meetup or something.
Yeah.
Courthouse meetup.
Sounds good.
If you're in town, courthouse meetup. We can go to lunch.
We can do that. Yeah, because it's way closer than I thought it was. I thought it was like 6 hours or something away. It's only like 3.5.
We look. Now, it could be 6 hours sometimes. All right, what we got here? Good morning, everybody. Thank y'all so much. 370 y'all have already tapped in. I appreciate you. I hate to say it, always lying love, but you're true. Thanks. Judge Whitaker, I really want to, not only because her last name is Whitaker and mine is too, she really came in with a lot of potential. It's kind of like, we're kind of like scouts. We were on the sideline at a football combine or on the sideline of a basketball training camp. And we're like, oh, that player over there has potential. That player, we want to draft that player because they have potential. He or she really demonstrates a mastery. We really believed in them. But once we got them on and they got the jersey and they got the cleats, then they all of a sudden fire in a hole. Let's go. All
right, I'm going to drop off.
Okay. Grace and peace. Thank you, friend.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So quarter started, fire in a hole. Miss Westmoreland sighting. Shard back there smiling. What's going on? Adams. There she is, YSL grandma in the building. Jeffrey over there with the green on green on green. I see you, sir. That's a lot of green. I don't know why they haven't hit the microphone yet. And fire in the hole. One in the chat if you can hear. Let's go. I see you over there, Bruce Harvey. What's going on, brother? What's up with the pink? There we go. Y'all say what y'all want to say. He be dressing pretty well. I see you, Doug. What's happening, man? Good morning, Doug. He ain't got his glasses on now.
In the jury. Okay.
Wow, to get everybody
He's
in
here.
place. Let's go.
Yeah.
Doug on that phone. Doug, everybody tweet to Doug on Twitter. Go on X and tweet to Doug. What's going on, Bruce Harvey? I see you over there. I see you, sir. Shard cheesing from ear to ear. Brian Steele know he about to bring that pain. He came here. He said he ain't even put his jacket on. He about to bring that noise today. Put Adrian Love put her in the box. What's going on, Mr. Rod? Man, that poor brother right there. That's Rondarius Ryan. That brother got like life already. He already cooked. Hey, stand. There we go. There we go. That's my brother right there. What's going on, Mr. Matthews? Sharp dressed man. What's going on, Mr. Huey? Like he got a haircut. All right, let's go. Hey, thank you, Donna, for the super. Bring it home, defense. Let's go. Thank you for the super chat this morning. Uh-oh, Mr. Bot back there. I see you, sir. That's a very fashion-forward sweater he had on. I have no idea why they didn't turn the mics on. Hey, Hilton is back. What? Bone collector. He does not look good. Man, I pray that guy is okay, man. He just looks like this is really getting him sideways.
All right, Mr. Steele, you can proceed.
All right, fire in the hole. Drop an emoji in the chat if you can hear. Let's go.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Your Honor. Do you know how old you are as compared to Jeffrey Williams?
Like two, 3 years.
Okay. And you would be younger. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you met Jeffrey. You didn't know him at all until approximately 2009. Is that correct?
Probably, yeah.
And you would be in 2009 about 17 years of age. Did I do that right?
I'm not that wrong then.
16 years of age. What'd you say?
I probably like 15 when I met him, something like that.
Okay. Do you remember a place here in Atlanta area called Jonesboro South?
Yes.
Did you grow up there?
Nah.
Do you remember it closing by any chance?
Yeah.
Did you ever know Jeffrey if he lived in Jonesboro South? Were you ever aware of him at that time?
I went to school with his sister, but I ain't know him.
Okay. So is it fair to say you met Jeffrey later when you were about 15? Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. And you met him through, do you remember who you met him through?
Probably Trontavis or Boo one on.
Okay. Okay. And when you were 15, Jeffrey would have been about 17, 18, fair to say?
Yes.
And from your observations, meaning your personal views, was Jeffrey interested in music at that time?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Overruled.
Foundation.
Overruled.
Answer. Yes, he was. I think he was already rapping.
Okay. And if you could just do me a favor, because the jurors want to hear you. If you could just, if you can, speak up. If you can't, that's fine. We'll do the best we can do. And when you say he was already rapping, did you ever go see him at underage performances, you know, at clubs that allowed children under, well, you know, young adults?
Yes.
Under the age of 18 or 21. And would it be fair to say that Jeffrey was rapping throughout the area where you were growing up and where he grew up?
Yes, that's how everybody met him, really.
Okay. And from your knowledge, your personal views, is it fair to say that you promoted, that may be a bad word, but you talked about Jeffrey's music?
Yes.
And you told people you liked the music. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And other people in the area did the same. Is that true?
Yes.
And do you remember signs going up for when Jeffrey was performing?
All the time.
Okay.
Like when we were young, yeah.
One more time?
When we was younger, a lot, yeah.
Yeah. And this wasn't, at that point, Jeffrey involved with a record label or anything. This is just community getting behind an artist. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you were proud of him, right?
Everybody from the neighborhood was.
One more time.
Everybody from the neighborhood was.
And from that neighborhood that you grew up in and that you then later met Jeffrey, can you describe it to the jury? What your viewpoint? Tell the jurors what a typical day in that neighborhood was.
What neighborhood? Cleveland Avenue?
15, 16 years old, yeah. You can look at the jurors if you want to. If you don't do it.
Rough. Every day.
What, define rough.
Like rough. Like, I can't really define it. It's just like a lot of stuff you just go through. Like it's something always going on.
Okay. And as the time went on, so 15, 16, 17 years of age you are, okay?
Yes.
Did Jeffrey's popularity grow?
Yes.
In music, I'm talking about music.
I think it grew fast, yeah.
Okay. And is it fair to say that the speed on which it grew came out of, it broadened it beyond the little area in Atlanta that you were living and that you knew Jeffrey?
Yes.
Did he start to play, if you know, in other venues, like a restaurant, bar, club, stadium? Did he start playing them outside of the Atlanta area?
I think going like all the little towns and stuff like that.
One more time.
Like all the little towns and stuff like that.
In
little cities and stuff.
And you talking about just in Georgia?
Georgia, Alabama, it'd be different. Like, you know, just little small cities and stuff.
Okay. And did you ever go to those type of events?
Nah.
You stayed more locally. Is that fair to say?
Local.
All right. Now, did there come a time, and I want to focus on 2013, 14, and 15. Okay. So you would be in those years, and take your time and think about it. But in approximately 2013, you would be
20.
Okay. And then 14 would be about 21,
Yes.
15, 22. It's okay. Just
I don't remember.
It's all right.
I don't know.
Let's do it this way.
Yes, that's right.
That's about right?
Yes.
Okay. I was going to say you were arrested in 2015. Fair to say?
Yes, I was still 21 when I was arrested, but I turned.
But go ahead.
Yeah, that's right. I turned 22.
In 2015.
Yes.
Later, after the jurors heard about a August 5th, 2015 interview, audio recorded,
yes,
video recorded, you saw some clips. Remember what I'm talking about?
Yes.
So you were about 21 at that time, about to turn 22. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So Jeffrey, if he's 2 or 3 years older than you, he'd be about 24 by 2015.
Yes.
Sound right? Okay. So I'm going back just a couple of years, 2013, 14, 15. So you'd be like 19, 20, 21, going into 22. Fair?
Yes.
I want you to lock in on that. And you were asked by Lawyer Love a question about after March of 2015, on your oath, your knowledge, did Jeffrey work with Rich Homie Quan? Remember those questions or that question?
No.
Okay. I want to talk with you about Jeffrey in 2013, 14, 15, and his musical career, okay?
Yes.
And if you don't remember this, don't know it, didn't observe it, just let us know, okay? By 2013, are you familiar with the Jeffrey's song Stoner? Are you familiar with that song?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember whether it came out in 2013?
Yeah, I think it was 13.
Okay.
13, 12, something like that. 13, one on.
All right. And do you remember a song, same year, 2013, Danny Glover by Jeffrey?
Yes.
All right. And did that come out about the same time, 2013?
Yeah, I think they came out like months apart or something like that.
And tell the jury, they may not know these songs. Tell the jury, from your observation, how popular were those songs? How many views, and you don't have to give a number, but how did you hear on the radio? Tell the jurors.
That's all you heard.
Objection. You knew it.
And it calls for speculation, and there's not a foundation for his ability to say how popular it was. He can talk about his personal knowledge or feeling about it, but not everyone else.
That's what the question I understood to be personally.
Tell the jurors.
That's all you heard everywhere you turn.
I can't hear it.
That's all you heard everywhere you turn.
Everywhere you turn, that's what you heard.
Yes.
Music-wise, you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. And then going into the next year, 2014, I want you to lock in on that date, okay? You're approximately 20, about to turn 21, okay?
Yes.
Jeffrey would be about 3 years older than you. He'd be about 23, right?
Yes.
All right. And I know you said 2 or 3 years, so 22, 23. Do you remember a song personally? You know the band Rich Gang or the group Rich Gang or the?
Yes.
All right. Do you know a song called Lifestyle?
Yes.
Tell the jurors the popularity through your own observation of Lifestyle.
That song took over the world. Like,
I can't hear you.
that song took over the world. Like, everybody loved the song.
How about, you know, a song, Hookah?
Yeah.
It's spelled Hookah. Do you know who Tyga is? Tyga.
Yes.
Do you know that song with Jeffrey and Tyga? Tell the jurors in 2014 how popular, if at all, that song was.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you hear that song on the radio?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Overruled.
Yes, a lot.
Okay. How about the same year, you know, an artist named Clifford Harris, phenomenal artist known as T.I.?
Yes.
All right. Do you know a song, All About the Money, that Jeffrey, and it featured T.I.?
Yeah, I know a lot of his songs, yeah.
Okay. And that's 2014 as well?
Yes.
So by 2013 and 14, from your own life experiences, how well known in the Atlanta area, your area, was Jeffrey?
Everybody knew him before then.
One more time.
Everybody knew him even before then, though.
Okay. And then by 2014, so you're about 20, turning 21, did you ever go to Jeffrey's shows outside of Georgia or Atlanta?
Yes.
Okay.
I think, yeah, 14, yeah.
I couldn't hear the last thing you said.
Yes, you said around 2014. Yes.
Okay. Now 2015.
Yes.
You're 21, turning 22 later in the year. It's going to be the year you get arrested, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a song called Check, Check,
Yes.
by Jeffrey? And from your observation, was that a very popular song?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I'm bad.
That's okay. And it's not okay,
Oh.
but no one thinks you did it on purpose. I don't think. How about with that? It's spelled Withthat. You know that song by Jeffrey?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
Best Friend. You know that song by Jeffrey?
Objection. Relevance.
I'm asking if he knows the song.
I know.
By 2015, were you aware of Jeffrey touring?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go on a tour?
Yes.
You ever hear of the rodeo tour?
Yes, I went for like probably 10 days, 9 days, something like that. I got sick.
Okay. And by 2013, 14, and 15, you met in approximately August 2014, you met Kenneth Copeland. Fair to say?
Yes.
And he and you became close friends. True?
Not close, but yeah.
Okay. And you met Demikian Garlington, right?
I had already knew him.
And you were close with him, right?
Yes.
And you were committing crimes with Demikian Garlington, right?
Yes.
And Kenneth Copeland.
Yeah.
Okay. And while Jeffrey is, you know, he's in the studio all the time if he's not touring. Is that true?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation, unless he has personal knowledge of Mr. Williams.
Have you seen Jeffrey in the studio?
A lot.
Okay. And while these crimes are going on that the jurors heard about, drive-by shootings, you did that, right?
Objection, Your Honor, as to misrepresentation about, or vagueness rather.
Vagueness sustained.
You did drive-by shootings that you discussed with this jury, right?
That I'm convicted of, yes.
Okay. And Jeffrey never asked you to do those drive-by shootings, did he?
He didn't even know.
Okay. And Jeffrey, you knew by 2013, 14, and 15, he is touring outside of Atlanta all the time. Is that true?
Objection, vague.
Sustained.
Do you know if he's touring in 2013 outside Atlanta?
Yes.
Do you know if he's touring outside Atlanta in 2014?
Yes.
How about 15?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's already marked. It's in evidence, Your Honor. It's Mr. Williams numbers 220A. It goes up to 220XX. May I approach?
May I just see?
May I approach you when they are done looking at the
Yes.
exhibits? May I approach you?
You may.
And just go, and there's a paper clip on it. You can remove it if you need to, or I'll remove it for you. Just if you can, just keep them in order. Just go through these, just flip through them. Tell me when you can.
Go through all of them?
Yeah, you know, just tell me if you remember those concerts, and if you attended some of them. Well, let's go around, Judge. Can I approach Ms. Burnett?
All right. So if you're just jumping in, Brian Steele gave Lil D some pamphlets and pictures from concerts to look at and familiarize himself with. If he's remembers being a part of these shows or knowing about them, so on and so forth. So That's what he's doing at the moment. Oh, I didn't look good. Wow, Ms. Bonner, I'm taking over Days of Our Lives. Let me tell you, I am honored. I am honored to be competing with General Hospital. I am honored. Shout out to your mom. Tell me your name. Shout out to your mom. My guy, what you doing? He's still looking at these pictures, y'all. So, unlike Adrian Love, Brian Steele is actually allowing this young man an opportunity to familiarize himself with the information before he asks him questions about it to impeach him. Look at that. Go figure. Shout out to Cora. Shout out to your mom. Cora, good to see you. Thank you for hanging out with us. God bless you. Oh, yeah, we got the Young and the Restless on the ropes. Gladiator Girl, don't you know it? What's the other one? General Hospital. Days of Our Lives. Isn't there another one? There's another, what is it? Come on, what's the other one? Guiding Light. Guiding Light. My grandma used to watch Days of Our Lives and General Hospital, I believe it is, when I was a child. Oh my gosh, there's another one. I forgot about that. All My Children. The Edge of the Night. Good gracious, what is that one? Oh, now y'all talking about like sitcoms. Now, One Life to Live, isn't that that's a sitcom, isn't it? All I know is DWC is going to get an Emmy, a daytime Emmy this year. I'm telling you. All My Children, Edge of the Night. What is that one? You know, Love is just chomping at the bit. She just want to say something. She can't even sit quiet. So much that she done turned her computer monitor sideways.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were done. Are you familiar with some or all of those concerts?
I saw a couple of the photos that I remember.
Okay. Were you present? Did you go to any of those concerts that you remember?
Yeah, some of them.
Okay. And the rodeo tour, I know you got sick and you had to go home, you said, right? But did you start out on the rodeo tour?
Yes.
And do you remember when that started?
I don't remember exactly what.
Let me show you what's already in evidence. The first 3 pages, Your Honor. It's or the first couple of pages. I don't want to say 3, although it is 3. It's Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 19. May I approach?
You may.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Have you seen the cover of this at all?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. I just opened it up. If it refreshes your memory, tell us, but is that the rodeo tour? Is that the places that you went to before you got sick and went home? When I say places, and if you need help, sir, I know it's small writing, just let me know.
I remember what city I stopped at.
What city did you stop at?
Chicago.
Had you ever been outside of the Atlanta area in those cities before the rodeo tour?
Not in those areas.
No area, right?
Not in those areas, no.
Okay. Now, if you can see it, and it may not be clear, so I will come up with the court's permission. What date were you sent home? Or, did you have to go home for your illness?
Eight, 1, 5. I don't know. I just know Chicago.
That's
I
fine.
remember the city.
May I approach Your Honor?
Yeah.
May I approach you, sir? May I come forward to you?
Yes.
Let me just look. Just point to me where it says Chicago. Right there? Does that say, if you could see it, March 8th, 2015?
It was around that time.
Okay. So, when you were sent home from that tour, by that time, March 8th, 2015, it is true, is it not, that Kenneth Copeland told you that he was committing crimes and shootings? Is that true?
Objection, Fagan, hearsay.
Say it again.
Sure. Is it true that by March of 2015, while Jeffrey's on the tour, Kenneth Copeland was not getting along with Shelkel, or you know who Shelkel is?
I remember the name, yeah.
Okay. They were not getting along. True?
Objection would call for speculation.
Sustained.
If you know.
Your Honor, I'd ask for foundation.
Do you know whether Kenneth Copeland told you that he was not getting along and was in a big fight with Shelkel?
Before them days, he had already been told.
That's what I'm asking, but I can't hear you, and tell the jurors.
I say before them days, he had already told him.
Okay. And when you say before them days, those days, Mr. Copeland was already in an argument, that's my word, with Shelkel. True?
Yes.
A disagreement, right?
Yes.
And it was violent. True? True?
Yeah.
They would shoot at each other at times, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And Kenneth Copeland told you that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Same with Donovan Thomas. Kenneth Copeland stole from Donovan Thomas. You're aware of that, right?
Yeah.
He broke into his car, right?
Yeah, I remember that.
And he took his identification. Remember that?
I think it was some jewelry or something like that.
Okay. Mr. Copeland also took the peanut chain. Remember that?
Yeah, I don't know what it was. I just remember something about some jewelry.
It was jewelry. All right. And Donovan Thomas later found out that it was Kenneth Copeland who stole from him, right?
Yeah, I think he ended up giving it back or something like that. I don't remember too much of that.
That's fine. And you discussed that with Kenneth Copeland, right?
I don't know if it was directly with him, but it was probably around him.
Or Mr. Garlington, right?
It was one of them, yeah.
And all that then also includes Kenneth Copeland being beaten, embarrassed at Club Crucial on January 6, 2015. If you don't remember the date, just say I don't remember.
I remember that. I remember him getting fined. I don't remember the date.
Okay. And Kenneth Copeland you saw him after the fight, right?
Yeah.
He had a knot on his head, right?
Yeah.
Black eye.
Oh, yeah. I think his eye was swollen or something like that.
Okay. And this happened at Club Crucial, and Kenneth Copeland was mad. He told you that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And during that whole time, throughout the rodeo tour, you know, through your own observation, Jeffrey Williams was friendly with Donovan Thomas. True?
Through the rodeo?
Wait, go ahead.
You know what,
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I told, yeah.
That's true, right? Tell the jurors.
Yeah, I've been told him that.
Okay. And Jeffrey is doing his career, right?
Yes.
And Kenneth Copeland doesn't ask, to your knowledge, Jeffrey for permission to get into an argument or fight or shoot at anyone, does he?
Wait, he a grown man. He ain't gonna ask him, man. I mean, grown.
You got to speak slower to the jurors.
My bad. He grown. I mean, you know, you grown. He got it. Like, he don't control nobody.
Okay. And you also told that to the police, right?
Yes.
You were asked, I started about Rich Homie Kwan. You know who that is, right? The performer?
Yeah.
His name is Mr. Lamar. Do you know him as his real name by any chance?
No, I don't know his real name.
Okay. And you were asked, and I think you said you don't remember, so don't worry about that. But after, I want to talk to you on and after March of 2015, if Jeffrey working with Rich Homie Quan, okay, in the music field. I want to focus on that, okay? That's what we're focusing on. You with me?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know Jeffrey's contractual obligations at that time? And if you don't, just say, I don't know.
Man, you got to explain what you just said.
Okay. Did you know whether Jeffrey was signed to an agreement with a record label that he had to do certain performances with certain people by March of 2015? Were you aware of that?
I think he had a contract, yeah.
Okay. And were you ever in any negotiations or meetings or review any contracts?
No.
All right. And did Jeffrey ever go to you and ask, is this a good opinion?
No.
And you follow Jeffrey's career to this day, right?
What you mean?
Okay.
Like still listen to music?
That was a bad, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And you did that your whole time since you met him, right?
Yeah.
And by 2015, were you, did you go to Europe with Jeffrey after the rodeo tour ended?
No, I think I was locked up already.
Okay. You knew he went though, right?
Yes, I heard about it.
Okay. You knew he went twice in 2015 to play in Europe, right?
And foundation.
Objection, what? In foundation?
Speculation and foundation.
Well, he's asking if he knew or not, so he can say yes or no. Overruled.
I remember hearing about one of them in 15.
Okay. And were you aware, if you were personally, that Jeffrey was written up in the New York Times, 2015?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Were you aware that Jeffrey was contracted with, if you don't know, just say it, Calvin Klein?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
You were aware Jeffrey was contracted with Puma?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
2015.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Were you aware that Jeffrey was written up in Vogue magazine?
Your Honor.
Okay, so that whole line of questioning, I think we're going to get the same objection and it's going to be the same ruling.
By the time that you are, as you said, locked up, that means in jail, right?
Yes.
By that time in 2015, tell the jurors since that time your interactions with Jeffrey Williams.
Since I've been in prison?
Since 2015, you made bond one time, right? You got out, then you were rearrested, right?
I ain't saw him again.
I can't hear you. Not
I haven't seen him since.
So since 2015, approximately, we're talking about April. Is that true? The first time you got locked up, then you made bond?
May.
Sorry. To this day, you had zero means no, communication with Jeffrey Williams. Is that true?
I mean, I've been locked up I just got out with last year before last.
Okay, so the year before last to now, do you ever have communication with Jeffrey?
No.
While in custody, do you ever have communication with Jeffrey?
No.
Did he pay for your lawyer?
No.
Did he pay for any bond?
No.
He didn't contact you, right?
No, and I ain't contact him.
Right. Because your relationship with Jeffrey wasn't this, he's the gang leader, right?
No, it was never that.
And you told that to the authorities, right?
Yes.
And when Kenneth Copeland is telling you about, and you know about crimes he's doing, that's not at the behest. That's a bad word. That's not to your knowledge because Jeffrey Williams asked him to, right?
Objection, that's speculation, and that would be just speculation.
Sustained.
To your knowledge, has Jeffrey Williams ever asked anyone to shoot up a home?
No.
To your knowledge and information, tell the jurors if you have any information, did Jeffrey Williams ever tell anyone to murder someone?
I already told him he wasn't like that. He ain't get involved in stuff like that.
To your knowledge, did Jeffrey Williams even know about the killing of Donovan Thomas until it was broadcast afterwards?
Afterwards. He knew afterwards.
I can't hear you.
Afterwards. Whatever you said.
And you were asked by the lawyer Love, and if you don't remember, just say, I don't remember the question. But you were asked, how whether Jeffrey Williams acted normal after the learning about the death of Donovan Thomas. You remember that question at all?
Yes, I remember that.
Okay, I want to talk to you about that. You saw Jeffrey Williams at his Sky House condo later in the evening of January 10th, 2015, going into the early morning hours, maybe better, January 11th, 2015. True?
Like early morning, like.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's the next day.
Yeah, like 4, 5 in the morning, something like that.
Okay, so it's Sunday, and if you don't remember the date, just say I don't remember. Sunday, January 11th, 2015, right?
I don't know exactly what day it was.
All right. And you knew, it was already discussed, and you were going, you knew that Jeffrey Williams was performing in the state of Florida.
That's the only reason I ended up there, because everybody was getting ready to go.
And the position is, people who wanted to go to watch him perform met at his house, and they go in vans to the state of Florida. Isn't that true?
Yes.
That was all prearranged, right?
Yes.
There's none of this, let's get Sprinter vans immediately to get out of town, right?
No, I don't think you get a Sprinter van that late at night. You probably had already booked it or something.
Okay, well, don't speculate, but you know that you had to be there at a certain time to leave, right?
I think I got there at 4 or 5. We left like probably 6, so yeah. Okay.
Now, Jeffrey wasn't at his Sky House condo the whole time you were there. Isn't that true?
No, he wasn't.
He left, right?
Yeah, he had already left before us or something like that.
Okay, and he left with his sister Dora. Do you know who Dora is? And if you don't, just say I don't know who it is.
Yeah, I went to school with her.
You went to school with Dora?
Yeah.
Okay. And Jeffrey had already gone, and people remained in his Sky House condominium to go to Florida, right?
Yes.
Now, did Jeffrey, when you said you acted normal, tell the jury whether you told the police this on August 5, 2015 and March 3rd, 2017, that Jeffrey was concerned and questioned, why would someone kill Nut? Do you remember that?
I told him that.
I can't hear you.
Yes.
That's true, right?
Yes.
Because Jeffrey was friends with Donovan Thomas, right?
For my knowledge, yeah.
No matter what you were doing, no matter what Demekian Garlington was doing, no matter what Kenneth Copeland doing, Jeffrey still performed with Rich Homie Quan going into January 2015. You know that, right?
Yeah.
You saw Jeffrey and Rich Homie Quan together. If you were there, were you in Florida? Let me ask this first. Forget what I said. Were you in Florida going into New Year's of 2015? So it's December 28th, 29th, 30th, 31st of 2014, striking into New Year, January 1, 2015. Do you remember if you were in Florida?
I don't remember exactly like.
All right. Okay. But you saw in Florida Jeffrey and Rich Homie Quan together, right?
Yeah, they had like couple shows back to back in Florida.
And you went to them, right?
I went like 1 or 2.
All right. And this is after the, God forbid, the killing of Mr. Thomas, true?
Yes.
And from your observation, Rich Homie Quan and Jeffrey, although maybe sad, they were getting along, right?
I mean, I told them everything was still like normal. Like.
No matter what was going on with you or other people and drive-by shootings, that had nothing to do with Jeffrey from your vantage point. Is that true?
No.
Am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
How many other people do you personally know, have the notoriety, that's a bad word, are as well known as Jeffrey Williams?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
How many people from your neighborhood besides Jeffrey are well-known musical artists like him?
No.
Now, I want to talk to you about a performer known as Dwayne Carter. He performs by Lil Wayne, okay?
Yes.
You know his music?
Some of it.
Do you like his music?
Yeah.
All right. From your observation, does Jeffrey like his music?
Objection, speculation, foundation.
Overruled.
He love it.
I can't hear you.
He love it.
Jeffrey loves Lil Wayne's music. Is that what you
Yes.
said? Okay. And you knew this back in 2009 when you met Jeffrey, or 2008, whatever the year is. True.
Yeah.
Do you know what the word idolize? Do you know what that word means?
Like look up something.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
Is that something how you would describe Jeffrey with Lil Wayne?
Most definitely.
All right. Now you were asked by the detectives on August 5, 2015, as well as by the DA's office and the detectives on March 3rd, 2017, about the shooting of the tour bus of Lil Wayne. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any information that Jeffrey Williams knew that that tour bus would be shot before it was shot?
No.
Do you have any information that Jeffrey ordered, asked for? If I'm losing you with my word, just say I'm confusing you. I'm not trying to. The shooting of that bus.
No.
Okay. Do you have any information that Jeffrey was fond of, was happy that that bus got shot?
No.
In fact, Jeffrey was the opposite, right?
Speculation.
Sustained.
Do you know if Jeffrey was upset that that happened?
Objection, Your Honor. It would still be speculation.
Sustained.
I want to talk with you about, remember Lawyer Love asked you questions about Free Roscoe?
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And Roscoe, do you know his given name, Jimmy Winfrey?
I don't know his real name.
I can't hear you.
I don't know his real name.
All right. I'm going to call him Roscoe for now. You know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
And you told the jurors that you're aware that he pled guilty. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. Now, do you remember speaking with law enforcement, specifically Detective Dennis, Detective Gaither, about the Lil Wayne tour bus shooting on August 5, 2015?
Yeah, I remember.
I can't hear you.
Yes, I remember.
Okay. And is it true that you told them that you didn't think that Roscoe did the shooting?
Yes.
And is it true that Detective Dennis immediately told you that he agrees?
Yes.
And that's on the recording of August 5, 2015. It might be on March 3rd, 2017 as well, but it's on the recording, right?
I guess.
Okay. But it was discussed during your recorded interviews with the police, right?
Yeah.
And do you remember explaining?
Your Honor, I think we need to approach before Mr. Still gets
All right.
into this line of question.
All right. Woo. Mr. Steele is bringing that noise, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, Sarah, and anybody actually, if you think that there's someone that maybe I should bring on the channel or would be a good guest to have on the channel would benefit from them, please give them my email, or you can email them and say, hey, reach out to DWC. I'd be happy to talk to them. As long as they're going to add value to the channel and be an outlet that I would like to support, I will absolutely have them on. So feel free. And again, they would have to reach out to me or whatever like that, and we can make it happen like that. All right. So thank you so much. I appreciate that. Y'all, how are we already on? I lost track. 26 objections already. And Brian Steele is maybe 30 minutes in, 35 minutes in. Read the objection button for real. Adrian Love knows that. In my opinion, let me back this out. Adrian Love knows that just like in any situation, there's two sides to every story. So I could take 8 sentences from a lecture and use it in my story, but you could take 6 sentences from another part of the lecture and use it in your story, and vice versa. Brian Steele is pointing out what everybody probably already knew, that those interrogation videos are not as beneficial as they thought they are. So what he's doing now is he's actually bringing to light what's Adrian Love's not going to share in the interrogation video. So he says, hey, you said that Young Thug had nothing to do with the shooting, didn't you? Yes. And investigator Gaither said this, didn't he? You said yes. Well, Adrian Love was never going to show that. So now when she does show the video clip, in the back of the juror's mind and in the court's mind is going to be that, hey, there's more information that they're not sharing with us. They're trying to paint this picture. And I think they're doing a fantastic job of recoloring what Adrian Love is trying to paint in this regard. So this is fantastic. It's hard to follow. It's hard to imagine that you would sit here and follow along with them, but you can kind of see it, especially since we watched all of what Adrian Love was doing. And now we're watching Brian Steele, we watched Shard, we watched Weinstein earlier. And it's starting now to come together like, oh, this is not the story that people wanted to depict. And keep in mind, at the end of the day, all they have to have is reasonable doubt. At this moment, they probably have the jury really, really doubting whether or not these people had a bona fide relationship that could be considered a gang, a bona fide relationship that could be considered a hierarchy. This person is telling this person what to do, and so on and so forth. That's probably not what's happening. And I think that the jury is starting to second guess, question, wonder, all that kind of stuff like that. So we're going to see, but I think this is good. I have reached out to Doug. I reached out to everybody. So I would love to have Doug on. Absolutely. Would love it. It would be great to have him. He seems like a really good conversationalist. I would love to have him. Lots of good conversation in the chat. Let me see. Yo, thank you, Jeanette Messer. Thank you so much. Appreciating the always great DWC and all the chat friends. Thank you so much for the $9.99 super. Appreciate you. Thank y'all. Y'all make this fun because otherwise I'd be in my studio just talking loud and that'd be really weird. So I appreciate y'all hanging out with me for sure. I will say this. Y'all are making me like a multitasker because one of my complaints is that there's so many YouTubers that are able to live stream and make clips while they're watching the live stream. I've never been able to do that. I'm just not good at it. I just can't. It's just a lot. Anyway, so your boy is over here working on a clip because Sarah sent me something and I'm like, oh, I got another clip to add with it. So while we've been watching this, I've almost successfully edited a clip while live streaming, which y'all might be like, hey, that's not a big deal, Jason. It's a big deal for your boy because I usually got to shut down everything and just focus on clip and edits. So I'm editing and live streaming and commenting all at the same time. New is a whole new world for me. Brave new world. I'll try to have it done so I can show y'all before we go to lunch. Oh, and by the way, at lunch, we're going to jump over to Twitter. I'll just bring it in. We're going to go to the Black Law student. He's going to be doing, I think he calls it chewing in chat or something like that. I forgot what he calls it. He's going to be calling, it's a lunchtime, what's called spaces. So we're going to jump over there to Black Law students lunch spaces. That's what it's called. Okay, I'm just looking to see what it's called. If there's a better name for it. No, it's just Black Law Students Spaces. I dropped the link in the chat. Let me drop it again real quick. And we will jump over there to talk with him during lunch. Cameras are back on. Let's go.
All right, Mr. Steele, come on back up.
Now, are you aware the early morning hours of Sunday, January 11th, 2015? So to orient you, Donovan Thomas, God forbid, is shot the evening before, okay?
Yes.
So you go to Jeffrey's home at the Sky House. Okay, that's what I'm locking in on.
Yeah.
All right. And at that time, were you aware that Jeffrey had several residences in Atlanta?
Yeah.
All right. He had other condominiums with an S. Is that true?
Yeah.
Do you know what a condominium is? And if you don't, high-rise apartments?
Condo.
Okay, condo. There you go. Okay. And when you were asked by Lawyer Love that after the killing of Donovan Thomas was known that Jeffrey acted normal. Remember I asked you about that a little bit ago?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever see a social media post by Jeffrey about Donovan Thomas that morning?
Yes.
Okay. And did it give Jeffrey's heartfelt condolences?
Sustained.
Let me show you, with the court's permission, Mr. Williams, exhibit number 265. Okay? Your Honor, can Mr. Kokumo approach Mr. Zachary?
Yes.
The state has already, but would you do me a courtesy, just show it to the state again? Mr. Kokumo is going to come to you, Mr. Zachary. He's going to approach you, okay?
Okay.
He's going to show you something. Don't say what it is. Just tell us if you recognize it, if you know what it is, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, and then we'll take that one. Can you show it to me? It's not there. It's on. It was given to you guys. Is what I should have said.
I saw it before, but what do you mean recognize? I saw the picture before.
This is a bad word. Listen, I apologize. And do that. Just tell me I'm using bad words, okay?
Not I'm using bad words.
Have you seen that social media item that's now marked? It's marked in an exhibit. Have you seen that before?
I saw the picture before.
Okay. And were you present at the time that picture was taken, if you know?
Oh, no.
Okay. Do you know who's in that picture?
Objection, Your Honor. One, I would ask the exhibit number again and
265.
thank you, and the relevance of who is in the picture. And I would ask that the witness, given his former statements, his previous testimony, not be allowed to talk about, not be allowed to display through his testimony what the exhibit is until it's admitted.
Just answer, you know who's in the picture.
Just answer, do you know who it is? Don't say who it is if you do know.
Yes.
Okay. And when have you seen that picture before?
A minute ago.
Well, a minute ago could be a long time ago or a short time ago.
A long time ago.
Okay. And is it accurate? Accurate may be a bad. Is it the same from your memory? Is that the same picture that you saw a long time ago?
The picture, yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 265.
Your Honor, just 1 second, please. So this, I think the court should look at the exhibit and the picture itself only. The state has no objection to.
I'm looking at the exhibit as it was shared in the Dropbox link, and it's not just the picture.
We'll redact the other items.
Okay. Is that the only objection?
Cropping out, not just Mr. Kokomo indicated, cropping out the comments. I mean, redacting every word, just leaving the picture.
I'm going to leave the date, Your Honor.
He didn't say that he said.
So foundational objection.
Foundational objection, thank you.
Wow,
Sustained.
Judge.
Did you notice the date on that social media picture when it was shown to you?
No, I ain't see the date. I
Okay, you're
saw
on.
14.
One more time.
I saw 2014.
Year 2014 is what you're
Yeah.
saying. Okay. Your Honor, can Mr. Kokomo approach again?
Yes.
He's going to come to you one more time, okay? He'll show you, he's going to point out he's not going to say anything, he's just going to point out the date, okay? And then my question will be,
He needs to show it to the
did you
state
see
too.
this social media posting around that date? That's what I'm going to ask.
Yeah.
Here it is. All right, please show them first, because they're gonna end up saying that he didn't show it to them.
You have to tell me.
One more time.
You will have to tell me the word.
He doesn't know the word. Your Honor, is that okay if Mr. Kokomo can just pronounce that word for him in his ear?
On the date.
And Your Honor, if when the court deems it appropriate, if we could just hear the question again, has he seen the post? I didn't.
You busy complaining, you don't even know what you said.
Do you remember, and if you don't, just say I don't recall. Do you remember seeing that photo on social media around the date that says on it?
Around that year, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for Mr. Williams exhibit number 265.
What was his answer? I couldn't hear it. We all need you to speak into the mic.
Around that year, yes.
Is there objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that objection?
Foundation.
Overruled.
Thank you. Relevance, given that he said around that year, he saw the photo, so the date is.
I mean, that's a very broad year. It's 12 months long. So I don't think there's enough foundation for the date to come in at this point.
That's fine, Your Honor. Okay. Let me ask you about this. I want to talk to you about the rental car. It's an Infiniti G35, okay?
Yes.
You know cars? Are you familiar with cars?
Yes.
You like cars?
Yes.
All right.
Objection. He's not
You
an
were
expert.
physically inside that rental car, right?
Yes.
And the only information you know about that rental car comes from Kenneth Copeland, true?
Yes, I told him I never saw nobody else in the car but him.
And Kenneth Copeland driving the car, right?
Yes.
Do you ever, it doesn't matter, I guess, there may be a relevance objection, but did you ever drive that rental car?
No.
All right. And who's the last person that you ever saw with that rental car?
I went to the studio that night and Copeland still had the car.
Okay. And the car we're talking about, just tell the jurors what car, if you remember.
The Infiniti.
What color was it? If you remember, if you don't remember, just say.
I don't remember what color it was.
Right. And did Kenneth Copeland tell you that Jeffrey rented the car for him?
That's what he didn't say. He just told me that he had got the car and it was in rental.
Did he tell you who he got the car from?
Yeah, he said Jeffrey.
At that time in 2015, did you know anybody else in your group besides Jeffrey who could rent a car?
No.
Now, you were asked by police about Jeffrey breaking ties. I mean, that's a wrong word. That's bad. Jeffrey not speaking anymore with Kenneth Copeland after a couple of months into 2015. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
All right. And by June of 2015, you're aware that, if you are, that Jeffrey doesn't speak with Kenneth Copeland. Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Okay. And the police said to you, and that's because Kenneth Copeland went to the police on January 11th, 2015, shortly after Donovan Thomas's killing. Do you remember that?
You said that was
Objection, Your Honor, that would call for speculation.
Sustained.
Don't speculate. The police discussed that with you. That was what they told you, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police that Jeffrey separated because all of the, I'm not going to use the word, but all of the things that Kenneth Copeland just brings with himself?
Yes.
Okay. And Jeffrey did the same with you, right?
I had
Objection, vague. Did the
Sustained.
Well, you already said that Jeffrey didn't have any, or you didn't have any contact with Jeffrey after about April
I
2000.
started getting in trouble.
Once you
around that
start,
time.
I can't hear you.
I started getting in trouble around that time.
And what happened, Jeffrey?
I ain't saying no more.
Do you have any information to share with this jury that Jeffrey was in favor of Kenneth Copeland shooting at people? Do you have any
objection,
information?
that would call for speculation.
No.
Do you have any information that Jeffrey was in favor of you shooting at any houses or people?
He never knew what nobody did. I told him.
Until it was over, you said?
Not even like the shootings. Like he probably didn't even know about them.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, may I have a second?
Yes.
Don't say what it is yet. Don't say if you know about it. But did you ever hear in March 2015, in 2016, 2017,
She ready to say something. Look at her.
19, 20, 21, 22, 23, all the way up to this year, 24. Do you ever hear Rich Homie Quan discuss his relationship with Jeffrey?
Yes.
There may be a hearsay.
Objection, Your Honor.
You knew it.
Is a relevance objection,
You knew it.
and there would be a hearsay objection.
I think it's relevant, but
And there would be a hearsay objection, but it's not relevant unless you can get into it. So we would ask.
Sustained as to hearsay.
by 2015, if you know, did Jeffrey do work with Rihanna? Do you know who Rihanna is?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
You told the jury that you would go over to Jeffrey's condominium about 10 times a week. You realize you said that?
But as I was saying, like, we might leave and go to the store.
I can't hear you.
Once you get there, you probably leave and go to the store, go get something to eat, something like that. So that's why I said in and out 10 times, bro.
From Jeffrey's schedule, do you know that you were at his house? How many times you were at his house in 2015 till you were arrested? Do you really know?
Not that, in 2015, not that much.
I can't hear you.
In 2015, not that much.
When were you talking when you said 10 times?
I was saying, like, when he's there, like, as in coming there, count that, leaving and going to get something to eat and coming back, count that, stuff like that. That's what I would count.
When Jeffrey's around?
Yeah.
Were you aware that he traveled a lot?
Yes.
2013, 14, and 15?
Yes.
Do you know when Jeffrey moved out of the Cleveland Avenue area? And if you don't, just say, I don't know the year.
I don't know that.
All right. Now, you were asked about your good friend, I believe you're close with. You said, what I call Mr. Sledge. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
Goes by Moontomb, right?
Yes.
All right. And that is true that you're very close with him, right?
Yes.
To this day,
No, I've been locked up. I told you that.
since you got out?
No, I ain't been around nobody.
Okay. He was given a title. Do you know what title that was? I'm going back to 2014 and 15 to work with the record label, YSL.
Yes.
Do you remember the title? And if you don't, just say,
Yeah.
What was it?
Security.
One more time.
Security.
Okay. And do you know whether there were other people, do you know, who were actually also doing the security and trying to teach Mr. Sledge?
Yeah, like bodyguards and stuff like that.
One more time.
Like bodyguards and stuff. That's what you mean? Yeah.
I can't hear you.
Like bodyguard.
Okay. Yeah, bodyguard, security. That's right.
Yeah.
And were you aware that there were other people training Mr. Sledge on how to look for bodyguards? Were you aware? And if you don't know, just say, I don't know.
Like telling him stuff like
Yeah.
what to do and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, because Mr. Sledge had no experience, right?
No.
To your knowledge, was Mr. Sledge given an opportunity to learn, though, a trade?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you ever offered a job?
It's not like I will offer a job. It's just if you dare help out.
One more time.
If you dare help out.
Okay. And you did that with merchandise, right?
Whatever. If I go get whatever I go get
food.
Get done. Yeah.
Okay. Now, I'm not going to go into unless you want to, but you mentioned several times illnesses.
Yes.
You didn't feel well. And on Friday, when you came here the first time to testify before this honorable jury, you were wearing a jail uniform. You remember that?
Yes.
And you had certain types of cotton or bandages on your body that were visible. Do you remember that?
Band-Aids, yes.
All right. And you came from the hospital. True.
Yes.
And you've been battling this health issue since you were born. Is that true?
Yes.
And your health issue is something documented, right?
Yes.
And it's serious.
Yes, very.
Okay. Now, you had prior, you were called to this courthouse on around January 10th and 11th of 2023, a year before this year. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you came from Augusta, Georgia area. Is that true?
Carolina. Oh.
Sustained.
They're going to get in trouble for this one.
Do you remember Lawyer Love?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance to this entire line of conversation about previous appearances by this witness.
Goes to bias.
I don't know what it's going to be.
I could tell you.
Your Honor, could we approach him?
Yes.
Let's
Dang
take
it.
our, morning break.
All right. So if you're not familiar, I don't want to say it's a rumor, but there's noise that Adrian Love during the jury selection time, there's rumor has it that Adrian Love called Quandarius Zachary all the way from Augusta, Georgia, which is about an hour and a half away, to come to their office as if he was going to testify. Okay, let's see.
Your Honor, man. Okay. Judge, I believe.
Just use the microphone, you dingbat.
Get out of your way.
Your Honor, I believe that the line of questioning that Mr. Steele is going to get into is one that he has attempted to raise previously with the court's predecessor. Mr. Steele announced on the record that he wanted to bring in Mr. Zachary's lawyer to prove that I had committed prosecutorial misconduct. Mr. Steele represented that that witness would tell the court that I told Mr. Zachary he was going to get arrested if he did not come on that particular day. I'm aware of, I can tell, I know for a fact when there's the questioning about that appearance that Mr. Zachary made earlier in this trial, I know who it was that said what. In other words, Mr. Steele represented a falsehood to the court. I had not told him he was going to get arrested. I didn't say anything of the sort. As a matter of fact, only his attorney spoke to him while I was on the phone. And so when Mr. Steele says to the court that it goes to bias, I would ask for a proffer from Mr. Steele about what he intends to ask this witness and the relevance of it.
No, don't give it to her. Don't give it to her.
Your Honor, it was January 10th, going into the 11th, 2023, and Ricky Richardson represented Mr. Zachary. Ricky Richardson called me and told me that the state had subpoenaed Mr. Zachary. He was in Augusta, and he was sick, and that lawyer Love, Miss Love, told him that he has to come, Mr. Zachary has, or more members of the DA's office have to come and meet with Miss Love at her office. Otherwise, the predecessor judge will lock him up.
Well, what happened there?
Which started on January 4th, 2023. When Mr. Zachary was testifying, he stated that you don't want my father to come to Miss Love. He stated he to me shut down on questions to Miss Love. So it looks like he somehow now he's answering questions on cross-examination. And I want to bring out the fact that he does not trust the state. He said he wouldn't take medicine from them. He didn't trust them. Miss Love asked him a question. He said, you don't want me to tell you, let the truth come out. And I believe that's what he's getting to. So he did come from Augusta. He missed his job. He missed his medical appointment, drove all the way here. And I was told that by Ricky Richardson that the father met him here and that the father through an anger was angry, and then the DA's office let him go. That's what I was told. I'm going to ask him his opinion. It goes to his bias. Why was he acting that way on direct examination? That's what I'm going to ask him.
Come on, Paige.
All right, I don't see you can ask him if he, likes the state or something, but we don't need to get into all of the back and forth behind it.
No.
Ask him why. When he answers yes or no, I ask him why. Why do you have that feeling?
Well, you can ask him that.
Okay, then that's suits you. Thank you, Your Honor.
As long as there's not that specific line of questioning that was presented early, and it's just how do you feel about the state and why, then I don't have any further objections.
All right. I mean, I don't know what his answer is going to be, but okay, we'll just see what.
Come on, dang it, Paige.
Just wanting to make the record clear, with respect to anything that Mr. Steele is representing, Mr. Richardson said, I would ask that he not be allowed to backdoor that. If he wants to call Mr. Richardson as a witness, that's fine. But to get into Mr. Zachary's feelings about something Mr. Richardson said to him about something that I said or someone from the state said.
Well, are you representing that nobody from the state said anything like that?
I'll tell you exactly what happened. We called Mr. Zachary. I called Mr. Richardson. I let him know that Mr. Zachary was under subpoena. And I asked him if he could reach out to Mr. Zachary because he had not appeared and we wanted to set up a date for when he would actually come in. Otherwise, we could put him on call or he would have to be here until it was time to testify if he's not going to appear. Mr. Richardson then called Mr. Zachary. I was on three-way because I never spoke to him. And I think that there was someone else. There was an investigator because we were on speakerphone. And Mr. Richardson said, you have to answer the subpoena. If you don't answer the subpoena, you're going to get arrested. That's Mr. Richardson. That's not the state. And Mr. Zachary said, I don't have a way down there. And I said, we could come and pick you up. Mr. Zachary said, I said, what's your address? Mr. Zachary said, I don't want to give it to you. Mm-hmm. Mr. Richardson said, you're going to either have to give them your address or you're going to have to answer the subpoena. That was the extent of the conversation that we had with Mr. Zachary, with Mr. Richardson at that time.
Come on, Paige, do the right thing.
Any questions?
No.
Okay, let's take bathroom break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't know. I disagree with that. I think he should be able to bring that up because you did hear, just in case they bring it back. Okay. You did hear right here when Adrian Love was speaking in this last little second, she contradicted herself. She said that she was on three-way. She never talked to Mr. Zachary, but then she asked him, she said, what's your address? And I'm not telling you. So it seems pretty clear that she was in conversation with him. To me, that's problematic. Paige is wrong for that. She just refuses to do anything that will upset the apple cart as it relates to the state. The state is wrong here. Wrong is 2 flat tires, but that's okay. Brian's still going to get it. I still believe the jury doubts. Because, I mean, look, he was cooking, boy. He said, man, you was in here in jail uniforms. You had the bandages on your arms. Tell us about your story. He was cooking. He was about to cook them down. But who knows? Maybe Mr. Zachary will bring it up. Maybe he'll talk about it. I don't know. Maybe he'll go into a longer monologue. I don't know. But this is just, oh my gosh. Paige, you just refuse to do the right thing. I'm sorry. You just refuse to do right. And that's your fault. And you're going to have to just deal with that because Paige is wrong on this regard. She's just wrong. And y'all, I am learning how to edit like a beast over here. I'm getting my edit on. I'm telling y'all. All right, y'all, thank you so much. It looks like 674 of y'all have already tapped in today. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. This is a lot of fun. I'm so glad that y'all tapping in with us and finding value in this. If you do like this kind of content, again, my name is Jason, dear woke Christian. I like to give social and political commentary from a Christian male perspective. Most of the time I have my glasses on. I don't know where my glasses are at the moment. But anyway, if you like this type of content, hit the like button. If you don't like it and I haven't won you over yet, just hit the like button 3 times. You know, that'll kind of sort of do the same thing. But anyway, I got you. Today we're looking at the YSL trial again. And it's been good. Brian Steele I think this was a welcome surprise for this morning at Brian Steele starting us off, interviewing and cross-examining Mr. Zachary. I think has been pretty good. I've had no problems with it. Again, Adrian Love is demonstrating her very poor self-control, which I think is going to be her undoing, in my opinion. I think that's going to be her undoing because she just doesn't have self-control. She just doesn't have control of herself, and she doesn't stay in frame. Whereas the rest of the defense is very well poised. They're able to maintain themselves, keep a posture of professionalism. Adrian Love is just not. She's just not there. This is the big league, and she is not prepared for it. I saw a comment right here. Yes, I did edit last night's video. That was mine. I'm glad y'all liked it. Don't worry. I'm literally working on one as we speak. I told y'all got me over multitasking. I'm not good at multitasking, but I'm getting better at it. So I'm literally editing a video and talking to you all and managing the live stream simultaneously. And so we're gonna just keep on praying because I think we got it. And if I can, this one's gonna be short. And if everything goes right, I'm gonna go ahead and play it real quick, and we can have live and in color. That's your first time. I think it worked. Okay, look, it's editing perfect. It's rendering perfectly. All right. Let me add it to the stream so we can get ready to look at it real quick and have a little bit of fun. But Adrian Love, look, I'm trying not to make it, just dunking on Adrian, but she makes it so easy because she does so many slimy and smarmy things. A lot of stuff she does is that's just gross. Like, why? Like, why? Why are you so gross? That makes no sense at all. All right, let's see. I think I got it. added it to the stream. Let's see if we can make it, pop it in here and close this out. So stop using up resources. New computer is on the deck. Let me let you know. We got new computer is in the process because I think it's time. It might be time. Yeah, but she just does stuff that's smarmy, man. You can see it. Everybody's probably doing the same thing I'm doing, yelling when she's gonna object. Because she's gonna object. It's because Brian Steele said something. And he cooking. And she gotta say something. She gotta stop the motivation. She's got to. Okay, let's see if I bring this in. All right, let me see. How's this look? What do y'all think about this one?
And Your Honor,
That's fine.
And Your Honor, I'd ask that as it's a document that won't be tendered or admitted, that Mr. Sharp not be allowed to sort of waive it in front of the jury. I know he didn't do it intentionally.
How dare you, sir!
I was just trying to read off.
I'm not going to direct y'all about what you can hold in your hands.
I'm not
Right. I was just trying to read last time, and I'll do my best to keep it on the lectern.
Mr. Steele.
And Your Honor, I'd ask that as it's a document that won't be tendered or admitted, that Mr. Sharp not be allowed to sort of waive it in front of the jury. I know he didn't do it intentionally.
What?
Mr. Steele.
And Your Honor, I'd ask that as it's a document that won't be tendered or admitted, that Mr. Sharp not be allowed to sort of waive it in front of the jury. I know he didn't do it
Shout out to Sarah. Sarah sent me that clip of Adrian Love waving a piece of paper in front of the jury. And I was like, wait, hold on. She said that wasn't supposed to happen. Lo and behold, here we go. So I think they're back already. Oh, no. Okay, sorry. Man, this is just so crazy, y'all. I really don't know what to do. But I do know what I want to say. I want to say thank you so much to Bunny Mom. To me, when you say if you don't comply, you will have to stay here until the end, that sounds like you will be in jail. That's because that's what that means. They're not going to let you sit in the Fulton County courthouse and just hang out in the back. They're not going to let you just hang out in the cafeteria and chill. No, you're going to be in jail. That is a threat. I love the fact that they're like, well, I didn't threaten you. No, ma'am, you did threaten him. You did threaten that man. You said he's going to be in jail. I did not say jail. Come on now. And that's that legalese sometimes that, shout out to all my lawyers that are tapping in and legal minds that are tapping in. Y'all know y'all be using some wordplay sometimes. But I mean, where else would he be? Where else would he be? And let's just tell the truth. I mean, house arrest is just home jail. That's all that is. That's all that is. It's just home jail. That's it. I mean, you're grounded. Okay. Let's just tell the truth. You're grounded. Oh, thank you, Sarah. I appreciate it. And hey, I did that right here, right? Live and in color, man. I was doing it in real time. I'm not the best with multitasking, especially when I'm driving the stream. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much. But yeah, that you're basically telling the person you're going to be in jail. I don't understand why the seal is here. Somebody said, where's the seal? I could watch the seal over listening to Adrian Love. I can tell you that for sure. But yeah, I'm like, but excuse me, when you say something to the effect of, if you don't come to my office, you'll go to jail. So now that I didn't know about the dad part of that transaction. So now when you rewind and go back to Mr. Zachary saying, you want my dad to come up here. Now that makes even more sense. That makes even more sense now. And he said, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I was like, why is he saying it like that? Now that makes sense. So the whole, do you want my dad to come up here transaction, that makes a difference. That's different now. That hits differently. But y'all, please, Lord, please let Adrian Love stop. Like, let Judge Whitaker just do the right thing. That's the right thing. The right thing is to put the kibosh on Adrian Love. Not because I don't like Adrian Love, not because I want Jeffrey Williams to go free, not because I'm supporting criminals, but we're not watching justice. That's the thing. If this were just and fair, if any of you all have tapped in, there's some other law cases that are going on right now, and they're fair, they're just, and you're like, there's no way. I can't side with the criminals. I can't side with the defendants. No, there it is right there. in 4K. We looked at the case down in Florida where the Tesla cam got all of this imagery of these people shooting and doing a drive-by. I got to side with Tesla. I got to side with the Tesla cam. It's right there. So the problem is this case is so pitiful and it's not run properly. I'm sorry. They're trying their best to shoestring this together. If they get a conviction, it will only be on a bubble gum and some paper clips. That's it, man. It's nothing solid, nothing at all. And that's the part. So I just want justice. That's all I want. I just want it to be fair. I just want to be able, us all in the chat to be like, yo, yeah, them cats guilty as today is Wednesday. And that's it. That's it. If the state was doing this fair, the judge was being right and such of that nature, and they're like, yeah, them dudes going down. Them dudes, yeah. Gang, Rico. Nobody would be saying, where's Rico? And that's what I do. Now, like, for example, let's use the case I talked about in Florida. I will give you the presumption of innocence. Sure. The evidence that has been shown is damning. That being the case, I'm like, yo, that's a lot of evidence. I want to hear how they try to walk their way out of this. Sure. But the evidence is pretty bad. But I'm going to give them an opportunity. I can't throw them in jail. I'm not on a jury. I'm not somebody that's an executioner. So I'm just like, hey, it looks pretty bad. But watch this. The case is fair. That's all I want. I just want a fair case. If the state came in fumbling and bumbling like Adrian Love and Fulton County is doing, then I would be saying Julio Fulio case is garbage. I think it's the group, the gang that's alleged to have been their instrument ATK, they're innocent. Free ATK, right? If they come in there like Fulton County, they're free ATK, but they're not. They're coming in very solid. They got a great case. I mean, that one to me is so much better prepared, and it's within months of the actual death of that person. So we're talking about, I think the gentleman was killed in June. So we're in September. They already got the people. They already found all the criminals, and they've been in jail for a month. So this thing is probably going to kick off probably by Thanksgiving. That's a whole different game. But I digress. Now, there's a young Dolph case as well. No, there's a young Dolph case that just started this week. The Julio Fulio case is the one I looked at with you all before, and it has not started off yet. But the young Dolph case as well. Like if the state came in there stumbling and bumbling but let me tell you, you haven't seen, they got so many camera angles on this thing, Joanne, on the Julio Fulio. I'll go back and pull it up. It's amazing. They got Tesla cams. They got closed circuit. They got ring cameras. They got, it's all over the place. I think they got ATM cameras. They got tollway camera. They got it all. They got them cats from when they left their house to when they got back to their crib. That's crazy. Now, the young Dolph, they got like 3 or 4 cameras. That's fine. Bruh, that one in Jacksonville or Tampa, I think it was, they got so many, it's ridiculous. But my point is, again, all I'm saying is this case right here, I believe that it is not going to, they're not proving innocence. I'm sorry, they're not proving guilty because it's not a good case. It's just not a good case. Who is more biased? Wow. Here, I'm going to make that a poll question. Key be coming up with some good poll questions. I'm going to give Key the power to make poll questions because I'm telling you, you be coming up with some good ones. Who is more biased? Let me put the question out there. Hold on one second. Thank you to everybody who's hit the like button. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That helps out a whole lot. It lets YouTube know that, Jason ain't over here just talking loud in his kitchen. Do y'all hear the Dangerous Crew? The girls, who's more biased? All right, here we go. Poll question is up. Thank you so very much for that idea, Key. And guess what? We're back. Let's go.
I did. What I was trying to say was that we were trying to send an audio file to Mr. Steele and counsel for the defendants, given this line of questioning, and it related to this line of questioning. We didn't ever expect to use this. I just want to apprise the court that it's coming. It's about a 3-minute clip. It's one I referenced earlier with Mr. Zachary's father and Mr. Zachary arguing with an investigator for the state and threatening to reach out to certain lawyers regarding our attempts to secure him to come in and testify. So we're sending that now to everyone. It's not something, again, we expected to use or would have used.
Talk into the mic, please, everybody.
There is a file coming everybody's way that I'm sending now, based on the line of questioning that Mr. Steele is getting into.
I apologize. I said I would like to hear the recording so we don't waste time, because we're going to hear it later. And I'd like to hear the recording, and if everyone wants to hear it, if it's having a hard time getting through the filters, we can just play it right now if it's a 3-minute recording.
Go ahead. Does this occur relative to the conversation that Mr. Richardson had with you on the phone with Mr. Zachary about needing to show up?
This conversation happened in the last 2 weeks, like when we were trying to get him to come here.
And so what would be the point of showing it or playing it?
For the same purpose that I understood Mr. Steele to be playing or asking this line of questioning that he was asking.
So it would, confirm that he really doesn't like the state or want to be here?
No, not so much that. I think that the line of questioning that I understood Mr. Steele to be making is insinuated that the state was intimidating is the word he uses, often intimidating the witness or harassing him or something like that.
That's not what he said, though.
I had asked.
Is that what you're trying to get at?
No, it was more his, excuse me, I didn't mean to say him. Mr. Zachary's perception, the way I understand what went on, and Mr. Maxwell Sharp brought it out too, is my observation. The witness for 3 days with a lot of, I don't remember, even before the question was posed. It's
clear he doesn't, he's been called by the state, but that he's, the state got permission to treat him as a hostile witness. They didn't ultimately treat him that way, but.
And my point is, why did you act like that? And if he says, just because that's the way I am and I'm flippant or I wasn't feeling well, that'll be it. If he says, because I've been told to come down here in January when there was no trial going on,
yes,
and I don't trust him, that's his answer. I'm not really.
I don't know how he, as a layperson, would know whether or not the subpoena issued a year ago was something that he needed to obey or not.
What?
I think
he's a career criminal.
I'd be real surprised if he thought, well, wait, this is jury selection, so this subpoena seems fishy, but who knows?
He's a career criminal.
It's just his state of mind. So I'm not really using it. I didn't think it was this big of a deal. I just want to get out. Why did you act that way? And he also said I wouldn't take anything from the state on medication because it may harm me or something. So I was just curious on why he was saying that. It goes through his testimony. That's what I was asking.
And I was going to permit that question. Okay. So, I mean, I don't really understand why we would get all the way down the road of this audio file, but It's come through, so if somebody wants to hit the play button.
Let's go. I want to hear it now. Because he probably cussing her out. He probably yelling her out, boy. You know it.
Is Mr. Zachary saying anything, or is this just his father? All right.
Hey, you got something looking for us for? You got a subpoena thing you looking for us? Who is this? I know you don't have a warrant because the subpoena expired, so you got a warrant or something you looking for us for? Who is this? You know what you're doing is illegal, right? Who is this? It's Mr. Zachary. I got Quindarius right here on the phone. Okay. I want to know what's your problem, sir. Listen to me, Mr. Zachary. Listen to me, Mr. Zachary. Now, listen. Your son asked a question. I'm calling Brian Steele. Call whoever you like, sir. I'm calling Sharp. Call whoever you like. Call whoever you like, sir. Call whoever you like. Call whoever you like, sir. We'll turn ourselves in. Where you want us to come to? I asked your son, where would he like to meet? He asked me if I was in Augusta. I told him he knew I was in Augusta. So, so what we meeting up for? You tell me where you like to meet at, sir. So then what's the issue? What we meet? What do we meeting up for? Sir, I'm not going to talk to you. I'll talk to your son. Oh, he's right there. He's listening. Okay. All right. So what would you like to meet, Mr. Zachary? You got warrant or subpoena? I have a warrant for your arrest. For what? Yeah, how you going to have a warrant for somebody in the hospital? Sir. How you going to have a warrant for somebody been in the hospital? Sir. Can I see, who is your supervisor? I am the supervisor. May I please know who your supervisor is, sir? Sir, is your son willing to meet? Are your son? Police. Are your son? You can't deny. Are your son? You know you can't deny me. Mr. Zachary. Mr. Zachary. You know you can't deny. Mr. Zachary. Okay. So I just take it. So I get. Sir. Okay. So Mr. Zachary. Please let your son know I have a warrant for his arrest. I have a warrant for his arrest. Well, call. You don't have shit. You lying. That is an absolute falsehood. That's an absolute falsehood. Absolute falsehood. I'm not going to send you anything. I'm not going to send you anything, sir. I'm not going to send you anything. I promise you one thing. We got attorneys and your ass going in jail for this. What you doing? And you know this is illegal. You know this is illegal. Good. You see this man in the hospital, you need to come to the hospital. And you're going to come to the hospital. I guarantee you. I get a private investigator and a lawyer on you today. Real good. I guarantee you. Real good. Who is your supervisor? Good. Can I please have your supervisor number? Sir. Can I please have your supervisor number? Sir. Yeah. I'm not going to continue to have you talking to me. Bro. I don't know who you think you're with. I'm breaking all kind of law. Listen. You're a probation officer. Your son. You breaking the law. Your son, you breaking the law. Your son, is your son unwilling to meet? You breaking the law. Is your son unwilling to meet with me? Is your son unwilling to meet with me? Do you know? We'll turn ourselves in. We coming to the county jail. We coming in court. We'll be in court Monday, or we'll come to the Fulton County jail. Go to the Fulton County jail. Do you want to go to? You ain't got to even go that far. Do you want to go to the Richmond County Jail? Do you want to go to the Richmond County Sheriff's Office? No, we're going to the Fulton County Jail. Are we coming to court? Do you want to go to the Richmond County Sheriff's Office? No. You unwilling to do that. Okay. Hey, real good. Hey, listen. Real good. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What you doing? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'll object to playing it.
What was that?
That puts absolutely no one in a good light. Don't know why anybody would want to play that.
Amen.
Can we get the witness back in now?
Wow. She told Adrian Love, she needs to tell Adrian Love, like, that was not the That was not the flex you think it was. All right, let's go. Let's keep it going. Let's go. What a clown, love. You are a clown. Yeah, Love wanted to admit that. She wanted to play that in lieu of allowing Brian Steele to just ask questions. Oh, you know she's going to be fit to be tied. She over there. She is angry, big mad. Poor Miss Hilton. I hate to say it. She looks so uncomfortable. Poor Hilton. She looks uncomfortable. Like, what in the world did I let them get me into?
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Thank you. When you testified last Friday, then Monday and Tuesday, when you were being questioned by Lawyer Love, that's what I'm focused on, okay? Miss Love, asking you questions?
Yes.
Some people may have observed that you said a lot I don't recall. Remember that?
Yes.
All right. Is there a reason that you were saying that when being asked questions by the prosecutor?
Because a lot of it I don't remember. Like, probably at the time, I probably didn't remember. A lot of it I don't remember still.
Okay. You were also asked by Lawyer Love whether she can get you any medication. You said you were not feeling well.
Yes.
And you said you refused that. You wouldn't take anything from the state. I think you said something like that. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Why would you say that?
I mean, how I felt at the moment, shit, like they were gonna kill me.
Okay. I want to go into a couple of areas. There's been a talk about Jeffrey's windshield of his vehicle being shot out with a bullet late 2014. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I remember hearing something about it.
Say it one more time.
I remember hearing something about it.
Okay. Did that, to your knowledge, did Jeffrey, to your personal knowledge, was he worried about that windshield?
Not that I mean.
I can't hear
Not that I know, no.
And did you tell that to the police?
I don't remember if I did.
Do you remember you personally seeing, or even doing, that when people were around Jeffrey or in his home, they would steal from him? Is that true?
Objection, relevance, and speculation.
Sustained.
How about this? You would steal from him at times.
No.
Kenneth Copeland would steal from him at times.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Garlington would steal from him?
Your Honor, objection again for the same reason, relevance.
Do you remember?
Speculation.
Sustained.
Do you remember telling the police that many people, including the people I just named, would steal from Jeffrey Williams?
I ain't never stolen that from nobody. So.
Let's leave you out of it. Let's leave you out of it. Do you remember telling the police that other people would steal from him?
I don't remember, but I probably did say it.
Now, you were discussed with the prosecutor something like a tweet. I believe it was characterized by Miss Love, something to the effect of, we shoot at you and you call the police, you shoot at us and we don't. Something like that. I'm not quoting, but do you remember that question?
I remember the question.
Did you ever see a tweet like that involving Jeffrey?
No.
Did they ever show you a tweet like that involving Jeffrey?
No.
With regards to your tweet, and it is state's exhibit number, if we could put it up, Your Honor, it's already in evidence. And it is state's exhibit number, give me 1 second, 471Y, if you don't mind. There's going to be something displayed in a second. Yeah, it's the one that says it's not 471. It's the one that says yeah, but no, this Hilton said it's not. Cash money, mother.
Yes. What's the situation?
I have a display, an exhibit that was introduced,
Right.
and I have that it says just beginning cash money,
Without,
young money.
Your Honor, the number he listed was 471.
472, right? 472Y. That's
Maybe.
what you said.
I said 471.
Okay, I don't know. I thought I heard you say 472, but I don't know if that's
I don't know.
it
Your
or
Honor.
not. Anyway, there is a 471 also. That's an Instagram post. Both of those are in. Could you not find it?
We can't. That's what we're
Okay,
looking
well,
for.
Oh, that might be 47. Yeah, I
He's,
tendered one and it was admitted.
oh,
Your Honor, I apologize. It is 471Y. I was given the other part of it, so I apologize. If we could display 471Y.
Okay.
Thank you so much, and thank you. If you can look at this, I believe you were already asked about this. And I'm going to, you recognize this? It's already been in evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you remember being asked questions about this?
Yes.
And it says they can F with us if they want. We're going to bring them homicide at 30 deep _D. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And you told the jury, I believe, that this was part of a song. Is that true?
Lil Wayne.
Say it again.
Lil Wayne song.
And do you remember the song Mob by Lil Wayne?
I think it was on Carter 2 or Carter 1 on.
Okay. we're going to show you and let you listen to something quietly and tell us if this is the song you're referring to, okay?
Okay.
And Your Honor, this is going to be Mr. Williams, number 264. Can Mr. Kokomo approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can Mr. Kokomo approach you?
Yes.
What's the song? What are y'all about this song? What song is it?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Is
So
that a
y'all
Lil
can't
Wayne
listen to it.
song?
See?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams 264, and then specifically, once it's oriented, if it's admitted, play for the jury the track that the time that I'm going to announce.
And the state objects to the playing of this song to show that it has this line in it. We're not disputing that, so we object to that as relevant, on relevance grounds.
You're just playing that one
Yeah.
line. All right, it's submitted.
And Mr. Kokomo, before you play, just announce the time on the
This is so
song, if you don't
ridiculous.
mind, that will be played for the jury. And Mr. Zachary, just for clarity, this is a Lil Wayne song that you know to be on the Carter 2 or 1, you said?
Yes.
And the song is called The Mob?
Yes.
Okay. Mob, Miss Winfrey is MOBB. What? You know what number? 14 seconds? 14 seconds to 20 seconds. Your Honor, it's 14 seconds to 20 seconds.
Thank you.
If you can listen and just tell us if this mirrors the State's Exhibit 471Y, what you wrote, okay?
Young money, motherfucker, other side. They can fuck with us if they won't. I bring them homicide. Word to my.
That's it. That's it.
Okay. Now, you were also asked about terms of slat. Do you remember that?
I remember being asked about it.
And slime.
Yes.
Okay. Is to your knowledge, and blat, I think they asked you about blat. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I remember asking about it.
Are those terms in songs?
A lot of songs.
Okay. Including Jeffrey's songs?
Yeah.
And is it on social media as well? If you know, you personally observe.
I heard people saying on social media.
Okay. And you've heard people say it in the streets as you walk by?
Oh, I don't heard everybody. A lot of people say it.
Okay. It's part of the vernacular, that's a bad word. The vocabulary?
Yeah.
All right. Anything by the use that you could tell the jury in your own observation of life of the word slat or blat or slime that means that someone's going to commit a violent crime?
Objection, Your Honor. Objection, unless it relates to this witness.
Shut up.
It would be speculation, and it would invade the province of the jury with respect to.
But she did that.
Crime, and it would call for speculation outside of his own.
Sustained as to speculation, I think overruled as to that.
How could she give compound objections?
I'm sustaining her objection.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, let me ask you this. When you were with Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither and district attorney's office representatives and your lawyer, March 3rd, 2017?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember after discussing all sorts of questions about Jeffrey Williams,
Yes.
and the police kept bringing up Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
And then do you remember Detective Dennis saying to you, but even if Jeffrey's not involved directly, it's guilt by association? Do you remember that?
I don't exactly remember that, but
okay,
it sounded like something Dennis to say.
All right. To your knowledge, to you, your personal, did Jeffrey ever promote any type of violence on behalf of a gang in any way?
I didn't hear the last part of the question. May I ask him to repeat
In
the
any
last
way?
part?
It's the last part, but I could
The
repeat the
middle
whole
part.
question.
Yeah.
Can you just repeat the question?
Sure. From your personal life, from your knowledge, did Jeffrey Williams ever ask for any violence to occur as described in this entire questioning by the police, by the prosecutors and police here at trial?
No.
Vague, Your Honor. Objection, vagueness.
Couldn't be more specific, I thought.
Overruled.
No, I think I told him that every time they asked.
And you kind of went out. You said, I think I told them that. You're talking about who?
Yes, the police.
All right. And you're telling the jury?
Yes.
All right. You mentioned that Nard brought a Draco weapon to Jeffrey's apartment on or around January 9th, 2015. Do you remember that testimony or that statement to the police?
Yes.
Anything, was Jeffrey there? Was the gun displayed in any violent manner?
No.
And you've been at Jeffrey's home without Jeffrey being there, right?
Yes.
Mr. Zachary, you were close with in 2015, and may still be, Mr. Garlington, true?
Yes.
And Mr. Garlington, to your knowledge, was extremely close to Mr. Copeland. Is that true?
Yes.
And you, I know you said you weren't as close, but you were good with Mr. Copeland, right?
Yes.
And the three of you would bond together, would be around each other a lot, true?
Yes.
And you mentioned over a lot of times that before you went into custody, you spoke with Mr. Garlington about what he thought or wanted you to say. Do you remember that?
It ain't what he wanted to say, is what he was telling me what Woody wanted him to say.
Okay. So, and you call that a play. You remember using that word?
Because he told me that Woody can't put him in some bull jump. That's what he told me.
Right.
Woody had put him in some bull jump.
I couldn't hear you that time. I apologize.
Woody put him in some bull jump.
Woody put him in some bull jump.
Yes.
All right. So it went from, to your knowledge, through Mr. Garlington. Mr. Garlington told you this is what Mr. Copeland is doing, and then Mr. Garlington told you that.
Yes.
All right. And that's what you were talking about when you said play to the prosecutor. Nothing to do with Jeffrey Williams. True?
No.
All right. Your Honor, can I just have a moment?
You may.
Did Kenneth Copeland ever tell you, that's you and Kenneth Copeland, did he ever directly tell you where he was at the time that Donovan Thomas was shot?
No.
Any other questions? Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Matthews, what's your decision?
Is that the end? Really?
Redirect.
Oh, goodness. Here we go. So do they get to remain hostile witnesses, I wonder? Wow, Brian. I did not expect that. Okay, Brian. He said 2 hours. You're right at 2 hours. That's cool. Good job, man. Man, shout out to all 700 of y'all that are watching. Appreciate y'all. Thank you so much for tapping in with us today. Make sure you hit that like button. Jump into the best live chat on the planet. Let's go.
Good morning, Mr. Zachary.
Good morning.
Mr. Zachary, just now, first of all, let me ask you, you testified earlier that you were cool with Thug, as you put it.
Yes.
And do you still consider yourself cool with Thug?
See, as life goes on, people change, you change. I haven't seen him in like 10 years.
Do you love him?
What do you mean by that?
Just that.
I don't love nobody.
Okay. Do you consider him a friend?
I told you, cool, yeah, all right. Well, I ain't seen him in over 10 years, probably.
And you were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Sharp whether you saw Shannon in the courtroom, and you said you couldn't see anyone in the courtroom, essentially, right?
Can I explain?
Of course.
Well, if y'all would have did y'all research with my health issues, it come with vision problems.
Okay. And that's what you said when Mr. Sharp asked you to, right?
Yes. I don't know if I said that, but I think I told him I can't see or something.
But you do know that Shannon is on trial in this case that you testified on.
What you mean?
You do know that this case that you're here telling the jury about has to do with Shannon, who is on trial for this case, right?
I know of what y'all gave me, like of that was I know like from just really learning from the last few days or so.
The question is, do you know that Shannon is on trial right now in this case that you're testifying?
Yes, I know now. Yes.
And you know that Yak is on trial right now.
I know now. Yes.
And you know that Thug is on trial right now, right?
Yes.
Excuse me, Miss Love, could you use the microphone, please?
I think, well, she's got the lapel mic, but I think you might need to pin it up closer to your mouth, and we'll see if that works.
Okay,
Or
thank you.
turn it on.
Thank
Yes,
you.
that would also help.
Okay. All right. And you do know that Thug is on trial. You did say yes, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, you also know that Mooktoon already pled in this case, don't you?
I don't know that.
Okay. When you were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Steele just a moment ago about the play that you planned with Garlington, do you remember your answer?
I didn't plan nothing. He told me what Woody was trying to get him to run.
What Woody was trying to get him to run?
To say.
Okay. And do you know when it was that Mr. Garlington was expressing Woody was trying to get him to say that? Was he trying to get him to say that to the police?
Yes, he said he was trying to get him to say it to the police.
And was Garlington in jail or was he on the street when he told you what Woody was trying to get him to say?
See, I don't remember because we talked about something like that on the street and in jail. We was in a holding tank going before we went to court. We got locked up together.
Okay. And you talked on cross-examination with Mr. Sharp about knowing something that Garlington had said about the April 28th shooting, and you talked with me on direct about some of the things you believed had been said about the April 28th shooting. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. And you said that Garlington had made Moontunk a shooter. Did I hear you right?
I don't think I said he made him a shooter.
Okay. What was it about what Garlington said about Moontunk that caused you to say something about other people?
Just off him putting him on the scene.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that Garlington simply said Moontunk was driving?
I don't know.
Did you believe that Garlington had said Moontunk was doing something else?
I don't know what he said he was doing. I just know you put him on the scene.
How did you know that he put him on the scene?
Because he told us.
Who told you?
Garlington.
And when you were telling the jury about having heard something in your preliminary hearing, what is it that you heard that affected what you told the police?
The detective was talking about all the shootings and stuff.
Which detectives were talking about all the shootings?
I don't remember whatever detective was on that case.
But was it your preliminary hearing that you were listening to the detective talk about, or someone else's?
It was mine.
Okay. And was it yours for the April 28th shooting?
No.
What was it yours for?
The gun and gang charge.
Was that the May?
May, yes.
Okay. Now, do you remember all of the shootings that they talked about at that preliminary hearing?
I don't remember all. I just remember like my lawyer telling me stuff like when they go to the side, he'll say something. They'll say something, he'll tell me stuff like that.
And you mentioned your lawyer. Who was your lawyer at the time? It was Ricky Richardson still?
Yes.
And Ricky Richardson was your lawyer in both of the cases that the defense admitted, Defense Exhibit 49 and Defense Exhibit 50, right?
Yes.
All right. And how long has Mr. Richardson been your lawyer?
All my life.
All right. Now, since when was
We've been knowing him all our life.
You've been knowing him all your life?
Yes.
Okay. When did he start representing you in cases in court?
When I first started catching cases, I had caught so many cases back to back. I don't remember.
Were they when you were 15 or younger or older?
18 and up, something like that.
18 and up?
Yeah.
All right. Is this before or after you got to know defendant Jeffrey Williams?
After.
Okay. And were these cases involving guns every time or something different each time?
Before them two cases?
No, when Mr. Richardson first started representing you.
Guns.
Okay. Now, during that time, were you openly carrying guns? You said on direct that you always had a gun. Were you openly carrying guns?
What you mean by that?
When you caught these gun cases that Mr. Richardson represented you on, did you try to hide them when you carried them with you, or did you ever openly carry them?
When I got caught with them?
When you walked around with them, wherever it was you walked around.
I don't remember. I just know I always had,
I
don't remember. I just know I always got caught with guns.
Okay. You said on direct examination and on cross-examination with Mr. Shart, I believe, that when you gave the 2017 proffer that you didn't have a lawyer. Did I hear you right?
I didn't, but I knew Ricky when they called me up there. I never had no lawyer before that. When they called me up there, Ricky was up there. I was thinking he was my lawyer now, but come to find out when I got back, he wasn't.
Now, when you say you had never had a lawyer before that.
No, I'm saying I think from like 16, he had quit because I had called a federal case and went to the Fed. So he had quit because he didn't know how long I'm gonna build that and stuff.
Okay, so Mr. Richardson represented you on all your other cases except your federal case?
Yes.
All right. So Mr. Richardson, after you gave that proffer, he's the person who represented you in this case that I'm holding, which is Defense Exhibit 50, Defense Stillwell Exhibit 50, right?
No.
He wasn't?
No.
Who represented
you? I think for a minute he was.
Okay. Yeah. And who was it that represented you on this case?
I don't remember. I didn't know Ricky had when I played out, it wasn't Ricky no more.
All right. When you said he represented you for a little while, what part did he represent you on?
See, when I first got locked up, we had paid him, but he was like, it's too much going on with the case. Everybody want to blame at me or something like that, he was saying.
Okay.
And my dad just
got someone else?
Yeah.
Did you talk with Mr. Richardson about the case?
Huh?
Did you talk with Mr. Richardson about the case?
I don't remember if I talked to Ricky about the case.
And did the case involve someone getting shot or shot at?
Yes.
All right. Now I'm going to put on the screen for Defense Stillwell Exhibit 49, the first paragraph, or the first count in that indictment that has been admitted. And what you pled guilty to and what you admitted your guilt in Defense Stillwell 49 was that on April 28, 2015, you unlawfully, while associated with a criminal street gang, participated in criminal gang activity through the commission of one of the following offenses: aggravated battery, aggravated assault, criminal damage to property in the first degree, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. Is that, well?
Yeah.
I'm going to show it to you while we're getting our display set up.
To read it to me.
I need to read it to you.
I make fun of it.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Do it.
Why would you give it to him if you know he can't read?
What's the question?
The question was, isn't it true that you admitted that you committed the acts on April 28, 2015 of aggravated battery, aggravated assault, criminal damage to property in the first degree, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, while
almost 10 years ago,
associated with a criminal street gang, and that you participated in criminal street gang activity through the commission of those acts?
Yes.
What gang is it?
And you said on cross-examination with Mr. Shart that you refused to accept a plea with the state. Is that right, or did I hear that wrong?
No, you heard that right.
Okay. Now, did that mean that you entered into what is called a non-negotiated plea, like you didn't have any agreement when you went up and made this admission?
What I meant by that was that when they was trying to get me to testify on Mr. Sledge, because he was still on the street. I ain't accept that. That's what I meant.
Okay, so this admission that you made wasn't in exchange for anything that the state gave you. You just went and put yourself at the mercy of the judge.
Yes.
All right. And when you made that admission at the mercy of the judge, you admitted that the gang you were committing these acts for was YSL, didn't you?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to ask you the same question about defense Stillwell exhibit number 50. As we put that paragraph that you admitted to or that you pled guilty to on the screen. Now, in this case, defense Stillwell exhibit 50, do you remember, if you can look at it and tell me who represented you in this particular case?
You have to tell me.
Who represented you?
Ricky at first, and then I said locked up so long that I don't remember. I just know at the end I ain't had Ricky.
Okay. All right. So did Ricky talk to you about this particular case?
I think he talked to the family or something like that.
Okay.
He probably talked on the phone about it. I don't know.
All right. All right. And did he talk to you about what you were charged with?
I couldn't hear you.
Just, as an officer, it invades the province, I think.
Your Honor, and I think that by, on cross-examination, by saying certain things regarding what he knew and what was explained to him and what he understood, that the door was opened for the state to inquire generally whether or not he spoke with his attorney about what he was charged with. It goes to what he said his understanding of the indictment was.
You can go ahead.
Well, I didn't do that. I don't know. I don't know
Your Honor,
that was done.
I object to the commentary.
He's allowed to make objections.
So did you speak with your attorney about what you were charged with, what the state was alleging?
Yes.
All right. And so you knew then that you were admitting by pleading guilty that by shooting at the person in this indictment with Kelvin Treadwell, you were committing an act on behalf of YSL.
No, it never, in indictment, you read the whole indictment, description, whatever, it never said nothing about YSL. He got YSL because of me. He was being around me.
Okay. So on the screen behind you, if you would, do you not, or does it not say, on the 5th day of September 2018, unlawfully while associated with a criminal street gang, YSL, you participated in criminal gang activity through the commission of one or more of the following offenses: aggravated assault, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
That's what you said?
Ms. Levy said he can't read, so.
Mr. Zachary, do you remember when Mr. Steele showed you a book? Let me see what book it is.
This woman gonna try to prove he can read. She gonna look like he gonna make her look like a fool if she does that. She gonna try to prove that he can read. Please make her look like a fool. Like, where is this going?
Defendant Williams, number 19. He showed you this book and he turned to a page in this book and he put it in front of you and he asked you to look at it and to tell him what days you were on tour with Defendant Williams. Do you remember that?
I remember that, but see, I told him Chicago when he did like this. I said Chicago. I said, from what I know, it was Chicago when he did like this.
Okay. Before he did like this, were you looking at this book?
Counting days.
Okay. And when you were counting the days, were you also looking at the dates?
I was looking at the numbers.
This is so,
The
come
numbers
on.
associated with the dates?
Let me see.
You really think you winning like this? Come on.
Yes.
She mad too. What is that clanging? I mean, are we trying to say that he can't recognize like a words though? Is that what we're trying to say?
And looking at the numbers, you notice that these dates only go from March 1st, 2015 to April 2nd, 2015.
I ain't look at all of them.
Okay. Could you look at them and tell me if they do?
How am I know?
You said you were looking at the numbers.
Stick with it. Stick with the whole thing.
So what were the numbers telling you?
They say 315.
Okay.
This is crazy.
Do you recall testifying earlier in this trial that you had read something in the newspaper?
I knew she would come back to that.
You don't remember that? Okay. When Mr. Steele asked you whether or not, or why it is that you said you did not want any medication when I asked you, you said to Mr. Steele because you felt like the state was going to kill you?
Yes.
Oh, this might be bad.
Prior to coming to testify, you said you were not going to testify. Is that wrong or right?
I don't remember me ever saying that. If I did, I probably did.
Did you ever tell anyone that if you testified, you would get killed because they are gang members?
No.
You did not?
No.
Okay.
And she don't have proof that she probably made that up. Look at the court reporter. Look at her. She's looking at him.
You testified with Mr. Steele and Mr. Sharp that you were going through Xanax and other drug withdrawals when you gave the August. All right. Would you please remind me of the other drugs that you said you were withdrawing from?
Oxycodone.
Does the withdrawal, is that the first time that you have ever suffered withdrawals from Roxy, oxycodone, and Xanax? I would like to know if he knows how withdrawal normally affects him personally.
Just in jail.
Okay.
And now.
Was that the first time in August of 2015 that you went through withdrawal?
No.
Okay. Do you even know how many times you had gone through those withdrawals?
May 2015.
Okay.
What is this question about?
And when you went through those withdrawals, would you tell the jury how it affected your ability to communicate?
A lot.
How?
Like stomach, head.
Okay.
I almost feel stomach. I've been telling you, I'm dumb with the pain right now.
Okay.
And the head hurt like. See, I keep grabbing my head.
Okay.
Throwing up, but I ain't threw up because I probably ain't ate in like 3 weeks.
Okay. Well, were you offered the ability to eat?
Yes.
Okay.
I just ain't got no.
And
I ain't
when
been
you
taking my medicine.
And has anyone from the state tried to get you your medicine over the last 3 or 4 days?
You have, yes.
And did you believe that anybody from the state was going to kill you when we were trying to get you your medicine?
What you mean? Like at first when you asked me, did I want some medicine? Yes, first time.
Okay, so what changed between then and the time that the state tried to get you your medicine?
Because I ended up going back to the hospital.
Okay. And was it the state that took you?
Yes.
Did we take you more than once?
Yes.
Did you believe that anyone from the state was going to kill you then?
No.
Okay.
I said at the time when you first.
Now, had anyone from the state threatened to kill you before then?
No.
Had I ever threatened you in any way?
Yes.
Not, I don't, what you mean like threat, like tell me you
Say yes.
kill me?
That's what you said. So had I ever threatened you like that?
Nah.
Okay.
Is this a come up for her? What in the world?
So Xanax and the other drug withdrawal that you had did not have any effect on your ability to hear questions being asked of you, did they?
What you mean?
When I just asked you the effect of the withdrawal on you, you said that it caused you to have stomach pains and headaches.
What questions? There was no question. You haven't asked me no question. I mean, I don't understand, man.
Okay. Xanax, oxycodone, and OxyContin. What were the three?
Xanax and oxycodone.
Xanax and oxycodone withdrawal has no effect on your ability to understand when questions are being asked of you. Do
Yes.
They do? Did they have an effect on your ability to understand questions that you were asked during your August 5th, 2015 interview with Detective Gaither and Dennis and later Thorpe and 2 federal agents?
What you mean, like questions? Like,
you remember being interviewed?
Yes, I'm saying like what you mean, like did I understand the questions?
Yes, you remember being asked questions, don't you?
Yes, I remember.
And did the withdrawal symptoms that you had, did the withdrawal that you were going through, did it somehow make you not able to understand the questions that you were being asked?
Not that I
They
remember.
could.
Okay. So you did understand the questions that you were asked?
Yes.
All right. And in fact, you volunteered information as well during those interviews, didn't you?
Yes.
And that interview in August of 2015, that interview lasted over 3 hours, didn't it?
Yeah, I don't think it was in the whole time, but yes.
Thank you. And you talked with detectives Gaither and Dennis for well over an hour.
Yes.
And during that time that you talked with detectives Gaither, Dennis, Thorpe, and the 2 federal agents, they sometimes asked you about matters that they had talked with you in the interview earlier, didn't they? In other words, if they talked with you when they first walked in the room about the shooting on April 28th, they might ask you about it an hour or so later.
I think so.
And they didn't always get their facts right when they asked you about it the second time, did they?
No, I don't think so.
And there were times, more than one time, that you actually had to correct them because they had it wrong about what you had said. Isn't that right?
Probably.
For instance, at one point, Detective Dennis asked you,
I agree.
talked to you later on in the interview about Nard telling you something at Thug's condo, and you said, no, Nard didn't talk about it that night. It wasn't until later on. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And at one point, Detective Dennis started to ask you, when was and didn't finish the question, but you finished it for him and said, "You talking about the video, aren't you?" Do you remember that?
Yes.
And Detective Dennis asked you what video, and you said to Detective Dennis, the video about Trivia. Remember?
Yes.
All right.
Trivia boxing? That boxing video is crazy.
You were asked by Mr. Steele about the January 6th occasion where Mr. Copeland or Woody was jumped on at Club Crucial. Do you remember?
It was January 6th.
Do you remember talking to Mr. Steele about a January 6th incident?
I don't know if it was January 6th. I remember he said something about Woody getting jumped on the days before, something like that.
Okay. All right. So you remember talking to him about Woody getting jumped on days before
Yes.
Mr. Thomas got murdered?
Yes.
That was the date that you and Thug were in the club, right?
I remember us being in the club, but I don't know what day.
How many times in the week before Mr. Thomas got murdered do you know of Woody getting jumped at Club Crucial?
Why would that not be objection?
Was it more than one?
He probably got jumped one time. He probably got fined or something. I don't know. More.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, and that's fine. If that's all you remember. So you only remember him getting jumped once.
But he stayed in some, so.
I only mean the stuff you know about. I get it.
I said stuff you said in the club. He stayed in something in the club. So
the week before Donovan Thomas got murdered,
he stayed in something in the club.
Do you personally know of more than one time when he got jumped?
Not jumped.
Just, yes, jumped.
Oh, jumped? No.
Okay. And when he got jumped, Bloody J was there too, right?
Yes.
And in fact, Bloody J got jumped on outside of the club, right?
I think so. I don't remember.
In fact, Shannon swung on Bloody J, didn't he?
No, I don't think it was Shannon. I think it was Moontown.
You think it was Moontown? Yak swung on Bloody J too?
No.
You said Moontown.
But it was that day that you were at Club Crucial with Thug when everybody ran outside to get their guns to protect Thug because Thug was the money. Isn't that right? Previously, it's what the witness said. So, is that right?
They weren't running out there to get the guns for him. They just, because Woody was getting jumped on, so they just the reaction.
Say that again now. They weren't.
If anybody ran out there, it wasn't getting no gun to protect him. It was because of whatever Woody had going on.
But didn't you tell the police in the August 5th, 2015 interview that that was when everybody jumped out, ran out to do, and then you were asked, what do you know? What do you mean? And you said they went to get the guns because Thug was the money. They were going to protect Thug.
I mean, it wasn't just because of the money, just like I told you. If you want me to tell the truth, I'm telling you, it ain't. Because him, didn't nobody walk back to the door and get him. Didn't nobody walk back to the door and then back in the club to get him.
Okay.
He walked on his own.
Okay. And I understand that, but that is what you told the police, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you told them Thug was the money, you meant Thug was the one that sort of gave money to you all, right?
He ain't give me no money like that. He better ask for some gas money or something. He ain't just giving you no money.
Okay. So what did you mean when you said They went out to get the guns to protect Thug because Thug was the money.
I meant as in he ain't have security with him that night.
Did you mention anything about not having security with him that night?
No, but I know in my head.
Well, then why'd you say they got guns to protect Thug because Thug was the money?
Objection asked and answered.
I asked why.
Didn't he just say?
Because why would you let him get into something?
Right.
You know he ain't doing that.
One more
He's
time.
not this-
Because why would you let him get into something if you know he ain't on that?
And what was it that he would have been getting into? What do you mean?
Like after fighting, like back then, like 9 times out of 10, probably was a shooting came behind it, and bullets could hit anybody.
Okay. And so it was important to make sure that Thug didn't get hit with one, right?
It wasn't important to make sure he didn't get hit. It's like make sure you get to your call. Okay, like it's too much going on out here.
Okay. And when you were talking with Shannon's lawyer on cross, you were asked by Shannon's lawyer if you would have done anything to get out of jail during that August 5th, 2015 interview. Do you remember being asked that?
Yes.
And you told Shannon's lawyer that you went in there trying to give the police information on anybody. No, better yet, you said to tell lies on people to get yourself out of jail. You told Shannon's lawyer that, right?
I think it. I don't remember.
And you said you would have told a lie on anybody the police wanted you to talk about just to get yourself out of jail. Remember that?
Yes.
All right. And you told Shannon's lawyer that you knew the police wanted to know about Shannon, so you told a lie on Shannon. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said on direct, and I believe on cross, that you also knew the police wanted to know about Thug, right?
Yes.
All right. But you didn't say that Thug knew anything about Donovan Thomas's murder, did you?
No, I didn't.
So you didn't want to get out of jail bad enough to lie and say Thug shot Donovan Thomas, right?
Yes.
Yes, what?
I ain't. What? I don't understand that. Can you say it again?
You never told the police that Thug shot Donovan Thomas, right?
Yes. I never told them that.
Right. But you believed that they wanted to know something bad about Thug, right?
Yes.
Right. Knowing that they wanted to know something bad about Thug, you still didn't say, hey, you didn't lie on Thug and say Thug shot Donovan Thomas, correct?
I ain't. Yeah.
All right. You told Shannon's lawyer you were facing how many years?
89 or something like that. I think that's what you told me.
189 years in prison. Now, you didn't get 189 years, right?
No.
And in fact, the state offered you much less than 189 years, right?
Yes.
But you turned that down, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And you turned that down because you weren't going to testify against Motu, right?
Yes.
All right. So for you, is it fair to say you'd rather spend 189 years in prison than to testify against any one of your friends?
As I had got older, yes.
Okay. Now, on direct, and I believe on cross, you mentioned that you went in there trying to protect Motu, on the August 5th, 2015 interview. Did I hear that right or did I get that wrong?
Yeah, right.
Okay, I got it right. All right. And on cross-examination with Thug's lawyer, you said that Woody was the one that had the problem with Kale. Did I get that right or did I get that wrong?
You got that right.
All right. Now, if you were trying to clear Moncton in the August 5th, 2015 interview with detectives Gaither and Dennis, would you please explain to the jury why you told Gaither and Dennis that Woody and Moncton shooting at Kale is what started the gang war?
Why did I tell them that?
Yes, sir.
Because I felt like it.
Okay. And if you were trying to protect Moncton, when you, as you told Shannon's lawyer, why did you tell the police that Moncton was always on go?
Because I felt like it.
Now, you were asked by Thug's lawyer about seeing Thug perform with Rich Homie Quan. Were those performances were before Nut got killed though, right?
No, when we went to Florida, I think I told him that he had a showdown now.
Okay. And was that when you went to Florida going into New Year's 2015?
No.
It was after?
I think that was one time, but I'm saying like the next time we went after Summers got killed, he performed with.
And when you say you think it was after he got killed that they performed?
I know it was after he got killed.
Uh-huh.
That he performed with him again.
All right. And when you say he performed with him, sometimes I know when people are performing, different acts come up. Describe what you mean when you say he performed with him. Did they sing the song on stage together?
They had songs together.
They sang them at the same time on stage?
Objection asked and answered.
They had to.
Thank you. Come on.
It was a song, verse, hit verse, like that.
I'm just asking if you saw them appear on stage together. You personally saw it.
Yes, I was there.
Okay. So you were there and you saw it.
Objection asked and answered.
That's what he said.
Did you personally see them perform on stage together?
Wow.
Did I see them perform on stage together?
That's the question. At
When?
the same time, in the instant you described for the jury just a second ago.
I was at the show. Just told you that.
You were at the show. Did you see them personally perform on stage together?
I was back there when they performing. I don't remember.
Okay.
I was backstage.
What is the purpose of this
So is
question?
it fair to say you did not see them personally perform on stage together?
I can't say. I just know that when they went on stage, whatever they did, I was backstage and they went on there together.
Okay. Now, you also said you were present when in March, Thug called Rich Homie Quan on stage a derogatory name that rhymed with Rich Homie Quan.
I wasn't even, like, in March, I think that was that the tour, so I ain't even stay that many days, and I think I had saw that on Instagram. That was a lie.
Why did you tell the police that you were there? Because The police asked you how you know, and I'm going to use this horrible name and word because that's what you said. Didn't you tell the police that in March 2015, Thug called this gentleman, Rich Homie Quan, he used the name Bitch Homie Quan, on stage in public to talk about Rich Homie Quan?
I never heard him say that. It's not that's something I just heard. I never heard him say it. Why did I tell him that? I don't know.
I'm just asking you, did I get it right? You did say that, right, to police?
Yes.
And in fact, you told the police that you were there personally and you saw it, right?
I couldn't have been there.
But did you tell them that?
Probably.
Okay. Now, did they ask you to tell them that?
I don't know.
All right. Did they show you, or did you see surveillance footage from the night of Donovan Thomas's murder before the August 15th, 2015, interview that you had with police?
I saw it on news.
Okay. Where else?
I don't remember. I know news.
Just the news?
Yeah.
Okay. So you have no recollection of anybody showing you anything other than what you saw in the news. Fair? I'll let you think about it if you need to.
I don't know.
Okay. Now tell the jury what you saw on the news.
I don't remember. I just saw a car ride past you.
Okay, thank you. A car riding past you. Do you know that area, 330 McDaniel Street? And by no, I mean, have you seen it in the daytime?
No, I mean, yeah, I don't roll past before, but I don't know, like, the neighborhood.
Would you call that neighborhood if gang territory?
That's really like, I don't know. It's really like Mechanicsville, really.
Did you know the barbershop and the Texaco to be places that if gang hung out?
I don't know. Like, no.
No? Did you tell the police that?
It probably just something I made up. I don't went to that barbershop before I got a haircut.
I'm sorry?
I used to go to that barbershop to get a haircut.
Okay. So you would have had a way to know if gang people hung out at that barbershop then, right?
Yes.
All right. And you would have had a way to know whether they
no. I don't know. No.
Okay.
I don't know what's my name yet. Or what they is.
Did you know you knew that Nut was if gang, didn't you?
Did I know that he was ill gang?
Yeah.
I mean, I knew he was some.
Now, do you remember, or did you have in your head, or did you know about all the details that Woody told Lil D before you went into the August 5th interview?
Did I know all the details?
Mm-hmm.
I can't say I remember.
Now, do you remember which details in the August 5th, 2015 interview were shared or given to police as a result of anything you learned from Lil D?
I can't say I remember.
Do you remember whether you talked to Lil D about Summer getting shot at or shot towards at the Crystals?
Do I remember talking to Lil about it?
Yes.
I mean, I talked to him about everything, so probably, yeah.
Okay. And would that have been him telling you or you telling him?
They probably, because he was cool with, I was cool with, it probably went either way.
Okay. Was there anything that Lil D told you to tell the police?
No.
Okay. And do you remember whether any of the three people that you were asked about on cross with respect to Defendant Stillwell Exhibit 49, Demekion Garlington, or you called him Little D as well? D Montunk, or you, did either one of you have dreadlocks on April 28, 2015?
No.
Okay. Have you worn your hair in dreadlocks anywhere in 2015?
Not, what you mean, like how long? Like I probably had Afro.
Like Jay-Z kind of dreadlocks?
Nah.
Okay. And Montunk, anytime in 2015, was he wearing dreadlocks that look kind of like Jay-Z's dreadlocks look now?
Nah. Montunk with it. I wasn't on dread.
Say that again?
No dread.
He never wore dreads?
I ain't never saw him with no dread.
Did you ever see D with any dreads, Demekion?
No.
All right. On cross-examination, you told Shannon's lawyer that you, Montunk, and D were the only people who participated in that drive-by on Adele.
That's the name on the street.
Down Martin Luther King.
Yeah.
Okay. You told them that, right?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you have no idea what witnesses the police talked to about that shooting?
Yeah, I know.
Who do you know that they talked to?
I don't know, but it was like 30-something names, 15 names, something like that, on our witness list.
Oh, okay. You got a witness list.
Yeah.
Is it fair to say you don't know what those witnesses told the police?
No.
You don't know.
No.
That's correct.
No.
Okay. Do you know what any of those witnesses told the police?
I know that they told them they wouldn't cooperate.
What now?
I thought I got locked up. I was locked up with some other people. They were telling us that people weren't going to trial on us and stuff like that.
Okay, what I'm asking you is, do you know what any of the witnesses told police the night that the shooting happened?
No.
Okay. You told Shannon's lawyer that there was only one car, but you told the police in August 2015 that there were two, correct?
What I supposed to told them the truth?
I'm sorry.
What I supposed to told them? I told them a lie.
Which one did you tell the lie to?
When it was two cars, when I told on the police.
Now, would you please explain to the jury what benefit you got from telling the police that there were two cars instead of one?
See, at first, I was just panicking, wanting to get out of jail. But I told you, as I got older and started learning in jail, I ain't want no jail.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Explain that. I'm sorry.
When I was younger, that's when I told the police that. But as I got older and I was in jail and I was learning, I ain't want no. When I was realizing, like, damn, I ain't want no deal.
You didn't want a deal.
Yeah, I ain't want no benefits off of it.
Okay. Now, does that fall for the 2019 case or the 2018 case?
2018, I ain't say nothing to no police.
Okay. You learned that it was better not to talk to the police.
Yes.
All right. Because you'd have to testify against your friends if you got a deal?
No, it ain't just that. You put yourself in more trouble.
Okay. All right. Now, I understand that as you got older, you learned better about talking to the police. But in that August 5th, 2015 interview, Would you tell the jury how telling the police there were 2 cars benefited you?
I thought it would have benefited me. I was just telling them lies.
How? How would it have benefited you? That's all I'm asking.
Shit. Just I was making up stuff, putting people there. So it can take some of the blame off me.
Okay. You were asked by Shannon's lawyer about the number of shell casings on scene. Is it fair to say you have no idea how many shell casings were found on scene?
I think I told him that.
Okay. And is it fair to say you have no idea, no personal knowledge, what types of shell casings were found on scene?
Yes, I know. I know, Miss Love. I got caught.
You know exactly what shell casings?
Sustained.
Go ahead.
I got caught with the gun.
Okay. My question to you is, do you know exactly the caliber and number of shell casings found on scene at that site?
Not all of them. Okay. I know what I got caught with.
Okay. And what about the apartments? I think Perry Homes. Is it fair to say you have no idea how many shell casings were found on scene?
I don't know how many.
Is it fair to say you don't even know all the different types of shell casings that were found on scene?
No, I just know what I got caught with.
Okay, so you don't know the types, you just know the gun you got caught with.
Yes.
All right. And any conclusion you drew about your gun matching shell casings on any scene came from what you heard in your preliminary hearing. Is that right?
It came from me knowing what I did.
Mm-hmm.
And about April 28th.
Mm-hmm.
And then about what they discussed with my lawyer in preliminary hearing, yeah.
Okay. So is that a yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Did you say that you only went to 2 of Thug's shows during the rodeo tour, or did you say you went to more than 2?
I just know it was more than 2. It was more than 2.
Okay. Now, Thug wasn't the headliner on that, right?
No.
All right. Was he, what was his role in that tour?
I don't know what his role was. Rapper, whatever he do.
Do you know when he performed? Like, was he like an opening act or a closing act?
Know.
Did you watch either of the shows?
I told you, most of the time I was helping out with stuff that needed to be done.
Okay.
Ms. Love, just scheduling wise, how much long do you think you're going to be?
Your Honor, maybe half an hour. And if the court thinks, I mean, it may go longer, so it may be a good time.
All right. Would this be a good time to break for lunch?
Yes.
Okay.
I told you she's gonna just let her do it. Like,
right.
For what?
I'll be back at. Let's shoot for 1:15.
All right, we'll come back at 1:15. Yo, the fact that she let her just do that is preposterous. But she said 1:15, right?
Anything before we break?
No, let's stay.
Okay. See y'all back at 1:15.
Thank you.
That was ridiculous. All right, so let's jump in. We're going to jump over to Black Law Students Twitter Live. What is it called? No, Twitter Spaces. It's called Twitter Spaces in a moment. And I want to make sure I get the link. What did y'all think about that, man? That questioning was wild. Now I can see, I want to give a little bit of credit. I can see that she's trying to answer a whole bunch of things that have been talked about throughout the day. So I can kind of get that part, or through yesterday rather. I can get that, but that didn't help much. That was not much more than that. All right. How do we get up to his Twitter Spaces? Black law student, how do I get over here? Oh, it says 12:30. I'm sorry. The reminder, it starts at 12:30. So sorry about that. So, because we didn't know what time lunch was going to be. So got it. All right. Let's drop this out of the way. I can kind of see what she's doing as it relates to addressing a lot of different topics, from the rodeo tour to hair to your attorney. I can kind of understand that, but it is a muddled mess. And if the intention, why is Brown wearing? I have no idea. If the intention is to win over the jury, I think she can just give it up, turn it loose, and in the words of In Vogue, she can give it up. Yeah, and they're gonna get another cross. They're gonna get another cross at the end so they can fix this. And the last voice you'll hear is Brian Steele, Max Shard, or whoever's doing the cross. So he wasn't a material witness based on his actual testimony. Well, what does that mean? What kind of witness was he then? It is very confusing to the jury. I think it is. I don't think. I'm not trying to even say that, we're not smart. I think we're definitely intelligent people here, and we're confused. We don't understand what's going on. And we know a lot more than probably Mr. Zachary does. All right, let me make sure I got this Twitter Space thing available so I can hop in and get over here and talk about whatever we're going to talk about with Brother Honest Youth. Black law student. All right. Let's see. So apparently, like, this is like a cool thing to do Twitter Spaces. I'm going to learn about it eventually. Let's see. Let me bring it up. So this is it, which is basically like, I think people, Clubhouse, is that what it is? I think it's like Clubhouse, where you're just kind of talking and such like that. So it's like a voice chat. Discord, we have it on Discord as well. So that'll be at 12:30. I'll keep this up right easily. I'm just looking at some of the faces are kind of wild, but it is what it is. What do we got here? I think the topic is going to be today's, let's see. Join me to sit down with influencers to chat about their journeys, insights, and breaking down this morning's case. So he's going to be talking about the YSL case. Get ready for candid conversations, laughs, and valuable takeaways. Stay tuned for our first episode, which is Wednesday, 9/25, which is today, and at 12:30. It's only 20 minutes long. Okay, so that's the plan at least. So appreciate it. Let's see what we got here. What does Simply Renee say? He didn't add any value to her case besides showing that she lacks compassion. Yikes. I mean, facts and evidence right there. Simply Renee said, the jury is not a group of idiots. They know what they are witnessing. Yikes. And I agree 100%. Absolutely. I don't get it. I'm going to take Renee and I'm going to take Mo and I'm going to mash them together. I don't get what she thinks. I would love to know what she thinks is going on. Like, what does Adrian Love think is happening? Does she just think she's cooking like, oh man, I'm just crushing it up here. I'm just is that what she thinks? Because we got something else to tell you, boo, if that's what you think. But yeah, this is wildness. With a long, confusing, which is good. Like, Kimmy G, you got to add this right here. With a long, confusing trial like this, the jury should be allowed to ask questions. Some districts don't allow it, but some, it's up to the judge. Okay. I just think that they're fighting an uphill battle because it's so long. They're fighting, and you add to it the complexity. Not only is it uphill battle, but it's snowing because it's confusing. And not only is it uphill battle and it's snowing, but it's in the dark because nobody's able to tell a good story. And I mean, you've got this uphill battle, it's snowing, it's dark, and then you add these unreliable witnesses. There's so many layers of complexity to this story, to this case. I'm like, I don't know how they think they're going to bring it home safely. Lots of good conversation about what Renee said, as well as Monica. And I agree. I don't think that needs to slide under the radar at all. That, you know what, this case is really not making sense. And I'm just real quick making sure I got this reminder set. Okay. For Black law student. Okay, cool. Because I've never been on time to his Twitter spaces. I'm always just kind of pop in whenever I show up. But like I'm like being summoned. I got a subpoena or something. Oh my gosh, that whole subpoena thing. Goodness gracious. Can you imagine her wanting to play that audio of the dad and the whoever getting into a shouting match as if that's going to do something good for her? Like, what is wrong with you? That's how you know right now. Something is not right with Adrian Love. I'm sorry. Something is wrong with Adrian Love. If she thought that was going to make her case and make her, I got to find that. Somebody's already clipped it out. Like it, just the thought that you thought that was going to make you look good or that was the right type of thing to play. Let me find it. Maybe Thugger has it. That was just such a weird exchange. Like, you got to be kidding me. There's no way that you think this is a good idea. All right. Nobody's clipped it yet. I'm sure somebody's going to tag me in a second. So go ahead and tag me if you've clipped it. I don't see it. All right. But yeah, that was bananas, man. All right, let's see. All right. I'm sorry. I got caught up. Does it have to be? I don't know. That's a great question. I think the verdict needs to be some shade of unanimous, but I'm not 100% certain. I'm not 100% certain. Yeah, that record. I'm trying to find the recording. I might just back up. Let me just back up the state's case. I can find it real quick. Yeah, it made him look horrible. Let me pull it in real quick. I can do this. All right. All right, let's see if I did this right. Okay. I think this is around, let me see if I got it. All right, let's see.
To certain lawyers regarding our attempts to secure him to come in and testify. So we're sending that now to.
Oh, wow. I found it around, it was almost on the money.
Talk into the mic, please, everybody.
There is a file coming everybody's way that I'm sending now, based on the line of questioning that Mr. Steele is getting into.
Okay, so I'm just gonna. I just want to go through this real quick and just see, like, she really thought she was cooking.
I said I would like to hear the recording so we don't waste time because we're going to hear it later. And I'd like to hear the recording, and if everyone wants to hear it, if it's having a hard time getting through the filters, we can just play it right now if it's a 3-minute recording.
Go ahead.
All right, let's listen to this real quick because Love just All right, so this is a recording of, if I understand it correctly, about 2 weeks ago, a detective, a investigator talking to Quindarius Zachary and Quindarius Zachary's father. And she's trying to prove, rather than talk about the fact that she threatened to throw him in jail back in 2021 or 2022, she wanted to play this. And so if you missed it, let's go.
Does this occur relative to the conversation that Mr. Richardson had with you on the phone with Mr. Zachary about needing to show up?
This conversation happened in the last 2 weeks, like when we were trying to get him to come here.
And so what would be the point of showing it? Or playing it?
For the same purpose that I understood Mr. Steele to be playing or asking this line of questioning that he was asking.
So it would, confirm that he really doesn't like the state or want to be here?
No, not so much that. I think that the line of questioning that I understood Mr. Steele to be making is insinuated that the state was intimidating is the word that he uses often, intimidating the witness or harassing him or something like that. And I had asked.
Is that what you're trying to get at?
No, it was more his, excuse me, I didn't mean to say him. Mr. Zachary's perception, the way I understand what went on, and Mr. Maxwell Sharp brought it out too, is my observation. The witness for 3 days with a lot of, I don't remember, even before the question was posed. It's
clear he doesn't, he's been called by the state, but that he's, the state got permission to treat him as a hostile witness. They didn't ultimately treat him that way, but.
And my point is, why did you act like that? And if he says, just because that's the way I am and I'm flippant or I wasn't feeling well, that'll be it. If he says, because I've been told to come down here in January when there was no trial going on and I don't trust him, that's his answer. I'm not really.
I don't know how he, as a layperson, would know whether or not the subpoena issued a year ago was something that he needed to obey or not. I mean, I think I would be real surprised if he thought, well, wait, this is jury selection, so this subpoena seems fishy, but who knows?
That's it, just his state of mind. So I'm not really using it. I didn't think it was this big of a deal. I just want to get out. Why did you act that way? And he also said, I wouldn't take anything from the state on medication because it may harm me or something. So I was just curious on why he was saying that. It goes through his testimony. That's what I was asking.
And I was going to permit that question. Okay. So, I mean, I don't really understand why we would get all the way down the road of this audio file, but it's come through. So if somebody wants to hit the play button. Is this Mr. Zachary saying anything, or is this just his father? All right.
Hey, you got something looking for us for? You got a subpoena thing you looking for us? Who is this? I know you don't have a warrant because the subpoena expired, so you got a warrant or something you looking for us for? Who is this? You know what you're doing is illegal, right? Who is this? It's Mr. Zachary. I got Quindarius right here on the phone. Okay. I want to know what's your problem, sir. Listen to me, Mr. Zachary. Listen to me, Mr. Zachary. Now, listen. Your son asked the question. He had a Brian Steele. Call whoever you like, sir. Call whoever you like. Call whoever you like, sir. Call whoever you like. Call whoever you like, sir. We'll turn ourselves in. Where you want us to come to? I asked your son where would he like to meet. He asked me if I was in Augusta. I told him he knew I was in Augusta. So okay, so what we meeting up for? You tell me where you like to meet at, sir. Okay, what's the issue? What we meet? What do we mean up for? Sir, I'm not gonna talk to you. I'll talk to your son. He's right there. He's listening. Okay. All right. So where would you like to meet, Mr. Zachary? You got warrant or subpoena? I have a warrant for your arrest. For what? Yeah, how you gonna have a warrant for somebody in the hospital? Sir. How you gonna have a warrant for somebody been in the hospital? Sir. Who can I see? Who is your supervisor? I am the supervisor. May I please know who your supervisor is, sir? Sir, is your son willing to meet? Are your son? Police. You know your son? You can't deny. Are your son? You know you can't deny me. Mr. Zachary. Mr. Zachary. You know you can't deny Mr. Zachary. To speak to your superior. Okay. So I just take it. So I get. Violate the law, sir. You're gonna violate the law. Okay. So Mr. Zachary. You know you please let your son know. I have a warrant for his arrest. I have a warrant for his arrest. Call out to the one officer that I called to the sheriff. What call? You don't have shit. You lying. That is an absolute falsehood. That's an absolute falsehood. Absolute falsehood. I'm not gonna send you anything. I'm not gonna send you anything, sir. I'm not gonna send you anything. I promise you one thing. We got attorneys and your ass in jail for this. What you doing? And you know it's illegal. Good. You know it's illegal. Good. You see this man in the hospital, you come to the hospital, and you gonna come to the hospital. I guarantee you. I get a private investigator and a lawyer on you today. Real good. I guarantee you. Real good. Who is your supervisor? Good. Can I please have your supervisor number? Sir. Please have your supervisor number. Sir. Yeah. I'm not going to continue to have you talking to me. Bro. I don't know who you think you're playing with. I'm breaking all kind of law. Listen. You're a probation officer. Your son. You breaking the law. Your son. Your son. You breaking the law. Your son. You breaking the law. Is your son unwilling to meet? You breaking the law. Is your son unwilling to meet with you? Is your son unwilling to meet with you? Do you know we'll turn ourselves in? We coming to the county jail. We coming in court. We'll be in court Monday or we'll come to the Fulton County jail. Go to the Fulton County jail. Do you want to go to? You ain't got to even go that far. Do you want to go to the Richmond County jail? Do you want to go to the Richmond County Sheriff's Office? No, we're going to the Fulton County jail. Are we coming to court? Do you want to go to the Richmond County Sheriff's Office? No. You unwilling to do that? Okay. Hey, real good. Hey, listen. Real good. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You're going to get what you're doing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'll object to playing that.
I wouldn't object to it. Let the jury hear that.
No one in a good light. Don't know why anybody would want to play that. But
Right. Look at Love.
Get the witness back in now and the jury.
Look at Love. She looks dejected. Like, what was I thinking? What was I thinking? Y'all, she texted somebody like, y'all, this was a bad idea. We shouldn't have did that. Y'all, that woman is sad state of affairs. Sad state of affairs. All right. So Black law student just texted me and said that they're going live at, all right, let me see. All right. So why is it still playing in my ear? All right. Black law student said that we're going live. He's going live right at 12:20. So we'll just jump over there and make sure we have this ready. Hopefully I did this right. If not, if you're new to the channel, we're going to jump over to the Black Law Student Twitter space. And we're going to chop it up with him about this case. So Twitter Spaces is a kind of like a party line, I guess, where you come in and just kind of voice chat about topics and whatnot. And he's hosting it. So he's going to be doing this during the lunch breaks of the YSL trial. So he initially thought lunch was going to be at 12:30. Of course, they went to lunch a little bit earlier. So that's what the plan is. I'm waiting for him to actually kick it off and start. But all right, Yeah, I think personally, I think Adrian Love messed up by bringing his dad into the equation because his dad is a pistol. Let's just tell the truth. His dad is a pistol, and she introduced him. So it is very possible that they could roll this up and be like, "Hey, we're gonna bring the dad in." Okay, I think I did this right. Hold on. All right, let's see. Hopefully, I'm doing this right. Oh, I'm a speaker in this joint.
I'm gonna try my best to be consistent doing this. I got my friend who is an awesome content creator,
I don't know about that.
who has a YouTube channel. And when I was thinking about who should I bring to my lunch to have lunch with me, there's no other name than I can think of first than Dear Will Christian.
Well, thank you,
What's
man.
up, man?
What's up, man? Black law student. Thank you so much for having me.
Is he
Now,
on mute?
am I on mute? I hope not.
Chris,
Oh, wait, hold on.
Jason, you better heard everything I
Okay.
said.
I did hear everything you said. You said some very nice flowery things.
We can't hear you.
You can hear me now, correct?
Your microphone has to be connected to Twitter.
Okay, hold on one second. Darn it.
But listen, while he's getting that together, that was a good soundbite. He didn't even hear it.
All right.
So that's crazy.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
But
wait,
welcome to Lunchtime Spaces. I'm thrilled. Interesting morning in the YSL case. The antics of love right before lunch is very usual.
As usual.
I don't know what she's trying to do here, but I don't think it's working. But I tell you this, the jury is so confused, if you ask me. I don't know how they understand anything that's going on. I'm getting confused about what's going on.
I'm confused.
And it's just become crazy. Jason, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Let me see if he's having some technical difficulties.
I'm right here. Can y'all hear me? I can hear me.
But yeah. I'm with an interesting phenomenon this morning.
All right, we should
just
try.
check
We
on
should try
Jason
this
on
out
the back
before.
end.
I'm already joined. I'm in this joint.
What I will say is I do not want Love to ever play no video like that with a bunch of screaming going on. That was horrible.
So unprofessional.
Yeah. And I think Judge Whitaker's right. It could have messed up both people by having that video played. Jason, I know I can see you on YouTube,
and
but
I
I
can hear
can't
you.
hear you
I
on
can hear you.
Spaces. So
I can hear you
that's an
perfectly.
interesting
Okay, give me a second.
dynamic there. But while you're getting that together, I have some folks come up.
Yeah, for sure.
SCIG. SCIG?
I have come to the conclusion today that Love is really dumb. Because what on earth, out of anything in that recording, would make you feel that anything out of it helped you? Just any point of it. And then for them to now have all these recordings of stuff, but y'all don't have any recordings of any ex parte, anything else, but you have a recording of stuff that you feel like is going to help you, is crazy.
Life is tricky. Jason, are you there? Can you hear us?
I'm here. I can hear you.
I can't hear you on Spaces if you can hear me.
Okay, let me just log this out. I can hear you. I'm listening to you.
I think you have to give Twitter your microphone.
Okay, let me just, okay. Y'all, I apologize. We were trying to do that. Let me attempt it again. And this is one of the reasons why you always do microphone checks and sound checks before events. But I can hear him perfectly. And I think you all could hear him too. Let me jump back in here, try again. Okay, I'm right here. Can you hear me? Yes, I am here. I can hear you. I am not muted. I am not muted. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? It can't be me because y'all can hear me. It's got to be him because y'all can hear me. All right. It's got to be something on his end. Let me bring this back in again. Let's see one more time, everybody. I'll just listen.
Let me see if I can help him out here.
I'm joining as a speaker again. I'm here.
Last seen in the car. Like, that doesn't surprise me.
All right.
Did that surprise anybody? Like, that's what we kind of expected.
No, I think it's gonna come out that he did this.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Well, remember, although QZ said that he saw him last in the Infinity, it's
Yeah, for sure. Jason, are you there?
I'm here. Okay, I'm here. So it's got to be a Corey issue. Just let me.
Jason, if you can hear me, try getting on your phone, and then you're gonna have to just stream it from your YouTube channel different. So it really doesn't work too good on the computer. Yeah, we can't hear you. I know you're texting me saying that you're here. We just can't hear you speak if you're speaking.
Okay, so apparently he can't hear me. So let me resolve this issue. I'm going to go this way.
Lunch Spaces is not working the way I want it to, but it's okay.
That's fine. I'm gonna join my Twitter. Hopefully I won't.
What else?
Blow out y'all's ears.
I personally believe Woody and Threat did it, and what confuses me about this case is Thug is not tied to any of it. Why is he not severed? I don't understand it. Help me understand.
I'm asking you to help me understand. It's I don't know what Thug has to do with this. You think about the legal definition of conspiracy. I don't see group crimes. I just see these individual stuff. Thug had nothing to do with it. Thug had nothing to do with that. Thug didn't even know I was committing these crimes. Thug is there for the sole purpose of bringing publicity to their witch hunt. Steve's.
Yeah, kind of what he was just saying, just to piggyback off of it. I think pretty much what they're getting at is just because I think as a cultural thing, people know that people grow up in certain neighborhoods. So of course you're going to be friends with these people. But then there comes a play in jealousy as well. So Thug is the only one, just like Quindarius just said, he's the only one that made it out of that section. You know what I'm saying? He's the millionaire. He's the rich one. So, of course, people are going to want to flock to him. Of course, people are going to be around him. They're going to want that fame. They're going to want that attention that he got. But they still have their own thing going on in the background. Now, while Thug is handling business, they still in the streets. Now, from what I understand with a Rico, everybody got money. You know what I'm saying? These folks can't even afford a lawyer. So it's just like, where is the whole Thug is the money? Because if Thug was the money, then all these dudes would be put up. No one would be hurting. The families wouldn't be hurting. So it's just a big reach for me.
Maybe I should do like a TikTok challenge. Like, where is the money?
Yeah, where's the money? Because it's just like, Thug is really the only one with the money. They the only ones, the people who are on trial right now are the signed people, the ones who actually have job, you know what I'm saying, actual employment within the record label, and everybody else is from childhood. Nobody has been hanging out with him up until the, past 2015, 2016. So it's just like, that's when he blew up beyond just hanging out in the hood.
For sure. All right. Dear Will Christian, I see your other channel. Are you here?
I think I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Praise God. God is good and all the time.
I guess he's good. Absolutely. So apparently this Spaces doesn't work well in a browser, I guess. I guess I was in my studio trying to stream it with my audience because we're on lunch break, but apparently you can't do that. So I guess I've learned this now. So I learned. So appreciate you having me, man. Thank you so much. This is cool.
Listen, happy 3rd anniversary on YouTube. That's coming up this weekend, right? Saturday?
Yeah, it's absolutely Saturday. 3 years ago. Can't understand. I don't understand how I did it, but here we are.
Man, so from me to you, I appreciate you. I'm going to support you. Whatever you need, you know where to find me. I ain't hard to find.
Well, the problem is I went outside looking on my doorstep because I thought you door dashed me some lunch because we were supposed to be doing this munching lunch thing, whatever, chatting and chewing or whatever. And I go outside and there's no DoorDash out there. There's a squirrel sitting out there. So I'm a little bit disappointed.
I'm sorry.
Okay, but you can go ahead and order that now. I appreciate it.
For sure. We're under budget here. That's why we're on. We're on
is that what we're
Spaces.
going to use? Is
Yes.
that what you're going to use?
Yes.
I've seen your budget. Let me tell you something.
I have invested my money on YouTube Premium, and I've wasted my time. I cannot afford lunch.
Man, but you don't get commercials, man. Come on now. That's a good thing.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah.
That's a good thing. Okay. So I want to talk about this as well, because I heard some really good comments about Adrian Love and the video that she played. I mean, the audio that she played.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to co-sign whoever said that this shows that she's an idiot. I don't like using that term, but my goodness, in the morning, there is no other good viable reason for you to think that was worth. I mean, that was like World Star. Like you might as well just play World Star up in here. Like, what in the world was that? And did she think that was actually going to prove her point and make her look good? I'm completely floored.
Yes, it is crazy. But listen, guys, if you are a speaker, I'm gonna ask you just to hold on mute. We're just having a chit and chat conversation, and we'll get to Q&A in a couple minutes. We're just
for
gonna
sure.
chat. No, you're fine. Jason, it's anyone else that has speaker privileges, just hold off for a little bit. So, Jason, tell us about your channel. Tell us about everything. Dear Woke Christian, tell us about it.
Oh, appreciate you. So yeah, my name is Jason. I live here in Atlanta, Georgia. I've been here for about 30 years. I host Dear Woke Christian, which is a social and political commentary channel focusing on giving a perspective from a Christian male perspective. I've enjoyed talking about tons of different topics, but recently I've started really zeroing in on some of the things that are happening here in state, AKA Fonnie Willis, the disqualification hearing, and of course now the Young Thug hearing. I've kind of found my place in talking about these law cases, not because I have a legal background at all, because as everybody knows, I'm a pre-K law student. I know nothing. Well, however, I enjoy talking about this as a former classroom teacher and kind of giving a perspective on, how to tell better stories, how to convey ideas, how to map out your story from beginning to end. So you know that when you get to the end, you'll get to a successful outcome. So those are the things I like to talk about and give them from a Christian male perspective. And that's Dear Woke Christian.
Man, and I can say it's an awesome channel. If, something gravitated me into watching YouTube, and I'm very picky about who I watch on YouTube, and you are definitely
I appreciate it.
In my top 5 of places to go watch, especially being a Black male Christian perspective. It's something that I don't find too often on the internet, and it's just we share a lot of the same values and visions, and that's something.
Absolutely.
When I thought about who to bring up here to have lunch with me without lunch, but you came first in mind. You're one of, the first people I went on YouTube for, and I've been on your channel. We talked about cases, and I'll tell you this, and I really appreciate this from the bottom of my heart. You're one of my biggest supporters. With me, you talk off platforms, late nights, and you have been a listening ear to me, and that, for God, I am grateful for that.
Oh man, I appreciate it, man. It's a lot of fun. Absolutely. Watching your channel grow and watching what you're doing on podcasting is amazing, because many people start in one place and then they make their way to podcasting or make their way to off YouTube. Whereas you started off YouTube, and you're slowly making your migration onto YouTube platform. But you've done fantastic, man. I would never have thought I'm only on Twitter because of you. Let me say it like that. Let's just put it in perspective, okay? I never would have. I didn't used to go to Twitter at all, but now because of you, I'm on there all the time because you're always sending me things. And Jason, check this out. I sent you a message on Twitter, so on and so forth. And now, for crying out loud, Twitter Spaces. So no, thank you, man, for all that you do, because you bring a lot of insight as well.
And let's dig into the case for a little bit. And I'm really thankful for that. One thing I will really say is your chat Shout out to the chat. I know they're listening.
The best live chat on the planet.
The
There
best
he is.
live
There
chat
they
out
are.
there. If you really want to get like a good, like interesting perspective, you go to his live chat and you're going to be, it's just, sometimes what I will do, and I hope this is not really offensive, I will watch Law and Crime, but I will mute and just watch your live chat because I can't really get into Law and Crime's like live chat. I don't mess with them. Shout out to Law and Crime. It's too many people. But your live chat is just, man, it's something. If you got a chance one day, just hop in that live chat and just see they are crazy over there.
Shout out to the mods. The mods keep this thing going in the right direction. Let me tell you. I will say this though. I will say this. And this is, no shade to anybody, but if you want to know the caliber of content creator, look at their live chat.
Yeah.
Look at their live chat.
For sure.
And this live chat every day, I say it, I don't mean it in hyperbole. I don't mean it just to stroke egos, but this is the best live chat on the planet because they reflect exactly what I want. I want people to be able to come in. I don't care what your political bend is. Hey, you might be pro Adrian Love. You might have a hard time over here today, but you know what? For the most part, we're trying to be respectful. We try to build a place where everybody can enjoy themselves and have a good time. I don't know. Fonnie might not make it over here. I'm gonna be honest with you, but we try to build a place where everybody can enjoy themselves. So I'm glad that you and they are going crazy in the chat right now because they're listening. This is the best live chat on the planet, hands down.
So what do you think about this? Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, if you want to fight me, let me know. Just let me know where you want to meet me, in the front yard, in the backyard, wherever. I'll fight you. But it'll still be the best live chat on the planet.
For sure. And talking about that, one of the things about him that I want to say, I don't want to use the word mimic, but I adore, and I'll use that in my platform. He's unapologetic to what he says. If you got a problem with what he says,
email management. We got no problem. Email management, dearwokec@gmail.com. We will absolutely not care. But email us. Let's go on and email us, man. Go on and get it off your chest. Get off your chest.
Unapologetic. I love that. Listen, so let's dig into this morning. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts about this morning thus far?
Okay. I enjoyed Brian Steele. I enjoyed Max Shard yesterday. I'm sorry. I don't say this because I don't like Adrian Love. I don't say this because I don't like her case. Adrian Love is confusing. She is confusing. And I've given this example before. If Judge Whitaker was a principal and Adrian Love was a teacher and the principal was in the classroom doing like an observation of the teacher working with the class, Adrian would get shuttled out of that building in a heartbeat. She would not be a teacher. She wouldn't have been a teacher after yesterday. I'm promising you that she might have got arrested. Okay. There's no principal that would have extended to her a contract after what we saw yesterday. Just yesterday alone, she would have been walked out that building. Here, get your little apple. Here's your keys. Get your pocketbook. Walk yourself up out this building. It was horrible. Like, you're not aware that this person is not academically, mentally where you want them to be. Sure, no problem with that. What do you do with that though? You berate them? You ask them to read something and you know they can't read? You keep I mean, come on. Any principal worth his or her salt would have walked that woman right out that building. Here, let me grab your purse for you. Walk out the door now. So Adrian Love I'm sorry, she's a horrible person. And that's me. My name is Jason, dearwokec@gmail.com. I live here in Atlanta. I've met Adrian. She's not a nice person. I'm now convinced of this. I'm sorry. Watching what she did with, and watch this. I don't doubt that Quandarius Zachary might be selling. He might be overselling his abilities and skills. I heard him say he read the newspaper. I heard him say other things that kind of contradicted his academic prowess. Sure, he might be overselling it because he don't want to be there. But why do you berate him as if, and guess what? The jury probably knows that man is overselling it too. They're not fools. But why are you berating him and really embarrassing him? She did the same thing with Moontoon. Embarrassed them. Like, you don't embarrass somebody like that. And we can get into the tall weeds because I don't know if this woman is married. But if she does that to her husband, y'all, there's somebody sleeping on the couch a lot. Okay. sleeping in a car, for crying out loud. Nobody's putting up with that foolishness. So watching her is painful to watch, because you come off Brian Steele, very respectful. Doug Weinstein, super kind, very respectful. And they see it too. They probably know this man is not being honest about his ability to read and all that kind of stuff like that. But don't embarrass him. Just go move another direction. But that's where I'm saying I don't think she's properly prepared. I don't think she knows what she's doing. And I've said this before, Fonnie Willis should spend a little less money on her trips to California and Grey Goose, and she should hire former teachers to help her. Because a former teacher could help her with this in 20 days, could totally turn this around. Because these are just really, they don't have classroom management. And these witnesses and this information is really like unruly little kindergartners running around, just going crazy. Well, what do? You got to wrangle them all together. You got to get them all together. And they don't know how to do it. So they just berate the little kids, talk down to the little kids, and they expect proper results. Baby, you're going to lose this case as sure as today is Wednesday.
Yeah. And I think it goes to my whole theory of them just trying to get a hung jury. Like, they're just confusing people on purpose.
Yeah.
Like, a prime example, Jason, we have Mr. Sprinkle, right?
Oh my gosh.
He came in. Now today, when they're done, he's not even coming back. So they're sprinkling sprinkle all around the case on purpose.
Yep. I told him he wasn't coming back because he had somewhere to be today. That's why Adrian Love is dragging her feet.
Yeah.
That's why she's dragging, because she knows that when it gets done, Sprinkle's not going to come walking in the door. So they got to wait till tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're sprinkling sprinkle to confuse people. Because how do you start that testimony? But here's the thing, Jason, and I often tell you this, right? It's the federal rules of evidence that Georgia has adopted, Rule 611, the mode and examining of witnesses. It says that the court shall exercise reasonable control over the mode and order of examining of witnesses to prevent a waste of time,
right?
To prevent a witness from being harassed or embarrassed. What is she? She's embarrassing that guy. You can't read.
Haranguing him.
Oh my gosh.
And the judge had to remind her, he said he can't read, Miss Love. Like, why are you keep on going there?
Like, let's be honest. Like, what was the benefit? Okay, let's just say the dude is a scholar, okay, for crying out loud. He's a PhD, sure. And he says he can't read. What's the benefit of you proving that he can read?
Yes.
What would be the benefit? Because I'm sorry, in my opinion, he needs to play that role even more. He needs to play it even more, like, and just say, like, ma'am, I know my sight words. I know what the word Monday looks like. Duh. I just don't know what the rest of this says. That's all he got to do. And she's going to look so, if he pushed back, he would actually embarrass her far more than she could ever embarrass him.
Mm-hmm. She'll look super
challenged. Right. If he just said, ma'am, I told you I didn't graduate from middle school. I had a sixth grade education. Why? And, oh, can you imagine if he said that, ma'am? Why are you asking me to read this when I told you I can't read?
Yes.
And what if he pushed back and just said that? Now, granted, he gonna end up in jail tonight because Adrian Love is uber petty. But I think we'll take up a little love offering and get him out of there. But because for crying out loud, that would be funny if he did that and just let the crickets go. Why are you asking me this question? I just told you I can't read. Cricket. Cricket.
And that's what she should do,
Like, he should.
She should really.
Can we also talk about the other enemy in the room?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. My last name is Whitaker.
It is too.
But Judge Whitaker? Yeah, my last name is Whitaker, and it's spelled like that. Yes. Judge Whitaker, I'm sorry. Ma'am, you have no control over this courtroom.
No.
Adrian Love is literally telling you what to do. When that chick says, I object, and she says, object, and she kind of stops and thinks, and you can see the buffering symbol over her head and the Wi-Fi reconnecting symbol. And then you tell her what to object to? Judge Whitaker, can we just stop? Can you just come on and join them at the prosecution table? I'd rather have Glanville come back, truth be told. Can you just come and sit up at the prosecution table where you belong at this point in the game and just go ahead and stop faking the funk? Because this is embarrassing. You're not controlling. Remember, she told Adrian, you cannot be, your redirect can't be longer than your direct. And now look, she just going for it. She don't care. There's no accountability.
And here's the thing. We learned this in law school. Your redirect has to be about what you heard on cross. You cannot direct over again. You can't relitigate the case. We're only talking about what you heard about on cross, and you can redirect on that. Instead, she allows her to go hold down this rabbit hole of new stuff that wasn't even brought up.
Nothing. And somebody asked in my chat too, what's with the hair? I'm not getting the hair thing. I'm kind of hair deficient over here.
Me too.
I don't get what's the deal with the hair. And that's from Brian Steele too. I don't get it. Like what am I missing?
Yeah, I don't get that either. But
okay, I'm like, I mean, I'm biased over here, so we shaving over here
for sure.
But
I think because someone said that the person had dreads, but Shark confirmed that Shannon didn't have dreads back then. So she's trying to say the person had dreads.
A witness said it, I believe.
Yeah, she's trying to say that's Shannon. She's trying to put Shannon in them cars.
Okay.
Now I get it.
All right. I'm gonna need her to get something else besides the most cantankerous, obstinate witnesses. I mean, is she going to like anti-witnesses are us? Where is she getting these people from to build her case? Like, go back to Woody. I mean, that was probably the most cantankerous, not going to work with you, key witness I've ever seen. only to be topped by Little D. Like, where are you getting these people from that don't want to work with you? That doesn't make any sense. And you end up fighting with them for 4 and 5 days. That's insane.
You know, and I always look at the things people don't look at, like the optics of the actual room and how the prosecution and who's at the table, who's missing from the table. You know, it's funny. In the last couple of weeks, I seen Hilton not be there, and I think it's some staffing issues. That they have to pull her, and that's quite normal. But I do realize that findings make sure she is there when it's time for cross. When it's time to cross on what Adrian does, Hilton's there.
Because she passing them notes to her. She passed the notes to her. It's embarrassing. I'm like, that makes no sense, but I don't know what to do.
You know, and one of the things I think we need to really zone in on is pretty much this whole thing. And I love Weinstein for pushing 403 this week. It's just we're wasting time. We're just wasting time. This leads nowhere. This is pretty much a love triangle and a circle of lies.
Now, see, and somebody needs to stay there because there's a lot of that. That is true. This is just a really bad Romeo and Juliet. This is a 2B level love triangle. That's all it is.
Mutung done slept with everybody. And
then, boy, shut up. Trivia gonna knock you out over at Club Crucial.
For sure.
I mean, but that's it. I mean, I really think the defense needs to say that almost. I know they probably will when the case is turned over to them, but I think they need to say that. Like, this is really nothing more than that. Nothing more than that.
Romeo, Juliet, Zone
in the
5
hood.
edition.
Right. Romeo and Juliet, Boys in the Hood.
For sure.
Menace to Society.
So awesome time. I want to take a couple questions. KZ, I know you had a question up. If anyone has some brief questions, I want to take a couple, and then we're going to wrap up our quick lunchtime spaces.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I have two questions. Hey, Black Claw. My first question for you is kind of unrelated, but my second question is, the last time I was here, I was removed. I want to make sure, did you remove me or was it just Spaces?
It's probably Spaces. I don't remove people.
Thank you. Okay, now my second, and then my second question is, why is it that the witnesses like Zachary and Woody, they don't allow them to review their prior statements? However, when it's like the Sprinkles and the police officers and the investigators, they have their reports on them and they can review it. And that's how they're able to say, okay, yes, I remember saying this. But for the Zacharys and all of them, it's like they're coming blindly, almost like to make it seem like they're purposefully not remembering, but nobody's really going to remember 2015. So that's my question.
Yeah.
Why?
So they don't want them to they don't want to prep their witnesses. They want to get these interview tapes, and they want, they don't really have no interest in prepping them.
And that's
So,
legal to do?
so can I summarize it as well? They don't want Quandarius to be able to say, yes, I do remember saying 1, 2, 3 ABC. They want him to say, I don't recall, I don't remember what you mean. Because then when he leaves, goes home and he leaves out, Adrian Love is going to say, we want to impeach him by bringing up these videos, these recordings, these interrogations. If they could, they would have just brought him in, but they have to have the witness speak on it first. That's why she was going down, if you remember the day when she had that big old book going down literally line upon line, she was literally reading questions that were from those videos that she's going to bring up. So when we see those videos,
Can I say something though with the videos? She didn't want to do that with Quindarius Zachary because there were a lot of conflicting
like that looks
statements
bad
in
to
that.
me. It's like she's trying to paint them to the jury as like, oh, they're lying. And by bringing up all of their past crimes, it's almost like, oh, well, if the defendants can be friends with these people, then they all must be doing the same thing. It's just prejudicial, in my opinion.
No, I think both of you are right, because if she didn't want to bring him in my mind, it would make sense to say, let me prep back Black law student. Because again, yes, it was 10 years ago. So let me show him again, this is what you said back then, so you at least be refreshed on it. Now, when you come in the stand, at least you can say, yeah, I did say that, but I was lying. Yeah, I said that, but I was trying to finesse. But they don't want to because they want to bring the tapes in.
But the tape with Quindarius Zachary, he told lies in 2 different interviews, and she was trying to stop Sharp and Steele from playing those videos. She just wanted to stick to the transcripts specifically.
Yeah, because she gets to choose what she wants to read off of the transcript. But
correct.
It's a tactic, and I get it. One of the things as we wrap up, guys, one of the things that I want to talk about is Whitaker made interesting assertion today. She said, y'all asked for him to be treated as a hostile witness like they did Woody, but they didn't do no leading questions. So why'd you ask to treat him like a hostile witness so you can ask more intense leading questions, but you didn't do that?
Do you think it's because he's not like snitching on Thug as much as Love want? Like, cause that's who they really want, and he's not saying what they want him to say about Jeffrey. I think that's why.
I think more so like she wants the jury to look at these witnesses like they are hard to work with, they're not cooperative, they're combative, and just mentioning that he's not a cooperating witness, then maybe some way that looks to the jury like maybe Love has a point, maybe he isn't cooperative, maybe he is combative. So maybe it's just a tactic, even though she doesn't actually plan to use any leading questions.
She wants to use the word hostile without actually treating him like a hostile witness. She
Bingo.
wants to put them words in front of the jury.
Bingo.
There you go.
But listen, guys, we got to wrap up. Jason, thank you for stopping by. I want you to some final words. Give us some final words. Tell us where we can reach you, where we can check you out.
Well, hey, again, my name is Jason. Thank you so much for having me, Black Law Student. I host Dear Woke Christian on YouTube primarily. I am Dear Woke Christian on Twitter as well. I don't know if I can get in this Twitter space thing, but maybe one day I will. Maybe one day I will. But you're welcome to come jump into the best live chat on the planet, hit the like button, jump on in and say, hey, we'd be happy to have you. We're streaming this pretty much every day. So we've been at it for a while. Every now and then, I think this Friday, I'm actually going to go to court and live stream from court. So I'll be there in the courtroom, checking it out, giving some play-by-play. So we'll see how that works out. But thank you again, man, for having me. This has been a lot of fun.
And you're awesome. Like I said, go check his page out. It's very interesting. One of the best live chats in YouTube world.
Love that.
Shout out to live chat. I'll see y'all when I get over there in that section. But listen, tonight tonight, guys, two things happen tonight. One, Ashley Merchant is pulling up on your boy tonight on this Spaces. She's unpacking YSL with me. Never done before. She's coming on Twitter Spaces for the first time to talk YSL with me. We might break Twitter tonight. My ebook drops tonight with Ashley Merchant. How about that?
Break Twitter. I love it.
We're going to break Twitter tonight. So listen, stay tuned to that tonight. I'm dropping the link in about 30 minutes. You'll see her repost it. I repost it. And we're going to have a good time tonight. Thanks, Jason.
You got it, brother.
Twitter. And ebook drops tonight, too. Ebook drops tonight. And I'm giving you all the code BLVCK. When I drop the link, you get $5 off.
I love it. I love it.
Thanks, Jason.
Hey, thank you, brother. Be good, man. Take care.
All right. Thanks, guys. Back to court we go.
Why? Why are you here? What are you doing?
I want to see if they mess with my bob.
Nobody likes your bob. What are you doing? I thought y'all would be done taking your hair out already.
I haven't even started.
Oh, well, see, there's a problem there.
I'm gonna go run to Target and get my protein treatment. Move your head.
No.
It's huge.
My girl, bye.
Lower.
Goodbye, Trina. All right, is Court back? No, Court is not back.
Will you mess with the bob?
I don't think they like the bob. The general consensus is who's Bob? Right, there you go. That's the general consensus.
Like, I cut my braids a second ago, so now they're short.
No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're going to get up out of here. No. Y'all pray for my... Goodbye. No, she doesn't need to go thrifting today. She needs to finish her hair. They got to take their hair down because they're getting their hair redone. So no, they're not going to be thrifting. I don't think they are. At least she said she's going to Target. But yo, that was fun. That was Black law student. So apparently, I didn't realize that Twitter Spaces you have to use a phone. I guess you can hear it on a computer, but you can't interact with it on a computer. So I'm gonna have to play around with that. I didn't know that. So that's every day you learn something new. So I learned that new, but that's kind of fun. Thank you. Shout out to Black law student for having us. That was a lot of fun. So he's gonna be doing that. I think he's doing it every weekday or every Wednesday. I'm not 100% certain. He's gonna be doing, just a little lunch and learn with some people, whoever that is. So maybe it'll be Ashley Merchant. Maybe it'll be somebody else come through. He's got Ashley Merchant coming on tonight. So that's gonna be dope. I'm muted. Am I muted now? Or was that muted then? I was muted when I was fussing at my child. All right, let me make sure. Oh, okay, cool. All right, let's see what we got here. All right. Okay, so at the current moment, court is not back in session. They're doing whatever they're doing. We gonna see what happens. I think it's gonna be wild. You hope they come back early. Well, they said what time? 1:15. So hopefully they'll come back a little early and do some horse trading, and then we'll go from there. But we will see. We will see. All right. Oh, this is interesting. Thank you, Transplanted Texan. YSL jury demographics: 9 women, 7 black, 2 white, 3 men, 2 black, 1 white.
6 alternate jurors, which are 3 black women, 3 men, 2 white, 1 black. Okay. And you need to add confused. How many of them are confused? Oh my gosh, have we been keeping track of the objections? I forgot. How many objections were there today? And were there more today than yesterday? I think there's probably, she was going in yesterday. I think there was probably more today, but I could be wrong. This is a lot. Shout out to the data broker, aka transplanted Texan. Now that I agree with. Is at least I thought we had counted more than 30, so that means there was more yesterday. But my goodness, in the morning, let me lower this audio. What? Okay, good. Okay, where's your sister?
Probably in her room.
Is she going with you?
Probably not.
Okay. What is it that you need? What do you want?
Just whatever protein treatment mom sent. She sent one. It'll be fine.
All right. Sorry about that, y'all. Thank y'all so much. All right. I knew it was coming. No, I'm good. Thank you, baby. I have to fuss at her, Tanya, so you can't hear me. Y'all can hear me fussing, because then y'all will think that y'all no longer think I'm a nice guy because I'm over here fussing at my 17-year-old. So anyway, she's running to the store to pick up. She's had her hair in braids for I don't know however long, so she's in the process of taking them now. I think the other one's taking hers down as well, but they got to get some conditioner or something that they need to do to get their hair done. Okay, so they can be ready to get their hair done on Saturday. I didn't realize she pulled the car in the garage, so that was kind of weird. I was like, wait, that sounds like that car is in the garage. All right, so we're just real quick checking to see if anybody's popped in. Nobody's popped in. All right. They are not there yet, but hopefully sooner than later. Okay. All right. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. Oh, I trust me, Key. I can fuss. Trust me. Usually it's in the morning when I come downstairs and look at the kitchen in the morning. Like, what in the world? Like, what in the world happened in this kitchen? I'm pretty sure I'm going to go with you, home office. It's probably a bench meeting. They probably came back and they're just in there horse trading. I hate that they won't allow us to see that, but yeah, the plan is Friday to go to court. So I'll probably be live streaming from the courthouse steps. Oh, I love my kids. They're some great kids. So yeah, what happened to the 35-minute lunch? That's a great question. She went yesterday and said it was going to be a short lunch. They started doing short lunches. And immediately the next day, they're going back to regular lunch. Actually, an hour and 15 minutes long. These words don't even mean anything anymore. I'm sorry, Judge Whitaker. You're just saying things at this point. You're just saying things. They're just not working. But okay, so I think I'm going to try to see if I can do a Twitter space. That might be something different. So I can kind of learn that because I don't know that. I don't know Twitter space. Yeah, Judge Whitaker is enabling. She's enabling this bad behavior. Absolutely. And until she stops, can you imagine if Adrian Love had to just make her case without being assisted, without getting a little hand up, if you will? Man, that would be crazy. One, I think she'd be a better attorney. But oh, the house, that's my alma mater, Joe. Joe, this is my alma mater. Dear old Morehouse. She did say 115. We're gonna see what happens. Somebody just said it. She said 115, but if you remember, was it today's Wednesday? So I want to say it was Monday. They said they're going to start with shorter lunches. And here we are. Longer lunch again. It's rumbling outside. I feel like I'm hearing rumbling like thunder outside. Good gracious. Oh my, I got you now. My bench meeting was, that's right. There we go. So I went to the seal while I was talking to my daughter. There you go. That's proverbially, I went to the seal. I got you now. That was it. I got it. I got it. It does. It's not like it's storm. It's not like it's about to storm outside. I wish I had known that before I sent her out. I would literally love to know, Richard. I would. Now that would be some well spent. Look, now that would be an interview I would like to have with a juror. I wouldn't even need to know their faces. They could do the blurry face. I would love to know, what does a juror think about this right now? I would just like, hey, just put them on camera or change their voices or whatever. And I just want to hear, what do they think about this case at this moment? Just tell us. You don't have to tell us who you are. Yeah, I don't need to know anything about you. As long as I know you're really a juror, that's all I need to know. What do you think? I would love to know, because I think this, I really believe that this is a statement. This is aggravating the jury. I believe that, but I would love to hear them actually say it. Okay. I hear, I don't know, maybe I just hear a lot of rumbling, literally. It just sounds like thunder, but maybe I'm tripping. So yeah, I would love to, that would be something, that would be an interview I would love to have. Hey, thank you, Eric, for the $2 super. What does it say? There you go. Talking about well, I'm gonna still be without hair on top of my head, but I got that nice chin crown going on. President Firstborn went to go get herself some something, some kind of conditioner. My wife told me to make sure she got today to prepare to get her hair done on Saturday. I don't know. It is what it is. They shouldn't be thinking anything because the trial is not over. Okay, but they've concluded something though. They're not just, they're not just empty vessels. They actually are processing this. So that's the only thing. And hear me, I'm telling you, when this trial is finally over, I would love to talk to one of them. But I understand what you're saying, Monica. I would just like to know, like, are you frustrated as a juror? Are you staying task? Are you whatever? I just like to know, what are y'all thinking right now? I just would love to know that. I'll use the exact same example because most of you all have heard me talk about it as being a school teacher. This would be called like a temp check. If you know that you have an hour-long lesson that you're going to be teaching some 6 and 7-year-olds, a pox upon you if you don't check the temperature throughout that whole hour-long lesson. And that's just make sure that they're paying attention. Turn and share, talk to your neighbor, draw a picture of something that relates to what we're doing here. Do a quick 3-sentence paragraph about what we just discussed. Something. If you're not doing some kind of temp check throughout that whole hour, you're guaranteed to, and at the end of the hour, you're doing a actual skill test or skill assessment, you're going to be sorely disappointed when you get to the bottom. When you get there after that hour of standing up there talking and you have not checked to make sure that these little kids are paying attention, check to make sure that they're following along and they understand, you're going to do that assessment and you're going to be sorely, sorely disappointed. And that's all. Yeah, I understand what the spirit of it is, but I'm with you. Like, they're thinking about this, they're processing this. For crying out loud, they're having nightmares about it. Okay, they're nightmares about love yelling at them. Okay, there's something. They're not just blank slates. They're thinking about it to some degree, shape, or form. And again, I know they're not supposed to, and I would never interact with one while trial is going on. However, I would love to know. I just would love to know, like, what are you thinking about this? Oh, wait. Oh my gosh, I might need to pay attention to that, Felicia. I might need to be on circumspect about that. I wasn't even thinking about it. I wasn't even paying attention. Yeah, I don't want them to tell me, and this is it. I don't want them to say, "Hey, do you think they're guilty?" No, but like, what are you thinking about how this presentation is? I think that would be reasonable in my mind. They got to. They got to have emotions about what they're seeing. It, they could have emotions about, you know, the information, but they're watching an attorney berate somebody with a 4th grade, 5th grade, middle school education. They're watching somebody who's saying that they have sickle cell and they're in pain being threatened with jail. Do they not? What are y'all thinking about that? Whoa, are you down there? I'm her. Oh my gosh, that would be crazy. I'm hoping. Look, I'm gonna call them and say, "Hey, y'all, get her." So then you could be you could be on the best live chat on the planet, and then you can come every night and you can just kind of give us an update. But I won't say who you are. See, so get on the trial. Give us the inside details. I'm just y'all know I'm kidding, right? Y'all do know that. Okay, as long as y'all know that. No, I'm yeah, it's let me look real quick. Did y'all know there's a window behind me? It looks a little wet. It has been raining, but it's not storming like I heard. So I don't know if that maybe it was something outside, but it was come on. I'm gonna call down there to wherever, Jacksonville or Tampa or wherever I need to call. I'm gonna be like, look, get I am her on the jury. Yeah, I just like that's all. Like, what are you thinking? But okay, it's fine. Big rain indicator. Big rain, not little rain. Big rain. One thing I remembered, Caitlin says, though, is the jury has a different point of view than us. That is true. Like in the Karen Reed case, the FBI experts testified and it seemed over, but the jury thought they were just insurance guys. Okay. Man, dang, insurance guys? Man, that's a downgrade. Good gracious, man. Yeah, I'm with you, man. I don't know if he's really autistic, but it doesn't matter. The dude is now he said he's a drug addict. His attorney said he's a drug addict. He's a career criminal. He's been in jail multiple times. So I don't think that any of that bodes well. So I think, yeah, we'll see how it plays out though. Because I got this feeling Judge Whitaker wants this thing to come to the end. She's gonna bring it to the end. they might see them as terrorists who came from poor neighborhoods, shooting up tree-lined streets. That's okay. I mean, that is true. Love is slime. Love is if gang, don't you know? That's why she's trying on, because she's in the other gang family. I don't know, man. I don't know. But what I do know is I'm gonna check real quick and see. Nope, nobody else is showing it. So I guess this up. I see movement. But yeah, drop an emoji in the chat. Let me know where you are. What are you thinking about this trial right now? What are you thinking about it? And are you familiar with Twitter Spaces? If you are proficient in it, hit your boy up, because I need to know how to do it better. Because I wouldn't mind doing a Twitter Space. I do one on Discord for the members, but I'll do one on Twitter. That wouldn't be bad. That might be fun. So if you're proficient, shoot me an email. If you're a rookie like me, just sit tight. We're gonna wait for the proficient folk to come into the chat. Proficient people have entered the chat. All right, what we got here? You see, that's me, right, Renee? That's me. Loading. I gotta get that emoji. That meme, so I can use it on Adrian Love. All right, lots of good stuff. Okay, and like I said, on Friday, I've determined I'm gonna go to try. I need to stretch out my my Rule 22. So I need to go check it out. I don't know. They might have been revoke mine. They said, "Man, you crazy dude." They're gonna end up revoking me, saying, "We gotta get you up out of here. You just listen to Spaces." Okay, cool. What determines if jury is sequestered or not? Money, primarily money. If Fulton County wasn't wasting so much money, they probably would have sequestered this jury. They probably would have, but also they would have made a wrong move if they had sequestered them, because they were thinking originally it was only going to be like 6 months, and now we're almost at the second year. So usually it's a monetary, or if it's just a lot of hype. Like, for example, I'm pretty sure the P. Diddy jury is going to probably be sequestered. They probably don't want them anywhere. They don't want you at home listening to no Bad Boy. They don't want you drinking no Ciroc, wearing your Sean John. So they're going to probably sequester them, because there's going to be some kind of influence. And it depends on, also, in my opinion, and Mo Justice and Rome King, and if Black law students in there, they can definitely jump in as well. I think it also just determines how much they care about the jury being influenced by social media. So, like, you notice Judge Whitaker doesn't actually care if the jury has been in the best live chat. They don't care, Key, if you're, juror number 5. They're not really that interested in it as much as we thought it mattered. Remember, we thought, oh, this is a slam dunk. Like, all these people been in the chat. They don't really care. It's not really that big a deal to them. So I don't know. I think another matter of sequester is how bad will jury, in my opinion, how bad will juries influence, how bad will media and such influence a jury? And I think that might be part of another reason why they get sequestered. So those are just some reasons. I don't know that emphatically, and I'm definitely, New York will not sequester. Okay, there we go. And Mo is up there in New York. So if she says they're not, then they're not going to sequester them. So there we go. Now, okay, so here's another question though. Will the Diddy trial actually be in New York? I mean, I'm just wondering, will it actually have it in New York? That's just something to think about. Yeah, this story right here, Mo. Wait, hold on. Mo, you can't be saying this stuff without, we might need some, well, I might need to open up one of them Twitter spaces. Wait, what in the world? And trust me, Mo said it, that she probably did the research. She know what she's talking about. That story, okay, we're going to have to, I might have to text you about that one. Yes, it's in federal court. Okay. Fire in the hole, everybody. Let's go. Cameras are moving. Let's go.
And have the jury head out. Oh, wait, no, we can't. Where's Mr. Matthews?
Hey, where did he come from? Was he here earlier? I don't think he was here earlier. I don't think Brother May was here. Brother Atkins.
Your Honor, there was one thing that I wanted to address that I did not.
Do we need to have the witness step out again?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. I guarantee it's going to be something silly.
Yes. My initial intent was not to play this portion of the video of the interview with Mr. Zachary. But there is a portion of it on the August 5th, 2015 interview, starting at 3:20:33, going through 3:24:09 that I would like to play. And I don't think that falls within any objectionable area. Yeah. Yeah, let me try and find it.
Can I just inquire of something?
Yes.
Is the state planning, I understand they want to play this portion and they'll tell us what it is, but is the state, when they say weren't planning to play the recording or recordings maybe through Mr. Zachary, are they planning, I made this objection earlier, are they planning to play it through a different witness? And if yes, I'd just like to know that because it might change how we do Mr. Zachary going forward.
Does the state intend to play his interview or interviews through another witness?
We may be doing that. It depends on what happens with Cross, frankly. But based on something that happened with Cross, I wanted to play a particular portion, and I was trying to see if this particular portion was a part that they had any objection to or had objected to, since it was a part of and not the whole thing.
Okay, maybe turn your mic back on, your lapel mic. Is it on? So that sounds like we don't know the answer.
Correct. Never mind.
Okay.
So I'm looking for the portion in the interview. It's after Detective Thorpe comes in, 3:24:09 on the evidence reviewer.
Thank you.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so thank you, Your Honor, if I may thank Mr. Steele. Okay, so is starting on page 127. Actually, maybe at the bottom of 126, but I don't need to play any of the sound. It's just the image itself at the timestamps that I named. So
it's him identifying a picture as doo-wop.
yes, and it goes from him identifying doo-wop to the last picture that he identifies. And again, that starts at okay. It starts at about 319:13, or a little bit after that. Actually, it's 319:37 and goes to 324. To about 324. '02.
And so it is him identifying Mr.
Yes.
Stillwell, and then what else?
It is him identifying doo-wop, Mr. Stillwell, Nard, I believe.
All right, and you said you didn't need to play the sound.
Right. I don't, as I thought about the concern I was raising, I don't want to play the sound. I just need to play, I just want to play the video portion. And that's not something that I'd identified as an exhibit that we intended to introduce. So I wanted to alert the court that.
And this would be to establish that he does know a doo-wop. He's already said he knows Shannon, and he does know a Nard.
No, that's not to establish
okay,
that.
well, what's the purpose of it?
He's writing on the pictures. He's spelling.
Okay. All right. Is there gonna be any objection?
So what? He can really spell. So what?
Give 1 second.
He's still not going to work with you, so he's going to still bum rush you.
That without sound.
What we're talking about. So the state's asking to play essentially like a 5-minute clip without the sound of him looking at the pictures and signing papers. Is that
For now, that.
So. And is it gonna be? Are you gonna be able to see what he's writing on there?
I'm going to ask him questions about it. That's what. So you'll be able to see him writing, and I'm going to be asking him questions.
Okay. And this is to establish that he's lying when he says he can't read? Or what?
No, it's not to establish only that. It's to,
Yes, it is.
I have a series of follow-up questions that I'll be asking. And if the court wants me to give everyone what my redirect is, I can go and.
We really don't care.
Okay. Is there going to be any objection to that?
I object.
The only thing I would say is my memory is that a photograph was already shown to Mr. Zachary of the person you're hearing, Nard. Demise McMullen is his name, but and he said yes, and it says like 100% certain. I may not be perfect on that, but on that recording, on the document, it's already been shown. So if that's the same issue we're dealing with, if that's really the import, then I don't understand why that we're doing this again.
So again, what is it that you're trying to show through this?
Yes.
What's the purpose?
I'm showing that he knows how to not only that he can read and write, but that he identified certain people by writing their names. He's spelling out their names.
Okay, well, you won't be able to hear him spelling out their
Right.
names with the sound off.
I will be asking him about that. I mean, and I understand with the sound off, I don't understand. My concern is that I'm tendering a piece of evidence that is relevant to what was dealt with on cross-examination. On cross-examination, the witness was repeatedly asked about lying. I don't think there's an objection. I don't know that I heard an objection from Mr. Steele. I don't know what I'm responding to. So if the court could please clarify what I'm responding to so that I can.
I'm not grasping the import of what we're doing. That's my concern. I'm saying part of it's cumulative because he was shown that same exact picture from the same date of Mr. McMullen or Nard. The other part, I just don't know why it's important to this trial at this time. I'm just trying to ask what the relevance is of this.
Clear, I'm not listening to it in real time, but I'm going off of my notes in the transcript. Like, if we're showing a silent aspect of a video to show that Mr. Zachary knows how to, I guess, read and write, he's also asking how to spell doo-wop in the transcript, at least. So, and I believe that he's also asked for help in spelling the other things. So I don't know if that's going to give the jury an accurate portrayal of his mastery of, reading and writing.
I don't even know if that's what it's being offered for. I haven't gotten a clear answer on that.
I mean, I didn't know. I was trying to understand what objection I was responding to.
And cumulative.
Okay, so I haven't shown any pictures, any of this. I have asked him about the picture that he signed of Nard from the April 26th shooting out on Browns Mill Road. So I don't know if Mr. Steele missed the timestamp that I had, but I've not shown him that. I said that to the court. Nard is one of the people. The court asked me who are the people that he's identifying, and I said that Nard was one of the people.
So it's doo-wop, Shannon, and Nard, correct?
Doo-wop, Shannon, and Nard are three of the people that he looks at. And I'm not going to show
I don't know what the timestamps are. Are there more than just those three?
Your Honor, I believe it's those three. There might have been one more, but the point that there may have been one more, Your Honor. But because I'm not playing the sound, I'm not putting before the jury the names of the people that he's signing photographs of right now. I'm going to ask him, did you look at specific pictures, and what are you doing as you look at the pictures? And
What is he doing?
Signing them.
He's signing his name.
And writing their names.
And are we going to be able to see from the video that he is writing their names? Because
Yes.
he may or may not answer what he's actually doing.
Yes, and Your Honor, I do have to, of course, the court knows I went through a very long process because I'm going to have to now.
All right. Well, you realize that there are plenty of people who can probably sign their names but not read and write, so that won't establish anything.
Get mad.
And
Come on,
that
get
if you
mad.
don't hear the sound, it could very well be him writing the word D after somebody there says the way you spell it is D-U-W-A-P. So
that actually does happen.
I mean, it's up to you, I guess,
And then-
if you think that establishes anything.
No, tell her no.
So the purpose of it then would be to show that he can read and write?
That was one of them, Judge.
Okay, what other purpose?
To ask him the question of whether or not he was attempting to get people in trouble at the time that he
She
did
lying.
this? What was his reason? Why didn't he lie here?
Okay,
No, don't let.
so that's relevant.
What?
Anything else?
Judge
I just
Whitaker.
wanted to bring that to the.
No, I mean, anything else before we get him back and the jury out? All right, let's go ahead and then you
Wow.
can get that queued up and
You got it, Chief.
Man, I hope he embarrasses her. Please let that man embarrass her. This is ridiculous. So she wants to bring in evidence, and I think we all can agree. Sure, he probably can manage a pencil and probably sign his name. If you look at the indictment document, he signed his name there. It's not legible, but he signed his name. Yo, come on, Judge Whitaker. Oh, please let this man embarrass her in front of the jury. This is embarrassing. I think the only thing more embarrassing is that big old clunky jewelry that she has on next to that microphone, because now we hear that now. That's just ridiculous. But at least we can hear. So, I mean, to God be the glory. We got to win some, lose some. Y'all put doo-wop in the chat. Let's just put doo-wop in the chat because we can all spell it. This is ridiculous. And I'm telling you, this woman is wasting time. She's wasting time. That's the only reason she's doing this. She's not doing this for any reason more than the fact that Mr. Sprinkle is not here and she doesn't have a backup witness. If this guy got done right now, she would get in trouble. I guess whatever trouble means to her, she would get in trouble because she does not have a next witness ready. And Judge Whitaker is going to say mean words to her, but not hold her accountable. That's all that is. We all object. The best live chat on the planet objects, Mrs. Tina. We object. Yes, please, please, please embarrass her. Because she's trying to embarrass him. That is, she has nothing. 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 Insert that Whitney Houston clip. All right, everybody, let's get this thing going. Let's go. Insufferable. She's insufferable. And somebody told me she's married, man. We got to look, we have to have a moment of silence for her husband. That poor guy. Man, he has got to be catching it. He's got to be catching it. Little D Woppler. Like,
thank you. Go ahead, Miss Love.
Here we go.
Thank you, Judge. Welcome back, Mr. Zachary. Would you please tell the jury if you recall being asked on cross-examination about a gun that you bought that you let Woody hold?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay. Mr. Zachary.
Yes, I remember.
Thank you. Isn't it true that when you were talking about that gun, you were talking about a gun you let Woody hold because you owed one of Woody's friends some money?
I don't remember.
Sustained.
Did you sell Woody a gun for $1,000? Is that what you remember talking to Mr. Shard about?
Subject of cross-examination either, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Overruled.
I never sold him no gun. We went and bought it.
Say that again.
We went and bought it. I never sold him nothing.
Was that after Woody's girlfriend and child had been shot at?
I don't remember.
Do you remember testifying that Woody told you that a detective told him that he could have a gun?
I didn't say the tip. I think he said gang or something. I don't know.
Gang unit. Thank you. And do you know whether that conversation was had after Woody's girlfriend and baby was shot at?
I think so. I don't know.
Okay. And that was after January of 2015, right?
Woody's girlfriend got shot at a lot of times.
All right. This particular time that
When I
you
bought
got
the gun,
yes, sir.
the houses was getting shot up.
Okay. Was that after Nut got killed?
I think like a week later. I don't know. It's somewhere early January, like
early January? Okay.
like middle. I don't know.
All right. And you were asked by Thug's lawyer whether at some point Thug stopped coming around. Do you remember telling the police about
I don't know what happened there. What's going on?
needing to pay back money and you couldn't do it until you caught up with Thug and got some, but that Thug had stopped coming around, Woody?
Me, I said that. I needed some money from him. I didn't say that.
You never said you needed to get some money from Thug?
Not that I remember.
Okay. And do I have it correct that when you went into that interview, you had every intention or you did not in any way want to hurt Thug because he's from Cleveland Avenue?
Not because he's from Cleveland Avenue, because I don't know. I just wanted to talking.
All right. But do you remember testifying earlier that you didn't say anything or want to say anything to get Thug in trouble because you didn't want to get people from Cleveland Avenue in trouble?
I said that.
Did you? Do you remember that?
No, my head hurt so bad.
Okay. I'll try to be quick. When you testified on cross-examination with Shannon's lawyer about lies that you told in the August 2015 interview, and when you told Thug's lawyer that the information that you spoke about came from what Copeland wanted Garlington to say, can you tell us whether or not you were trying to tell police what you understood Copeland to have already told the police?
I don't remember some of it. Some of it I remember from my preliminary hearing. Some of it I remember from my preliminary hearing.
Okay. When you talked about Woody stealing Nut's chain, was that from Copeland or from your preliminary hearing?
I already know about that.
Okay. And when you talked about Woody confronting Kel at the skating rink, was that from Copeland or your preliminary hearing?
I already knew about it.
Say that again. Sir.
I don't remember. I probably already knew about it.
Okay. And do you remember Thug's lawyer asking you whether the If Gang rivalry with YSL began because of Woody?
I don't remember. I told you my head hurt so bad.
Okay.
All right. So you have the ability and had the ability over lunch to have your pain medication
I'm
with you
allergic
and
to
to take it.
Tylenol. I'm allergic to a lot of medicine. If y'all would have got all these records like y'all should
And
have
we
did.
talked about you being able to get your prescription medication.
I ain't complaining. I'm still up here.
All right.
Do you remember telling the police that the rivalry between If Gang and YSL began roughly a month before Nut's death?
I don't know.
Do you remember when Thug's lawyer asked you about the post? They shoot at us, we don't tell. We shoot at them, they call the police.
I remember he just asked me about that.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police about that after saying that you had gotten shot at on Empire near Cleveland and you didn't know it was If Gang until Thug and D started tweeting?
I don't remember.
Okay. When you told the police, speaking about the lies according to Mr. Shart, Shannon's lawyer, on cross-examination, when you told the police that Woody was waiting on Bloody J by the side of the church after Woody had gotten jumped 5 or 6 days before Nutt's murder, was that a lie?
I don't remember.
Do you remember whether that was something you got from Copeland or from your prelim?
I don't remember.
And when you told the police that Mooktunk and Kel were beefing about Trivia, was that from your prelim or from Copeland?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to these subject matters. All this is beyond the scope of cross-examination.
Your Honor,
There you go. That's it.
what Mr. Sharp asked was, and what Mr. Steele asked was, you lied continuously. And Mr. Weinstein, they brought up things that they alleged or asked this witness if he lied about. And they essentially said you lied about everything because you wanted to get yourself out of trouble. And you were just telling what Copeland told or what you had heard from a prelim. So everything, when I'm asking him these questions, it's to confront him with things and to get clarification based on what he said in cross as to where this information came from.
Throw it out. Come on.
Literally no one has argued that he lied about everything.
Come on.
He has not testified that he lied about everything.
Come on.
I specifically brought his attention to certain things that he acknowledged he lied about. And now we are talking about things way outside the scope of that, and we're just redoing this whole thing again, and it's 403 and it's outside the scope of
Come on.
Narrow your questions to things that were asked about on cross.
There you go. Come on.
Yes, Your Honor. When you were asked about whether all of the shootings you talked about had shell casings from guns that you owned, do you remember being asked about that?
I said guns that I was caught in possession of.
Okay. So you remember being asked about shell casings on crime scenes that matched guns you were in possession of?
That I got caught with, yes.
That you got caught. And one of those crime scenes was Lucci's mother's house, was that not?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Now, when you told the police about being at Big Boo's grandma's house on the day Lucci's mother got shot, was that something you got from Woody or your prelim or somewhere else?
I don't know.
Okay. And when you told the police that Woody told Shannon and Pokey, let's go, right before Lucci's mom's house got shot up, was that something you got from Copeland, your prelim, or somewhere else?
So I lied.
You lied?
Yeah.
Okay. Where did that lie come from?
I don't know.
Now, when you told the police that after Shannon, Woody, and Pokey got back, someone made a call to Boo and said that they put $1,000 on the head of whoever shot up Lucci's mother's house. Where did that come from? Woody, a prelim, or something you remembered happening?
I don't remember.
Okay. And when you told the police that Woody looked scared, where did that information come from? Copeland, prelim, or somewhere else?
I don't remember.
And did you tell the police that after they got back, Shannon, Woody, and Pokey, did you tell the police whether you heard them say anything?
Your Honor, Can we approach?
Yes.
Goodness, come on. It's sad because he knows when this happens, he gets up and just walks out. He knows now. Then you have to tell him. Please put an end to this, Judge Whitaker. Come on. Put an end to this. Make the right decision. All right. So, man, this has just been a dumpster fire. This has just been a horrible redirect. I don't even know what to say. I have no idea. I'm with you. This has to end. Is it me or does it seem like love can't read? No, it does. It does sound like that. She sounds robotic when she reads. I think she's hooked. But I've been saying that for a long time. Like she comes across extremely nervous. And I think it's probably because she's making up stuff. I don't know, man. All right. Thank y'all so much, though. This has been wild, to say the least. Thank you very, very much to Bunny Mom. When she was questioning him earlier, he said, I'm sorry, I can't read. And she asked to approach him. And he said, you aren't going to embarrass me, are you? And I do remember that. Thank you for the $4.99 super. And you're correct. I remember that. And here we are still. We're right here. But man, this is craziness, man. It's just like, how obtuse do you need to be? How obtuse are you? Yeah, she's totally missing the whole point. Like that, you missed the forest for the trees, whatever analogy you need to use. She's totally there. She's totally just bumbling it up. Thank you, Gene. Gene added 5 new people to the membership. Thank you so much. If you got a membership from Gene, you were just blessed with a membership. Can you please say thank you, Gene? Thank you, Jean Lee, for that. That was very kind of you. Thank you for doing that. Give her a shout out. Say thank you so much for blessing 5 more people to add to the Dear Woke Christian community. Thank you so much for that. Let me just thank Jean myself. Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. Very kind of you. Very kind to think of people like that and adding them to that. And then please make sure you go to new members. Please make sure you go to the community tab on Dear Woke Christian and see the directions on how to join the Discord. All right. And anybody's wondering, President Firstborn just made it back home from the grocery store. From Target. And she's not that y'all worried about her. I know y'all were. All right, let's see what happens here. Let's see. There you go. Thank you, Gene. We appreciate you. Thank you, friend. There we go. All right. All right. Would you rather Love or Glanville been taken off the case? Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. That's a good one. Okay. I got to make that a poll question. That's a good one. Goodness gracious. Let me go add that to the poll question. I think we had the poll question earlier. I think I know who I got a feeling. Now I'm thinking about it a little bit more. All right, I dropped. I want to see what y'all think. I got a feeling. I think I know who I probably would have. That's a great question, though. Million, thank you so much. That was a good one. That's a good one. I like that one. I didn't see. They're back. Okay. Wow. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Kids are not in school this week. They're on what's it called? Fall break. All right. Love, Glanville, Love for sure. I'm gonna give my answer. Wow. Of course, both. Of course, that would have been ideal. can't answer that one? He was the third DA. Oh, you need me to add both? I could have added both. That's true. No, I gotta make you answer. I gotta make you stick to it. Let's make you stick to it. Okay, I'm gonna say I would rather Love be removed because I think part of Glanville's issue was that he was being bullied by Love, right? So I think if Love wasn't there, Glanville would probably move differently. That's my thought. So I think that that's why I would have said Glanville. That's why I said Glanville. Here we go.
When you were asked on cross-examination, specifically, Thug's lawyer asked you about the tour dates and what tours or what shows you went to when Defendant Williams performed. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember him asking you whether you knew him, and by him, I mean Thug, in 2009?
Yes.
And you said that you did, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember him asking you whether or not Defendant Williams was performing in 2009?
Yes.
And do you remember him asking you whether Mr. Williams was performing in 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember him asking you whether you went to any of Mr. Williams' shows during those times?
Yes.
Do you see or do you have an independent memory of whether on May 13th, 2013, you were at one of Defendant Williams' shows?
I don't remember.
I'm asking you. If you don't, that's okay. You can say no. Okay. And do you know whether he was performing at either one of those shows that Mr. Steele asked you about on September 9th, 2013?
Do I know?
Correct.
If he had a show, he gonna perform.
Do you know whether he had a show on that day?
I don't remember the day.
All right. Do you know if he had a show on September 11th, 2013?
I don't know.
Do you know if he had a show on January 6th, 2015?
I don't remember.
Did he have a show on January 10th, 2015?
I do not remember.
Did he have a show on September 14th, 2017, to your knowledge?
I was locked up.
Okay. You remember Mr. Steele asking you whether you were still a fan of Defendant Williams' music?
Yes, I still listen to the music, yes.
Okay. So did you follow whether or not he had any shows on these dates?
I was locked up.
Okay, so you didn't.
I'm away from the world.
All right.
And you know she would not be moving this slow if she had another witness. You know
when
that.
you said on cross-examination that you got information from Garlington, who got it from Copeland, do you have any memory now of what parts of what you told the police came from Garlington?
No.
Did the information you gave them about Lucci's mother's house come from Copeland or from your prelim or from your being
I
there?
don't remember.
You were asked by Mr. Steele about Thug giving you money. Do you recall telling the police about a time when all of you went to the mall and stuff and Thug had bought you all clothes?
I mean, I don't remember, but if we did, if we went to the mall and he bought us clothes, we probably going somewhere.
How often did Thug buy you all clothes?
That's the only time I remember.
Which time was that?
Whenever time y'all talking about.
And which time were you talking about?
I don't know. See, you keep saying like him buying y'all clothes. Like, you got to think about it. I knew him before them, so like the clothes been in there. Like, we grew up together.
Okay. So did he buy clothes for a lot of people around you?
I don't know. I just know what relationship that different people had. I don't know what relationship different people had.
Okay. And when you were asked about Defendant Williams' relationship with Rich Homie Quan by Thug's lawyer, did you hear Thug call Rich Homie Quan a bitch on any other day besides the time you told police about in March?
Did I hear it for myself?
Yes, on any other day.
No, I told you I think I heard it like somebody.
And when did you first start hearing, either from yourself or someone else, Thug say disparaging or bad things about Rich Homie Quan?
I didn't even hear that. I don't be hearing it. Like, I've been locked up all this time. Like,
okay.
So I've been away from these folk. Like, I don't remember nothing. I've been locked up 8 years. Like,
but you weren't locked up in March of 2015, right?
I was sick in March of 15. We just said that earlier.
You were not locked up then, though, right?
No.
And you were not trying to hurt Thug when you went in to talk to the police, right?
Man, I don't remember.
Okay. Am I the only one you don't remember with?
No, it's just you keep asking me and my mind ain't processing. Like, you asking me stuff I already answered.
Okay. Do you need a moment? Do you need to take?
No, I'm okay. I'm just saying you asking me stuff I already answered. I keep telling you I don't know. If I remember, I tell you.
Okay.
I don't tell you I don't remember everything.
Okay. All right. Do you know whether it was Copeland, Garlington, or your prelim where you got the information you gave to police about Philo, D, Stewie, and Stag?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember whether it was Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or your personal knowledge where you got the information about Thug driving a Corvette in the few days before Donovan Thomas was murdered?
I told you I knew he had a vet. I ain't say nothing about no. I don't remember.
What did you start to say before I don't remember?
I knew he had a vet car. I told y'all that already.
Okay.
I don't remember nothing else.
And was that a vet that he owned?
I don't remember.
Do you know if he rented a Corvette in the days before Donovan Thomas was murdered?
I don't know. I don't know the paperwork agreement.
Just change. All right. When you talked about going to Florida in a Sprinter van that had already been reserved with Mr. Steele on cross, did you get the information from Copeland, Garlington, or your prelim that you went in that Sprinter van with Shannon, D, Woody, and Yak?
So you asked me, how did I know who I went with?
I'm asking you whether when you told the police that, if that was something you got from somebody else or something that was true.
That was something that's true.
Okay. And when you told the police that the beef between YSL and If Gang started when Woody and Mooktoon shot Kale, was that something that was true, something you got from Copeland, Garlington, or your prelim?
I don't remember the person I lied about.
And when you told the police that Shannon, Yak, Nard, and Duop were going to be Bushi on the night that Donovan Thomas was murdered, was that something that you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or Shannon?
I don't know.
Do you have any idea where you would have had access to that information? Other than Shannon?
No. What?
Other than Shannon?
Shannon ain't tell me that. What are you talking about?
Okay. So
I told you Shannon ain't tell me that.
did you get it from Copeland?
I don't remember. I know for a fact Shannon didn't tell me that, and I told y'all that.
Okay. Why don't you remember whether you got it from Copeland, but know for a fact it didn't come from Shannon?
I know for a fact I told you that I didn't get it from Shannon.
Did you get it from Yak?
I know for a fact I told y'all, asked, I didn't get it from him.
Did you get it from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else that on the way to meet Bushi, they fucked up and saw Nut? Who'd you get that from?
I don't remember. I ain't probably get it from nobody. I don't remember.
You think that was something you made up?
Probably.
Objection, Your Honor. This is all beyond cross.
Judge, thank you. Now, when you told the police that after they fucked up and saw Nut, they rolled back around and started shooting at Nut, did you get that from Copeland, Garlington, the prelim, or somewhere else?
I don't know.
When you told the police that it was outside a barbershop that they saw Nut, was that from Copeland, Garlington, the prelim, or somewhere else?
I don't know.
Did you ever see Nut on the surveillance footage that you saw on TV?
I don't remember.
Okay. And when you told the police that the barbershop and Texaco are places where If Gang members hang out, is that something you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
I don't know.
When you told the police that Bentley took the guns to his spot on Oak Drive, was that something you got from Copeland, Demikion, your prelim, or somewhere else?
You can.
I guess she thinks this is going to make her look like a superstar. I guess. This is beyond the cross. Definitely beyond the cross. And the cross of Jesus. I mean, it's beyond the cross, period. Above and beyond. Well above and beyond. I'm sorry, Whitaker, you've got to do something. This has got to stop. If you all are like me, you all are probably just yelling at your phones and screens and tablets. What in the world are we hearing? This is insanity. Well past ridiculous. It makes no sense. Somebody asked what happened. What happened? The defense wants to come up and have a bench because they're just sitting here listening to her berate this man. And so they're basically saying, look, this is beyond the scope of the cross. And she's just saying, look, I'm trying to whatever. I guarantee she's gonna schmooze her over, and Judge Whitaker's gonna let her keep doing this. Because and you've heard this before, I think even Black law students said it, I think Monica Mojessis has said it. You can only talk about in the redirect what they talked about in the direct. I'm sorry, what they talked about in the cross. So if I'm talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, and in the cross examination, you talk about 1, 2, 3, 4, then in the redirect, I can talk about 1, 2, 3, 4. Got it. But if I talk about 1, 2, 3, 4, and in your cross examination, you come out and talk about ABC, well, that's outside of what was talked about. So that's going to be problematic. But maybe I say, hey, we're going to talk about 1A and 2B and 3C, kind of dig in a little bit deeper. Because I've dug in there a little bit deeper, you can talk about that in re-examination or recross or redirect. Please forgive me. She's way out here in left field. Nobody was talking about some of the stuff that she's talking about. And that's the part that the defense is like, what are we doing? Yeah, she outside the cross of Christ. She outside, I mean, I don't know what she's doing. But she is screaming. There's some screaming going on. Man, I just want Mr. Zachary to just come unglued and just let her look like a fool. Because I don't think she looks good anyway. Because I mean, remember, the jury is sitting right there not next to, but very close to Mr. Zachary. So they can see his response. So they'll know. I mean, they're gonna figure it out. There's no hope of fairness. Wait, there's no hope of fairness, ethical behavior, professionalism in this trial. Judge Whitaker is supporting each element too. Yeah, I agree. All right, here we go. Let's go. Thank you so much. We're back.
When you told the police that Shannon and Yak told you, I just caught that in nut down bad, did you get that from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
A lot.
Is that something now you're saying you made up entirely?
I already told y'all. Shannon, nobody ain't told me nothing.
Well, that's why I asked. Did you get it from Copeland, Garlington?
I said nobody ain't told me nothing.
And when you told the police that Shannon had a XB45, is that something you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
Nobody told me nothing.
Okay. So did you make that up too?
I don't know.
All right. And when you told the police that the 7.62 was Nard's gun, was that something you got from Copeland, as you're sitting here today testifying, is that something you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
I don't know.
All right.
The bad thing is she's already gotten all this information in. She's going to use the videos anyway. So that all this is really for naught. There's no value in this because she's already got the videos to show that he said this back whenever, 2015, 2016, wherever.
When you told the police that Nard talked about the murder after Miami, is that something you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
Something I lied about.
Okay. When you told the police that after seeing Woody staying on the couch acting worried, Nard said that that nigga Woody gonna fold, he gonna tell on us about that nut situation. Is that something you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
Oh, I lied.
Okay. And when you told the police that Thug asked them, do you remember talking about Thug acting normal on cross-examination with Thug's attorney?
What you mean?
Do you remember Mr. Steele asking you whether you testified that Thug was acting normal after?
When he had me that today?
Do you remember at any time him asking you that?
Yeah, I think I do.
Okay. When you told the police that Thug asked Shannon, Yak, and Nard why they killed Nut, did you get that from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
I told you and them 1,000 times I lied. And I said it. I told them years ago I lied. So
Okay.
it ain't nothing new.
Okay, so would you tell the jury whether that was something you just made up out of the thin air or?
I don't remember. I just know I lied.
Okay. Now, is it only the things about people who are on trial now that you know for a fact you lied about?
What you mean? I ain't never said nothing about nobody else.
When you talk about what you do know and what you can't remember, is it only the information that you gave about Thug, Yak, and Shannon that you know for a fact you lied about?
Because I lied. What you mean?
Okay.
I don't understand what you said. I know I told y'all years ago that I lied. And you know that.
And so, Mr. Zachary, all I'm asking is,
When
in
I'm
that
telling you
August,
I lied then, I told them back then I lied.
and in August 2015, all I'm asking is, today is your testimony that the only people you lied about are Thug, Shannon, and Yak.
No, I lied about whatever they asked me about.
So you didn't lie about Booty getting jumped 5 or 6 days before Nut got killed, did you?
Everybody knew you got jumped.
Okay. Did you lie when you told the police that you all believe that Woody shot up Lucci's studio on Metropolitan?
I don't know.
Did you lie when you told the police that Rock Crew and YSL were the same thing?
I don't know.
Sustained.
Do you remember Mr. Steele saying or asking you, isn't it true that no one ever confronted you in 2017 about the things you were saying in your proffer that were different than what you said in 2015? Do you remember that?
I remember him.
Overruled.
Do you remember that?
I remember him saying something about the 2017 interview.
Do you remember him asking you, isn't it true that no one ever confronted you about things that you were saying different in 2017 than what you had said in 2015?
That may have been not you, but a different, it was covered in cross. I'm not sure who asked it.
Okay.
That was me.
Yeah.
My apologies to everyone. Do you remember Shannon's attorney telling you you never were confronted in 2017 about things you said differently than what you did in 2015? Do you remember that?
I think he said something like that.
And do you remember agreeing with him? Yeah, nobody ever confronted me about things I said different.
I think he said the officer or somebody was in there. I don't know.
I'm sorry, what
And
name?
he asked me why the officer or somebody didn't confront me or something. I don't remember. He said something like that.
Was Mr. Richardson your lawyer or your friend in that interview?
No, he was not my lawyer.
He was there on your behalf?
I don't know how he got there.
Okay.
But it later came out that he wasn't my lawyer though.
Isn't it true that you all were allowed to take breaks and that after at least one of those breaks, Detective Dennis came back and told you that reminded you that you had said a lot more about the murder than in 2015 than you were doing now in 2017?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that after that point, Detective Dennis asked you about what you had told him in 2015 about Duop and Nard?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that at that point you said you had heard that they were involved, that is, Duop and Nard were involved? You had heard that from Copeland, and then you said, I meant Shannon. Isn't that true?
I don't remember.
Isn't it true that after you told them that Shannon came to the apartment after the murder and told you about the murder, they pressed you on exactly what Shannon said to you?
You say, is it true that he told me? You asked me, I don't understand that question.
Isn't it true that during the 2017 interview, when you told the police and people with the DA's office with Mr. Richardson present that Shannon came to the apartment after the murder and told you something about the murder, you were asked what exactly Shannon said to you, and you said, I don't want to talk about it?
It was a lie.
Okay.
I don't know. I still don't understand the question.
You were pressed on what exactly Shannon told you in the 2017 interview.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay. Isn't it true that when you said you were not pressed or you were not confronted with differences in your story, that what you said about not being confronted wasn't exactly accurate? In other words, when you said something different, the police did ask you, wait a minute, what about this? You said it differently over here.
I don't remember. You would have to show me for me to know. I don't know. Okay. But I don't think they confirmed me. Ricky had asked y'all 2 years ago, did y'all have a video he can see? Y'all told him no. Y'all told me it wasn't no interview, just transcripts.
Okay. And during that 2017 interview, when you were looking at pictures of Shannon and Duop and Nard, isn't it true that you signed your name and wrote Shannon's and Nard's and Duop's on their pictures?
I don't remember, probably did.
When you were asked about the Lil Wayne bus shooting on cross-examination, is it your testimony today that you remember events that happened that night?
I don't know. Like, y'all been asking me all these questions, like, I don't know.
Do you remember telling detectives in the 2017 interview that people didn't need to get the gang's permission in order to carry out the Lil Wayne bus shooting?
I don't remember it being said like that or something. I don't know.
Do you remember being asked on cross-examination about the Infinity that you were in, that you rode inside with Copeland?
I remember y'all saying something about it.
Hmm?
I remember somebody said something about it.
Do you remember, I believe it was Mr. Steele, if it was not, correct me if your memory is different. Do you remember Thug's lawyer asking you whether the information you got about that Infinity came only from Copeland?
Yes.
Do you remember today whether the information you got about that Infinity came only from Copeland?
Yes, I told Woody. So I never saw somebody else in the car, but Woody, he told me about the car.
Is there anything in particular about that that causes you to remember it as opposed to other?
I remember the car because I remember we wrecked the car.
And was it Woody who told you that Thug's manager rented it?
Yes. I don't know. I don't remember. I didn't know. Woody said he thought it was Thug rental car or something. I don't remember. I told him I never saw him in that car though. I told him I never saw nobody in the car but Woody.
You told the jury earlier that after a certain point that Thug stopped associating with Woody. You said something like that on cross. Do you remember that?
I think I said you stopped coming around all the negativity. Like it was so much going. I think I said that.
Do you remember specifically talking about Woody and Thug not hanging around Woody?
Yes, cause I said he had a lot going on.
Do you remember when that was that you remember Thug stopped hanging around Woody?
I don't know.
Okay, generally speaking, would you say it was around May 2015?
I think Woody was already locked up, man. I don't know.
So does that mean it probably happened before that or after that?
I don't remember. I just know I think Woody had got locked up summertime, so I don't remember.
Do you know whether Woody actually talked to Thug about getting his bond paid in June 2015?
June, I was locked up, so I don't know.
Okay, you were asked about Thug and Woody's relationship. I'm just asking you if you know anything about.
June, I was locked up. So
okay, so that's a no?
I was locked up, I mean.
When you're locked up, does that keep you from getting information about other people that are locked up?
Yes.
So were you locked up federally?
No.
Were you locked up in Fulton County?
Yes.
So if you were locked up in Fulton County and Woody is locked up in Fulton County, do you all have the ability to talk to each other or do you not have access?
I was on a different flow.
Okay. Does being on a different floor keep you from having access to other people or talking to other people in the jail?
Yes.
Okay. Just one moment. Do you not remember speaking with Sledge from inside the jail or Montun? Why?
Me and Mook, I don't think if I talked to him and he was on the street, I don't even think I talked to him. What time you talking about?
While you were in the jail and he was in the jail.
Probably went to court, yeah.
And what about Garlington? You remember getting communication from Garlington while you all were both in jail?
He and Garlington and Sledge was on the case together. We go to court together.
Okay. Are they the only people that you talked to while you were in the jail that were in the jail with you?
I don't remember. Probably people in my dorm, I don't remember.
All right. What did you say?
People in the dorm, probably.
Okay. You were asked on cross-examination about a picture of Shannon taken sometime before January 10th, 2015. Do you remember Mr. Steele asking you about it?
Sustained.
Okay. Do you remember being shown a photograph of Shannon standing in front of a window?
Yeah, I remember that picture. I remember that picture.
And do you have any independent knowledge of when or if that was placed on any social media sites?
I think I remember. I think I took that picture. I was
Okay.
thinking about it.
Just the picture, though.
When I saw it, I remember the picture from some.
Did you post that on your social media site?
No.
Okay. Now, when you were asked on cross-examination about Antonio Sledge being drunk and Garlington being high and you being high on April 28th, 2015, were you telling the jury everything that you remembered about that night when you spoke with Shannon's attorney on cross-examination?
Did I what?
Is that all that you remember about that night on April 28th as you sit here today? April 28th, 2015, that Montun was drunk.
Your Honor, I was gonna let it go, but I'm gonna object to the misstatement of the testimony. His testimony was not that. Mr.
Sustained.
Do you remember anything else about the night of April 28th that Mr. Shart asked you about on cross-examination regarding Sledge being drunk?
I think I told him I don't know. I don't remember. I think I told him I was high myself, so I couldn't really tell.
And what does that type of high do to your ability to remember?
Xanax.
Okay. What does that do for you and for your ability to remember?
A lot. I might be on 3-4 at a time.
And does that cause you to forget things?
Yes.
Okay. So if you remembered that it was only you, Sledge, and Garlington, at what point did the high wear off to allow you to remember that?
Because I remember who I got in the car with.
Okay. Do you know what Trontavia Stevens was doing during that time?
No.
You were asked whether you went to Arrowhead Pond with Copeland and Sledge. Do you remember that?
I remember telling him I didn't remember if Sledge was with us.
Okay. Do you remember testifying on cross-examination that you wanted to convince Gaither and Dennis that you were telling the truth so that you could get out of jail?
I remember. I don't remember. I don't remember. I told her, ask me all these questions. I don't remember.
Do you remember when you were shown a clip of Gaither coming into the room saying, y'all been calling me and now I'm here? You remember that? Okay. Now, do you remember being asked whether you wanted to meet with Gaither so that you could get out of jail?
I remember me saying I ain't called them. I remember saying that.
Okay. Do you remember saying you wanted to clear Sledge of the shooting?
I thought that was what I was doing, but I was told you I was young.
Told the police that the phone number they showed you was not yours?
I don't remember.
You remember when you were asked on cross-examination whether you lied when you said you weren't involved in the April 28th shooting?
Who?
You remember when you said on cross that when you first sat down, you said, I wasn't involved. I ain't have nothing to do with that shooting.
I remember saying I lied. I don't understand what you're saying. You gotta ask it again.
Okay. You remember saying you lied in the August 5th, 2015 interview. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you lie when you told them or confirmed for them Demikion's phone number?
Your Honor, outside the scope of cross.
Sustained.
Did you lie when you told them that the phone number they had was not yours?
Outside the scope of cross.
Sustained.
Do you remember when you told them when you first sat down, you were making stuff up as you were going on? You remember saying that on cross?
Yeah.
At what point did that change, if at all?
What you mean, did it change?
Well, you said at first I was making stuff up as I was going
still
on.
making stuff up.
Okay, so are you saying that you made stuff up throughout the whole interview on August 5th, 2015?
Made stuff up and said stuff that I had already heard. I told y'all that.
Okay. And when you said that you wanted to take the guns out of your hand and put them in someone else's hand, is that what you were trying to do throughout the August 5th interview? Just take guns out of your hand?
What?
Do you remember saying on cross?
I don't remember.
Okay. By the time that you got to the 2017 interview, was your goal in that interview the same thing as your goal was in the 2015 interview?
What was my goal? Was it my goal?
Right.
I don't remember.
Do you remember whether you went into the 2017 interview with the intent to tell stories on
I
people?
don't remember.
Well, do you
Did
remember?
I tell stories?
Uh-huh.
I told stories, yes. Lies.
All right. And was there any reason that you told for these particular lies that you claim you told? For what reason were you telling lies in 2017?
Because I had already told the lies before.
And so the lies you told in 2017 were because you had already told them? Is that what you're saying?
Objection asked and
I don't,
answered.
you're not asking. Is that what you're saying?
What you mean?
Why did you tell the lies you're now saying that you told in 2017?
Because I lied. I don't know. I didn't know I lied. I don't get what you're saying. Like, I don't understand.
And the lies in 2015 that you told, did you tell them for any reason other than what you've already given to the jury?
What you mean?
The things that you said in the August 2015 interview that were not true. The reasons that you told them, even though they were not true. Are those reasons, have you told all of those reasons for telling those lies as you put them to the jury? Okay.
I don't remember.
Just one second. You know, I think that that's all I have at this time with this.
All right, Mr. Sharp, Mr. Weinstein.
Yeah, I have some thoughts on it.
All right.
Oh. Mr. Harvey has corrected me that I have reasons. Thank you, Mr. Harvey.
I didn't hear what you said before.
Well, good afternoon. How are you doing?
Hey,
Your head hurt? You're going to be able to answer my questions?
if I know him, yeah.
Can you lean forward just a little bit? Yeah, if you know them, that's all I'm asking, okay? So on redirect, Ms. Love asked you a lot of questions about the sources of your lies, okay? The lies you told back in 2015 and 2017. So let's get into that a little bit, okay?
Okay.
Let's talk about the play that you testified to that you got from Garlington, okay? Remember the play?
I don't remember it.
That play you testified to that you got from Garlington, that was about the murder of Peanut, Donovan Thomas, right?
That's what, yeah.
Okay. And that play was something cooked up between Garlington and Woody, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, as to vagueness.
Sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
Yes.
Yes, the play was cooked up between Garlington and Woody?
Woody put Garlington in it. It was something Woody had.
Something Woody had. And Woody came up with that play in order to take attention away from him.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
You don't have to answer that question. But that was a scheme between them to come up with the story that you would use, correct? They planted that story with
Objection,
you.
Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
The story that they came up with, that they told you, that Garlington relayed to you, was about Shannon and Yak and Duop and Nard being involved in Nutt's murder?
It was, I don't remember all the detail, but it had something to do with them, y'all.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear
I
that.
don't remember all the detail, but it had something to do with it.
It had something to do with that, with the murder of
Yeah.
Peanut, with the murder of Donovan Thomas. Okay. And that story was intended to cover up Woody's involvement in that murder.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did Garlington tell you why he was coming up with that story?
Why Woody was coming up with it?
Yeah.
He's just like, Woody got him in some bullshit.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained.
Well, Woody has been named, Your Honor, as an unindicted co-conspirator. It's a statement of a co-conspirator.
Your Honor, first of all, Your Honor, this is a whole, he's asking about Garlington. He's not asking about Woody. And if this is a matter that needs to be talked about, I don't think it's proper to do it in front of the jury.
Your question was about Garlington.
Yes. Okay. So the story you got from Garlington, that's the story that you ended up relaying to law enforcement, to Gaither and Dennis in
Objection.
2015.
Oh my gosh.
Sustained.
You've been asked repeatedly by the attorney for the state, by Ms. Love, how various lies that you told benefited you. You remember her asking you that just now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you're sitting over here right now instead of over there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you think that that's a benefit to
Your
you?
Honor, objection.
Do you view that as a benefit?
Hang on.
Okay,
hang
I'm
on.
asking him if he
I
views that
know,
as
and
a
there's an
benefit.
objection on the floor, which I haven't been able to hear yet. So wait and let me hear
My
it and
apologies,
rule
Your
on
Honor.
So objection as to misrepresentation, vagueness, when the question is, do you think it's a benefit to you that you're over there and not here?
Nope.
As it relates
Don't give it to
the
her, Paige.
interview in 2015 or 2017, I would ask for clarification about
No.
what it is that he was getting a benefit from.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll repeat that question to you.
Come on.
Do you view it as a benefit to you that those lies that you told in 2015 and 2017 put you in that witness stand instead of over there as a defendant?
Objection relevance.
Oh,
I ain't benefit off none of it.
You didn't benefit off any of it? You'd rather be over there?
Objection, Your Honor, improper.
Sustained.
Are you a defendant in this case?
Objection, relevance.
It's directly relevant.
yeah, it's directly relevant.
Are you a defendant in this case?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Steele. All right.
All right, keep it brief, Brian. Come on. Man, this is crazy. She just got the microphone on. Bring it on home, sir. Doug was getting a little bit
Very
perturbed with
briefly.
her, though.
You were asked about what I call the rodeo tour, but I'm talking about March, April 2015.
Yes.
Okay. Travis Scott and Jeffrey Williams, or Young Thug, are performing, right?
Yes.
You were asked if Jeffrey was the headliner or was not the headliner. You remember that?
Yes.
Headliner means what? Tell the jurors.
I don't know. Probably, I think like the main, I don't know. I think like the main person or something.
Is it fair to say that Jeffrey or Young Thug by this time is a big attraction in music?
Objection, asked, answered, and relevance.
Came up on recross.
I know.
Yes.
but Given the objection, sustained.
When you were there, if you saw the crowd, did Jeffrey and Travis Scott play
relevance.
together?
Dude.
Question.
Say that again.
Yeah, when you saw the crowds at the rodeo tour, did Jeffrey and Travis Scott perform together?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
I think, okay, that's fine. All right.
Wow.
You said you were asked specifically, did Jeffrey buy clothing for a lot of people? Do you remember that question on recross examination?
Yes.
All right. Is it true that Jeffrey did buy clothing for people at the Cleveland Avenue Park?
I told you, like, that was like it wasn't that new. Like everybody knew about like yeah.
Okay. And were you aware that Jeffrey did clothing drives all over the country?
Objection, relevance.
It came up on
Sustained.
cross.
Doesn't mean it's relevant.
Wow.
You were asked, and it was worded this way, that Jeffrey stopped hanging around with Woody. Remember those questions on recross?
Yes.
From your vantage point, were people always trying to be around Jeffrey?
Objection, Your Honor, vague and speculation.
You were, oh my gosh.
Did Jeffrey allow people to take pictures with him?
Objection, relevance.
When they,
Sustained.
wow.
From your vantage point, did Mr. Copeland or Woody, did Jeffrey go to him in any way, or was Mr. Copeland trying to hang out with Jeffrey?
Objection, relevance beyond the scope of redirect.
It was on redirect.
Overruled.
Yeah, Copeland used to come around now.
Okay. You were asked again on redirect about a supposed tweet of, and I'm not quoting it, but something like, "We shoot at them and don't report. They shoot at us and report." I'm not saying that's a quote. Have you ever seen a tweet like that?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered on cross.
Those are my questions.
All right. Mr. Short, have you made a decision? Do you have any recross? All right. You are now free to go.
And cut this on my leg.
Yes. We have to take care of that.
Bless his heart.
Call your next witness. Okay.
Oop, young lady walking out. Rome King. The investigator walking out, Rome King. Oh my goodness. Y'all, that was so gross. I almost want to just quit. I almost just want to just rage quit today and just give it up.
Sure.
That was disgusting.
Do y'all need a bathroom break before we start the next?
No, we don't.
Yes, no. Is it okay?
He's talking about the ankle monitor. He's got the ankle monitor on. Yo, that was so gross, y'all.
We're actually gonna have you step back out. We're gonna take a quick recess. Thank you.
Yo, that was all right. Let's see what they're doing. So they're doing some kind of powwow up there. Who's all up there? All right, so yeah, I have no idea what we're doing. None at all. Okay, so yo, that was wild. All right, that was so he gets the ankle monitor taken off. Rome King, what you doing Friday, my guy? What you doing Friday? Come on. We might have to just do a little, we might have to go ahead. We might just do a little meetup at the courthouse. At least for the first part and then go to lunch or something. Because I don't know, man. This is, y'all, that was so gross. I don't actually know what I saw. Like that was horrible. Like, yo, yeah, just tap in the chat, man. What do y'all think about that? That was craziness on display in 4K. I don't care what kind of monitor you got. I don't care if you're on the smallest screen possible. That you saw that in full living color. That woman just abused that man, asking him the most asinine, insane. And she's still going to bring in the videotapes. So it's not like she's doing this in lieu of the tapes, in lieu of the interrogation videos, in lieu of the jailhouse calls, if they had any of those. She's still going to bring all those in. So what was the purpose of this? Pride and arrogance. It was tiring. It's shameful. She's a hiree. She's a hire. I bet you can bet $1 I bet y'all know $1 who
Who hired her? That's right, Fonnie Willis. Corruption, worst process. I mean, this is, yo. Do you love them? I don't know. Rome King, you haven't answered my question though. What's going on? What point did she prove? That she's petty, that calling her Petty Betty is not a lap too far. That's what she proved. That's what she proved today, Key. That calling her Petty Betty is not, that's not a pejorative at all. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, but it's not relevant. But she let that woman sit there and say, did you see Young Thug buy clothes for people? But then when Brian Steele wanted to dig in a little bit more about the clothes for people, she said that's not relevant. Man, the Twitter clips for this day are going to be insane. I hope man, it's going to be a mess. I'm gonna have to get myself ready because it's going to be hot cooking on. That's all I can say. You see, okay, so they're pretty much on the seal. I don't think they're going to. They're going to probably come back in about 10 minutes or so, probably. Whitaker's bias is bias. Like that's how bad it is. When your bias is bias against bias, that's crazy. That's insane. Oh, I be working. DWC, these contracts be robbing me of my free time. This chat is what keeps me upbeat while handling them. Boy, you better bring them contracts. We'll read them with you. Man, we'll read over them things, man, and redact and all that kind of stuff. And well, can I object? There you go. I object to Rome King not coming on Friday. There you go. I object. Sustained. Overruled. I don't even know what it means, but I object to it. She uses double. I don't even know. I don't even think it's fair to say they're double standards. They're triple standards. I don't know what this is. This is insanity. I don't know what to do. Now, Rome King, I can introduce you to some people. Rome King, you know, I know some people. I know some people. I can introduce you. Like, oh, by the way, this is my friend Rome King. Oh my goodness, we got to make it happen. Get your work done, man. Get your work done because we filing motions, man. We're gonna file motions. I don't know what we're gonna file. I don't know what they even are. What? Wait, hold on. No way. Is that? I saw that number. I wasn't certain. That's how many objections. Y'all stop it. Yo, that's a crime and a shame. That's a crime and a whole shame. Wait, hold on. Did y'all know that the thing stopped? The stream stopped.
Touring.
Yes.
Okay. And did you go on a tour?
The stream stopped. Uh-oh. What does that mean? They cut the stream off, not just on the seal, but it ended. Let's go look at Atlanta News First. Okay, Atlanta News First is still on, I think. Yeah. All right, so let's jump over there. Okay. Okay, yeah, we're gonna bring it like the 11 Alive one, it just ended. I don't know, they must have hit it on accident. Oh, where are you, Ray? Hey, we're all about it, man. We'll go get some tacos for lunch, absolutely. But Rome got to come too, man. Rome, don't set us down. Don't let us down. Mandy gonna come. Come on, man. I can tell DWC will be why. This king. I wish I had her phone number. I wish I had her phone number. Oh, you don't understand. Do you understand how much shenanigans I would wreak? Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm gonna ask my wife, like, wife, don't you want to invite Miss Westmoreland over? And oh my gosh, I'm telling you. I'm here for y'all. I'm here for you. Yo. I don't even think it's Be Fair anymore. Mecca Dooley. At this point, it's well past. Okay, so think about a movie where a character takes a very serious turn and becomes like an anti-hero or even a villain. There's a point where they're like you're no longer going to be able to rescue them. It's not just a matter of they need to make better decisions. They now are making pure wrong decisions. I- Judge Whittaker is in her villain arc. I don't know how to pull her out of it. I don't know, man. This is craziness. This is outright insanity to watch and just listen to the inconsistent. And there was a couple times where Love made objections and Whitaker didn't say anything. And you could almost see like Love starting to like NPC, like glitch out because she didn't know what to say, but she knew she was supposed to say something. She knows I'm supposed to object to something. Look, sure, I'm here to help. I'm here to help everybody. I'm here to help everybody. I've been married for 23 years. This coming February, I'm here to help everybody and anybody I can. So if I can help out, look, let it be known, let it be said, dear woke Christians trying to help the people. I'm a person for the people. Yeah, like that name kind of rings a little bit. We gotta stop that. Let's stop that, y'all. We're gonna get in trouble for that. Y'all gonna get the whole the best live chat on the planet will be the bridesmaids and groomsmen and flower girls and ring bearers. And I mean, I'm ordained as a deacon. I can actually facilitate it. I can facilitate it. You probably don't want me to. I can facilitate it. What's going on? My backyard isn't that big. So we'll rent a place. We'll rent a place. I'm here for you though. I don't know, but they make too much. Wigs and wine. Whatever she makes, she does not earn it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yo, that thing. Yeah, I don't think Love has, apparently they had somebody. They called somebody. So somebody was walking in and they told them to go back out because Love wanted a little bench. But I don't know, man. I hate it because I feel like I really want to hear what the defense is thinking right now. I feel like they're just like, what in the world are we watching and seeing and hearing? What is happening here? So yeah, that was so gross. It is kind of like she's been told what to say. That is kind of, I mean, that's not an anomaly. I mean, ask the merchants. Ask the merchants, Rome King. They be crushing it. Brian Steele and his wife, they be crushing it. I'm just saying. Oh, what did I say, Renee? Oh, by the way, I want to say thank you to Renee. I think this is the Renee. Thank you so much for the very kind $5 super chat. I did want to make sure I said thank you for that. I appreciate it. That was very kind of you. Thank you. Y'all, if it wasn't that there were literal lives like in jeopardy, this would be like some of the most compelling must-see TV in some time. But that's not the case. I mean, we're looking at some pure, I mean, now I do wonder this though. I didn't hear it. It sounds like Mr. Zachary was released and let go. So he's not like Woody and Sledge. They said they reserved the right to call him back. It didn't sound like they did that with him. I wonder why. And same thing with Trevia Smith. They didn't do the same. They did that either. They said, nah, you can go. You can go, boo. We good with that. So that's yeah, that's gonna be really wild. I don't know, man. I just want this to end, but I mean, hopefully, maybe it'll end on Friday. Maybe Judge Whittaker. It was a restroom break, Pedro. It was a restroom break, and they just it was a restroom break that became a bench meeting, and then that's how they got here. So yeah, man, I feel sorry for that guy, man. Hopefully he can go and just get away from this, but That's a great question. I don't know. I'm gonna go on a limb and say no. I'm gonna go on a limb. Say they probably didn't. Wigs and wine. And even more than that, there's nobody that's gonna hold them accountable. So even though they were told to, yeah, Renee said this. The office is full of loves, which I think is very fair to say. It's very full of Fonnie Willis's. And you're watching the records hearing, and there's that male version of him, Dexter Bonds. Yeah, I mean, that's very true observation. Yeah. Oh, she makes 86 to 110. She makes too much. She makes entirely too much for what we just saw today. That was gross. I can't believe that anybody else, if that was a man mistreating a woman, if that was a white man going after a black woman or a black man, I can't. There's so many dynamics that I can see that they would be ready to riot if that was somebody else. But she did that, just make it. Let's say that was Ashley Merchant doing that, and she was behaving just like Love. Man, people would be lined up outside Prior Street, ready to raise Cain. They'd be livid. Here we go. Sound is back. Let's go see what they're doing. Mistrial. Throw it out. Oh, there's the witness, whoever that is.
You can take a seat if you want to. Well, actually, just stand and then once. Okay. Now let's do that in front of the jury. Okay. I mean, 5 or 5:30 depends where, we are with witnesses. How long do you think this witness will be?
I expect about an hour, Your Honor.
Okay, and then do we have another witness what's the next witness up? Hmm? Hmm? Oh, okay. Okay. So maybe just these two, maybe one more, I don't know. Because y'all's time estimates are not always spot on. I mean, I don't know who she said, but I'm just talking about how many more witnesses there'll be for today. Sounds like this, at least one other, maybe one other after that, but that seems like about it. I don't either.
Y'all most of us like Atkins for the most part. So that at least means it'll probably be the overall tenor will probably be different than Adrian Love's. So embarrassing. This is not Fulton. This is not Georgia. They are not indicative of everybody here in Georgia. I just want to say that again. Most of us are not like this. The lion's share of us are not like this. We don't roll like this. I'm sorry. Now they might represent us sadly to the world, but the world don't buy the hype. Don't believe the hype. I don't know who these people are. They're not like us. They're their own little creatures. And that's real rumbling I hear outside. So it's really about to storm. I don't know what they're doing. He's had the whole morning to get himself ready. He probably was over there looking on Indeed while she was over there berating that poor guy. Probably was like, man, I forgot I'm supposed to be doing work, man. I'm over here on Indeed, on Glassdoor, looking for a job. I'm over updating my resume on LinkedIn. He forgot. But y'all, thank you so much. There's about 530 of y'all watching. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. This has been a very interesting day, man. Very draining. But we'll have a chance tonight to uncap. We'll be talking with Black Law Student over on his spaces on Twitter. with Ashley Merchant. Hopefully he'll get a chance to hear some things about that. What she thinks about this. What Lady Merchant think about this. He was released. This is Sprinkle's cousin. Okay, I'm trying to see. All right, I'm trying to see who this guy is. Sorry about that. Let's go.
Your Honor, may the witness be sworn in?
Yes. Although not yet.
Yes, Your Honor.
You swear to further testimony you're about to get a court, the truth, all nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I will.
You may proceed, please. State your first and last name with a spelling of both, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Ricardo Leal. It's Ricardo. First name spelled Leal.
Good afternoon, Mr. Leal. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, sir.
Can you tell the jury where you work?
Yes, so I work for T-Mobile Corporation, which is a mobile phone carrier.
How long have you been with T-Mobile?
So I started with T-Mobile back in April of 2020. There was a merger that transpired on that date. Prior to that, I worked for Sprint Corporation, which was another telephone company. And so I worked with them, basically started with them in 2002.
Was the merger between Sprint and T-Mobile?
Yes.
What do you do for T-Mobile?
So I serve as a records custodian when subpoenaed. My job title is testifier. So basically, I authenticate records, explain records, how they're kept, in the normal course of business, do a lot of reviewing records, those types of things.
How many trials have you testified in?
So I've testified in over 450 in my tenure. I've been doing this part of my job for quite some time.
Do you travel across the country, or do you have a specific region that you cover?
All throughout the United States and other places as well.
So to become, what did you do, let me take a step back, before you began working with Sprint, before it merged with T-Mobile?
So when I worked at Sprint, I would have been an analyst, essentially. Subpoena analyst is what they called it. So my job function was to review legal demands, verify that legal demand, then send out the information that is being asked for through legal process. However, the requester was asking for it. So essentially, that's what I was doing for a number of years. And then I headed up a team that was an immediate response group, that they could get their information sooner by paying a fee. And then I transitioned into the job that I'm currently doing. But at the time, it was with Sprint.
And would subpoenas from law enforcement agencies be one of the requests that you would review when you were an analyst?
Correct. That would be one of the formats. So subpoena, search warrant, court order, search warrant having the most available. They would be able to get the most information with the judge's signature. that's kind of how that process works.
What type of documents did you get familiar with as an analyst responding to those legal requests?
So mainly was call records pertaining to subscriber information, the call detail records, which is the network information that could have other information like cell tower information, billing records. That's the main things that were being asked for, and still to this day. There are some other records that we have as well, but those are the main things. Later on, as the progression became more prevalent, text information was being asked for, data, because your phones became user-friendly to be used for search engines, those types of things, for data. So those were often asked for too.
Can you differentiate the call detail records from the other records you've described for the jury?
Sure, absolutely.
How would you describe or differentiate them?
So the call records would show the calls that were taking place. It will have the different numbers. It will also depend on what type of call record. It will show duration time. It'll have dates. Also tower information, if that was asked for, that information would be within the record. Also, on the format, when we send the information out, it shows what is being asked for through legal process. Like, it gives exact accounts of the information that's being sent out.
Now, in working with Sprint, was it through experience or training that you became familiar with these records and what they contain?
So it was on the job training. And over time, I would be answering questions with whoever was asking for the information. So it took a lot of me trying to get understanding of what I was looking at. And then over time, I had to learn the T-Mobile records as well, which was more of a formal training versus how I started at Sprint. It was a different time, back in 2002. But yeah, quite a big difference between 2002 and 2020.
Fair enough. Can you describe for the jury what training you had to get familiar, coming from Sprint, with T-Mobile records?
So there was a training that happened. It was during COVID. Basically, it was several days of going through the formats of how the records are kept at T-Mobile and the information that T-Mobile carries and how their information is kept in comparison to how the information is kept at Sprint. So there was kind of like a dual training going on where the T-Mobile folks were filling us in on their info, and we were doing the same to them with the Sprint information, because two different networks, information being kept, all similar processes and everything, but the content was in different formats and it was kept differently according to time.
Now, you had mentioned subscriber information as documents that you sometimes have to discuss. Can you
Yes.
describe what is contained in Sprint or T-Mobile subscriber information records?
Generally speaking, the subscriber information would contain the account information with the account holder and or subscriber if the subscriber of the phone is different than the account holder. Basically, it would have identifying information if it was not a prepaid subscriber. If it's a postpaid subscriber, there's a verification process that takes place. And essentially, in that verification process, they're enabling the person that wants to subscribe to the phone to be able to get billed. And so they do a credit check. Unlike a postpaid subscriber, they'd be paying up front, or a prepaid subscriber, pardon me, they would be paying up front. And so those are some of the differences, but the elements within the subscriber information could have other information like the type of account, the equipment or the handset number that is associated with the telephone number. It has other identifying information that's network information that also coincides with how the layout is for the subscriber information. But those are some of the things. It would have like activation dates, like when the account was activated, when the number was activated within that account, if it wasn't the only telephone number. There are accounts that could have multiple numbers within a specific account, if that makes sense.
When you were just discussing prepaid versus post paid for subscriber,
Yes.
how is the name created or chosen for prepaid versus post?
So with prepaid, it could be anything. So it could be what that person wants it to read. It's non-verified. So basically there's no verification process that takes place. If I wanted to open a phone and get my own phone, I could say, I wanted to say Donald Duck. That could be on there. So that's just the way it is. Because it's non-verified, like a postpaid subscriber, there's no credit check being run. They're not showing an ID or anything that has identifying information. There's no requirement. So that's how that works.
You've also mentioned, and we briefly discussed call detail records. Are call detail records kept in the regular course of business with T-Mobile?
Yes, they are. And they're kept for billing purposes.
Is there any other purposes that, well, I'll ask another question. I'll come back to that. Is any of the information include cell site tower information?
Yes, that's part of the network information. And so the network information would include cell tower information as part of the things that were transpiring within the network prior to the billing process.
And with subscriber information data, with call detail record data, and cell site tower data, what are the various purposes or reasons why T-Mobile keeps those documents in the regular course of business?
So it's mandated that we keep this information by the FCC for a certain amount of time, but we have to be able to bill our customers. So that's why the network information, we keep that. From that, we would be able to ascertain the billable calls for each customer. And then they would be able to send that bill out. Now things are different with unlimited. Oftentimes there's not as much information that's being sent out because of that unlimited plans, but they still generate bills because it's mandated by the FCC. It's also network optimization. They use the information that we have to be able to review if there's any disputes for calls that didn't take place or those types of things. That was more of a thing back when each call was being accounted for, right? You're getting numerous amounts of calls, extra fees, like those types of things. But those are two of the main reasons. And then the subscriber information is kept for a more lengthy period of time because to be able to see in a timeline the subscribers that had different numbers for an amount of time.
Now, before you came testifying here right now, did you and me meet and go over some documents?
Yes, we did.
Did that include any CDs or discs with information on them?
Yes, I reviewed a handful of discs as well as all the information within those discs.
And did you make any markings on those discs after you reviewed them?
I did on the outside envelope.
Now, Your Honor, I'm going to approach the witness with what has been marked as State's Exhibit 515 Yankee through 519 Yankee. And for both 515 through 520, there's a Yankee and a Yankee Alpha. corresponding with each number. And so I'm also, Your Honor, approaching the witness with 520 Yankee through 522 Yankee. And for those last three, there is a 520 Yankee Alpha and a Yankee Romeo for those last three.
Okay.
I've handed the witness those exhibits. When you're done reviewing them, sir, just look up and let me know.
Okay.
What are those that I've asked you to look through?
So these are all requests that were sent out through legal process with Sprint or T-Mobile. So there's several of each, but it's mainly the disc and then subscriber information and some certifications within the packets.
Now, I'll start with 515 Yankee through 518 Yankee. Are those, or 515 Yankee, 516 Yankee, and 517 Yankee, are those three Sprint?
Yes, they're all Sprint correspondence, so the records that were sent out through the Sprint process.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the subscriber call detail records and cell tower information for those corresponding records?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender into evidence 515 Yankee, 515 Yankee Alpha, 516 Yankee, 516 Yankee Alpha, 517 Yankee, and 517 Yankee Alpha.
Those are admitted.
Now, sir, do you also have 518 Yankee, 519 Yankee before you?
Yes, I do.
And do they have a corresponding alpha that is printed?
Yes,
And are those T-Mobile records?
they are.
Are they a fair and accurate depiction of the subscriber information, call detail records, and corresponding cell site information for those T-Mobile records?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 518 Yankee, 518 Yankee Alpha, 519 Yankee, and 519 Yankee Alpha.
You're admitted.
Now, was there also, with the last documents, and by last, I mean 520 Yankee through 522 Yankee, and those three numbers have a corresponding Alpha and Romeo? Do you see those three, sir?
I do.
Did you and me also go through those documents?
Yes, we did.
Do those documents have a business record certification alongside them?
They do.
Your Honor, pursuant to the business record certification, the state would tender State's Exhibit 520 Yankee, 520 Yankee Alpha, 521 Yankee, 521 Yankee Alpha, and 522 Yankee, 522 Yankee Alpha into evidence, and the corresponding business record search for the record are the numbers with the Romeo.
All right, those are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, I want to start with, we're going to go in order, sir. So 515 Yankee, I wanted to talk about those first.
Okay.
And specifically, do you have before you a 515 Yankee Alpha?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what 515 Yankee Alpha is to begin?
I will. So this is the response pages for the request. Basically has the information for the person that extracted, that was in charge of getting the information through the legal process within my group at Sprint. it has the date of the correspondence, as well as we generate a case number, but it has the person that requested the information, has their information on there as well. And then it begins with basically on page 2, the dates for the information, as well as the number for that specific request.
And Your Honor, I'm going to publish 515 Yankee Alpha for the jury. Now, can you explain for the jury, what is this on the top left when it has a Sprint case number? What does that indicate?
So with every request that is received, a Sprint case number, or T-Mobile has the same type of thing, but a number is generated that correlates with that specific request. And so the case number is 2015, in this case, -032151. So you could look up the information that was sent out. We would have a record of it. That's basically what that is.
And what is the phone number associated with 515 Yankee Alpha?
The phone number is 678-278-5991.
Now, what agency requested these records from Sprint?
It was the Atlanta Police Department.
And who specifically with the Atlanta Police Department requested these records?
It was Ari Bleifeld.
Now, I'm scrolling to page 2 of 515 Yankee Alpha. Who was this account? What person was the bill and account name under?
It was under the name of Kenneth Copeland.
And what was the address associated with this phone record?
878 Oakland Drive Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia, 30310.
Now, what was the date range for this request?
It was January 1st, 2015 through February 6th of 2015.
What date was this account created?
So the account was established on October 29th of 2014.
Now, I wanted to ask you, if you turn to the third page, do you see a line titled equipment?
Yes.
Now, what is that? What does this tell you?
So it basically shows the equipment that's being utilized with the electronic serial number. And so each handset has a ESN, or electronic serial number, that correlates with that handset. The phone carriers keep track of that information. If there was a change, it would also show if a handset was activated or canceled for whatever reason. I get a new phone, it would show that information.
Now, are you able to tell if this is a pre or postpaid account? And if so, how?
Yes. So with Sprint, in the network access identifier, which is close to the top of the page, or just under where it says effective, it has the name of the subscriber, and it'll usually have a numeral next to it. And then it has at sprintpcs.com. When I see that, I know that it's a postpaid subscriber. It's a verified subscriber. If it was prepaid on the Sprint network, it would have something like, oftentimes it would be like Boost Mobile. Boost would show up instead of Sprint PCS, or Virgin Mobile. Those were some of the prepaid components of Sprint, unless it was with a reseller. And so if it was with a reseller, they would have the subscriber information, if there was any, on a postpaid or a prepaid subscriber, rather. So a non-billed subscriber.
Now, sir, do you see, and I'm trying to show this on the screen for you as well, where it has features with a number of asterisks?
Yes.
Right above that, where it says effective 12/15/2014, and then it has expiration. Can you describe for the jury what that means?
So basically, that phone was effective. It was being utilized from December 15th, 2014 through the date searched. So for the entire date range, it was an effective active number, essentially, or phone.
Now I'm going to scroll to, and before you see where it has request type in bold, then it has a date range.
Yes.
Is this the date range that corresponds with when these records were requested for?
That's correct.
And it was January 1st through February 6th of 2015.
Yes.
Now, the disc that before you, that's 515 Yankee.
Yes.
Is that the records that correspond with this subscriber information?
That is correct. It's all the information that was asked for outside of this subscriber information. Basically, the call detail records as well. They can be quite voluminous. So
now I'm going to publish for you 515 Yankee.
okay.
You let me know if you can see it on the screen there.
I can see.
Now, is this what you and me reviewed before coming into court?
Yes.
And I wanted to walk through for the jury so they could what these contain. So this first Word document, what is this document?
So that's most likely it's the subscriber information, or it's the help aid to interpret the information that when we send it out, we send out a help aid always with the records.
I meant for it to, give me 1 second. I thought it would publish on your version, but it did not. Can you see it now?
Yes.
What is this document?
This is the help aid, or the keys to understanding. And so basically it would break down all the information that is being received as far as the call detail reports.
And if I want to, do you see this column where it says cell sites?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what does this information and why is it included in these type of requests?
Sure. So basically it's highlighting all the different switch information for all the switches that are kept throughout the United States, as well as the identifying information. So it's called a network identifier. All that information is part of the record. So basically, this is an overview of all the towers in the United States. But for the specific record that you look at, as far as the call detail record, depending on where that phone's operating,
And Your Honor, I'd ask that, as it's a document.
those specific network element IDs for that area. And so with Sprint, you would have a list that coincides with it. And then you would be able to determine the latitude and longitude for that specific tower that works in conjunction with the switch. So basically, a switch conducts the switch to happen from one telephone number to another telephone number. 100 years ago, it was an operator. There was a person that would physically switch a phone to get to its destination. With the network, it's a system. And so it does the switching in the system. That's pretty much how that works. But we give you the overview of all the towers. So you can be able to identify the information, as well as inside of this information, it kind of explains the different nuances of the towers as well and how they're set up.
Now, for example, with the records that T-Mobile, or in this case Sprint at the time, would send back, if a law enforcement agency asked for phone records for 30 days and someone traveled to 10 different states, would the records from that be different or not different in relation to the cell site tower you're talking about for someone who stayed in one state? Their phone stayed in one state.
Right. So anytime there's movement, you're going out of state, the switch would also be typically in the other state as well. So that's kind of how that works. There's switches all throughout the United States. And then for every switch, there's several, could be 100 or more towers that are associated, probably more than 100 with each specific switch, just depending on the population density. And so I'm just going to give you an example. If I was on my phone and I left Georgia and I went north to New York, and I had been using my phone the entire time, getting on calls or whatever while I'm driving through my sync, of course. But anyways, every time you get on a call, it would then have the network information that would correlate with the switch and towers that are in those specific states that you're traveling through.
Now, I want to go back to what's contained in 515 Yankee. So do you see how there's 3 Excel spreadsheets?
Yes.
I'm going to open these and walk through them with you, starting from top to bottom. Now, when you were just describing the different tower information that would come back from a request, what is this Excel spreadsheet that's contained within 515 Yankee?
So this is the NEID list, or the switch information. And basically it's a list. On the record, it would have the identifying information, and you would have to refer to this list to be able to plot the latitude and longitude. So with the Sprint records, you have to look up the list, and then you would use the cell ID number to locate the latitude and longitude for each specific sector of a tower, essentially.
Now, what you see, this Excel is titled NEID 207.
Yes.
What does that mean, and what is after that title of this document?
Sure. So it's the network element ID, and then it's the name of that NEID, which is 207. And then it shows where that switch is, Miami. Typically, it's going to be where that switch is operating. It's the name of the list.
Now I want to show you, I'm going to open up another XL that was in 515 Yankee, and I want you to describe for the jury. Let me know when this pops up. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
What switch location is this Excel spreadsheet associated with 515 Yankee?
So this one's Atlanta. It's number 176. So it's network element ID 176.
Now, finally, I'm going to publish the last Excel spreadsheet in 515 Yankee and ask you some questions about it.
Okay.
And while I'm pulling that up, you know how on the subscriber sheet it said status A? What does that mean on the different lines of the subscriber information page when it has status A?
It's active. And so if there was a cancellation, it would say status C.
What process goes into deactivating an account from the subscriber's end in these records that we're discussing?
It just depends. So it could be they stop paying. It could be that they got a new phone and that would show activation cancellation. Or they said they were going to go to another carrier. There's all different variables, right?
Fair enough. Do you know what steps T-Mobile takes to deactivate an account on their end as the provider?
Same type of thing. I mean, those are all instances of how an account or number could get deactivated, right?
Understood. Now, I'm going to publish for you the last XL in 515 Yankee.
Okay.
Do you see this?
Yes.
Now, for purposes of, I'm going to increase the font here for you on this top row.
Okay.
Can you tell the jury in general while I'm doing that what these are?
Sure. So these are the columns. And basically it's interpreting the entire record in their column headers, right? The calling number is the number that's doing the calling. You can see at the bottom in green, that's the PTN or personal telephone number. That's the number that the record relates to, right? And then you have the called number and the dialed digits. So the called number is the number that's being called. And then it breaks it down. If there are no dialed digits, that's an indication that it's a text message, because the way that texts correlate with the records, they don't show the dialed digits because it goes through a text message gateway.
So with on that note, you see how these first roughly 10 columns are blank, and then you have numbers here and the column I've highlighted. What's the difference between, are these top ones text and this some type of phone call?
Correct. And it will allude to that later. But then you have the mobile roll column, which is identifying inbound would be a call coming in, outbound would be a call going out. There's another nuance that you might see in there that's routed. There's two types of routed calls. And generally, a routed call is going to have an inbound portion and a portion that's routed. It's when the receiver is outside of its normal coverage area and the switch is trying to locate that person or phone, essentially. And so it's being routed by a temporary local dialing number. And it's only on inbound calls or if a call goes to voicemail. Those are the instances where you'll see routed. And when you see a call that goes to voicemail, it will have like 6245 in parentheses and the dialed or the called number column is where it would show up.
For a quick example of that, I'm going to move. Do you see the highlighted column to 14
Yes,
and where it says routed call?
yes.
Is this what you were just discussing for the jury?
Correct. So those two lines are paired together, essentially. It's all one transaction, but on the record, it shows two lines.
And do you mean what is listed as 14 and 15?
Yes.
Now, going to after that inbound, outbound, or routed column, can you describe for the jury or walk through? You have start date, end date, duration. Can you describe and walk through these for the jury?
Yes. And so the start date is the date and the time. The time's in military time. So that first transaction is like 1 minute after midnight and 20 seconds. Then it has the duration, as I spoke to earlier. There's no time involved in text, so it's always going to be 0. As far as talk time. And then you have the start date and the end date. The duration would be 0. If it was a call or there was a network, it was attached to the network, it would then have time involved. And then it has the network element ID for those.
That's the NEID?
Correct. For those ones in 0, it's showing that number 198 or 194, 198. Those are all text message gateways. They're in that interpretation sheet that we looked at earlier, the key to understanding the information. All those are broken down in there. And then it coincides with the specific repo.
What is a repo number?
Basically the switch list, right?
Understood. Now, I want to ask you something. What, for Sprint records in 2015, what time zone were the records in or kept in?
So for any text message transactions within the Sprint record, it would be in Central Time. And so you would have to add an hour to get to Eastern Time.
What about for phone calls?
Phone calls are switch time. So wherever that switch was, that's where it would relate to.
So if you use the switch in Atlanta, Eastern Time, they would be in Eastern Time?
Correct.
And if you used a switch in Texas, Central Time, it would be Central Time?
That's correct.
And is it based on like in these records, if this cell phone provider, which is attributed to Mr. Copeland, made a call and was in Eastern Time, would all of the calls be in Eastern Time or something else, regardless of who they dialed to?
It would be wherever the phone's being utilized. So it would go back to the switch information.
And if someone that was in, say, California called someone who was in Atlanta, how would the records on the Atlanta call providers come in? What time would come in for that incoming call?
Wherever that person is that's utilizing that number. So you'd have to have the records for the other number, but wherever the physical phone is connected to as far as the switch, that's where that would relate to the records.
So for someone who remained on Eastern Time, regardless of where they're receiving calls, their records would stay in Eastern Time.
Correct.
Now, I want to go through just a couple more. Well, what does this last 2 columns mean that says first cell and last cell?
Sure. So basically the first cell and the last cell breaks down. There's a series of numbers once you go past those zeros. 1 is the sector or side of the tower. And then 7848 on that first cell that we're looking at, it's the second line up, is the cell ID number. And so you would have to go to the list that we looked at earlier, which is 207, NEID list or repo 31. Look on the left-hand column for 7848. That's the cell number. And then look at the first input. That would give the exact information for that tower. And then it finalized on that tower. So it would be the same location for that tower information that you would physically see on that list.
Now, earlier you had mentioned if the duration is 0, it's a text. Is there any significance to this first cell, last cell columns having a 0 versus numbers?
Not for text, no.
So if it's a 0 here, does that mean it's a text?
Yes, but if the phone was off or out of battery and there was calls coming in, it would also show 0.
Understood. Now, would these records that we're walking through, would applications such as FaceTime or WhatsApp or Telegram show up in these documents?
No.
Now, do you have before you 516 Yankee Alpha?
Yes, I do.
Publishing 516 Yankee Alpha for the jury? Now, who made this request for 516 Yankee Alpha?
So it's Kevin Leon Pacher. I guess that's how that's pronounced.
William
Sounds
Packer?
French. Yeah, or Ian Packer.
And are they what agency were they with when they made the request?
Atlanta Police Department.
And what is the phone number that was requested?
The number is 470-262-2643.
What was the date that these records were provided to the Atlanta Police Department that made the request?
The date that they were provided was, let me look here. It was August 28th of 2015.
Now I want to turn to page 2. What records were, or let me start with this. I'm going to go to the middle of page 2. What is the account name associated with these records?
So the account name is Kelvin Treadwell.
And what was the request? Do you see where it has request type in bold?
Yes.
What all was requested?
So there were several things that were requested. It was subscriber information, call detail records with cell site, and then the per call measurement data.
What was the date range for the call detail records with the cell site for this phone number?
It was January 1st, 2015 through August 26th of 2015.
Now, what date was this account established?
The account was established on February 14th of 2014.
And was this a prepaid or postpaid account?
It was postpaid.
And what page are you on to determine that? Is that page
3?
3? On page 3, is it near where it has equipment?
Correct. Above equipment, it goes back to sprintpcs.com.
Now, was there any changes in this account in terms of cancellations, activations, or anything of that nature?
Yes. So there was a
a phone change, like the handset changed on July 29 of 2015. One handset was canceled and then another one started.
Now the records we just walked through that had the duration, the different columns we walked
Yes.
through with the jury, is these records also Sprint?
Yes.
Does the call detail records associated with 516, are they in the same format of what we just walked through with the jury?
Yes.
So the Excel spreadsheet would have the same data columns for this phone number.
Same type of information, just relating to the other number.
Now I want to turn to 517 Yankee Alpha. Is that also a Sprint record, 517 Yankee Alpha?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 517 Yankee Alpha for the jury. Now, who made this request for the records in 517 Yankee Alpha?
It was a L. Gaither with the Atlanta Police Department.
What was the date that these records were returned to Detective Gaither with Atlanta Police Department?
It was May 28th of 2015.
Now, turning to page 2, what was requested by Detective Gaither with these records?
The cell site information with the call detail records, along with subscriber information for the date range of January 10th, 2015 through May 20th of 2015.
Now, do you see on account details?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury if this is pre or post-paid account?
So it's a prepaid account. And basically it's a reseller. The reseller name is Red Pocket. Basically, resellers lease lines from the parent company, which in this case is Sprint. And they lease blocks of lines and operate their prepaid business. So if there were any subscriber information, you would have to get it from that specific reseller.
And for these records, were call detail records with the disc that you reviewed for 517 Yankee, were there call detail records that were returned for this cell phone?
Yes.
Ending in 5726, and would it have the same columns as the first two Sprint records we just discussed with the jury?
Absolutely. It's the same information. It's our network information. It's just being, and that's why we were able to respond to the request. But basically, it just is because it's a prepaid and it's operating through the reseller. If there were any subscriber information, they would have that.
Now, let me ask you this. When requests are made, if I requested from January 1st till December 31st of a year, would I ever get more or less records from T-Mobile or Sprint that I requested? And if so, why?
So we're only able to give what is asked for. I'm not saying humans don't make mistakes, but it could happen where more information was given than they were supposed to, but we have to divulge that information if that's the case. And so it could have less depending on if the phone was being utilized. Say the date range was for a year, but they stopped using the phone in September, then you wouldn't have the rest of the 3 months, right? So that's a thing too. But yeah, we would provide everything that we had for that specific date range.
Now I want to turn to 518 Yankee and 518 Yankee Alpha. Is that T-Mobile records versus Sprint?
Yes.
And I want to discuss what is the last four of 518 Yankee Alpha?
The telephone number?
Yes, sir.
It is 7604.
And Your Honor, I'm publishing 518 Yankee Alpha for the jury. Who is, I should say, what is the billing name for this account?
So the billing name is Trey Brock.
Is it Trez Brock?
Yes.
And what agency or who made this request?
So it was requested by Michael Sprinkle at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
When was this requested information provided to Mr. Sprinkle?
October 26th of 2016.
And for these records, what was requested?
Subscriber information and call detail records were requested.
Were cell tower information requested for this number?
Yes, that was included in the cell records.
And do you know if this was a pre or post-paid account?
It's prepaid.
And what was the date that this account was activated?
The account activation date was April 10th of 2013.
Now, I want to publish 519 Yankee Alpha. Do you have that before you?
Yes.
Is this also T-Mobile records?
Yes, it is.
Now, who made this request for 519 Yankee Alpha?
It was made by the David Razy with the Cobb County Police Department.
When were these records provided to Detective Racy with Cobb County?
On January 16th of 2016.
What is the last four of this phone number that Detective Racy requested?
It's 9596.
Now, what is the subscriber name for this particular record?
The subscriber name is Dorothea Greer.
What is under, do you see where it says device details?
Yes.
What is, I'm going to scroll down. What is the MSISDN name indicate?
That's the MISDN or telephone number.
And what is the account details name for this, or subscriber details at the top?
It's Kendra Cohen.
What is the reason, or what's the difference between subscriber details and this device details name?
So this is basically an account that Kendra Cohen opened up, but there was a number that was being associated with the account. You could have multiple telephone numbers under one account, and the name that they gave for that specific telephone number was Dorothea Greer as the person using the number.
Now, what was the date range requested for this 9596 number?
I'd have to look at the actual request. It doesn't show the exact date range in the T-Mobile subscriber info.
Understood. Now, is there any activation or cancellation for this phone number?
So the activation date was February 16th of 2012 for the account. And then the termination date was April 28th of 2015.
What was the disconnect reason?
It doesn't give a reason for the disconnect other than it was canceled.
Do you see under device details the MSISDN disconnect reason column in the middle of the page?
Oh, at the customer request. So the customer requested it.
Now, initially we talked about T-Mobile records. Sprint records, is the call detail records and cell site tower for T-Mobile, is it in the same or different format?
It's a totally different format. With T-Mobile, the cell tower information's on the call detail record. You don't have to go to a separate list to be able to view that information and correlate the two. It's on the record itself. It does give an address. The address is really there for engineering purposes to locate where that tower is located. If you were to plot the information, you would want to use the latitude and longitude. It still has the same identifying information within the record as you would see on the Sprint records as far as the different components of the cell tower.
Now, I'm going to publish the call detail records contained within 519 Yankee.
Okay.
Do you see this on the screen?
Yes.
And can you describe, for these columns and what they indicate for the jury? I'm going to zoom in a little bit for you.
I can.
Are the first two the date and time of the calls?
Yeah, it's just in a little bit of different order, but it's the date, time, the times in military time.
What about the time zone?
So in order to get it to the time zone, these records are kept in universal coordinated time, which mirrors Greenwich Mean Time. You have to do a conversion. And so to get to Eastern time, it would be either -4 hours or -5 hours. It just depends on if it's daylight saving time or standard time. So it would be less in daylight saving time, and it'd be -4. It would be more if it was after we turn the clocks back.
Now, after you see how there's this duration column?
Yes.
What does it mean if the duration is blank, and can you explain that for the jury?
It just depends. And so they're different records from Sprint. It doesn't necessarily mean the same thing, but it could be that it's a text message, but not always. Basically, you have the duration is the total time that it was connected to the network. You have the call type, which is a mobile outgoing call. So that's definitely a call outgoing, even though it has no duration time.
What does this, do you see call type that's highlighted?
Yes.
What is MOC, MTC? What does that mean?
So I just explained MOC is mobile outgoing call. MTC is mobile terminating call. So outgoing call would be outgoing from that record holder. Terminating would be a call that ended with the record holder. So it terminated at that number. And then it tells you basically in the next column, the directionality. So outgoing is out from the phone. Incoming would be incoming to the phone. If it was a call that went to voicemail, it would have an inbound portion and an outbound portion. It would have two portions kind of like what I talked about earlier with the Sprint stuff and the routed thing. It would have two portions, and it could say call forwarding, but it's forwarded to the voicemail platform.
And are the next columns delineating the calling number, the dialed number?
Right. And so you have the calling number, the number that was dialed, the called number, and the destination number. Typically, the called number and the destination number is going to be the same thing, but it could have like a 1 in the area code. It would show what was actually dialed in that dialed number column.
What is the IMSI, IMEI column?
So that's the International Mobile Subscriber Identity that coincides with the target number. It's part of T-Mobile's record keeping that correlates the record with the telephone number, the record holder, and then the IMEI is the International Mobile Equipment ID. That is the serial number essentially for the phone that's operating in tandem with the telephone number.
And what are these completion code? What does, you see how at the top, or I'll highlight it, it has abnormal completion. What does that mean or could mean?
So it's a call that was on the network, but it wasn't completed. It was not a completed transaction for whatever reason.
Understood.
It could have been that the call didn't go through. It was an attempted call, but it didn't complete. And then if it was completed, it shows on there, of course, completed successfully.
Is the answered column if the phone call was answered, unanswered?
Correct.
And is the service code, what, without going through all of them, what are some examples of what this service code column indicates?
Yeah, so like 11 is an example, like that the calling number was viewable, right? If it had a 12, it would be restricted. 2A means that it was a call that went to voicemail, essentially. And that would make sense because it wasn't answered, right? And so if it said 2B, it would be a call that goes to voicemail that was not reachable. It went to voicemail as well. And so all these different codes are in the keys to understanding information. So that help aid that is sent out, it's all broken down in there, as well as it would indicate the different columns and the information that's held within the call detail records.
The disconnecting party, the party that ended the call, is that fair?
Correct, the calling party.
Right. Is there anything significant in terms of cell site tower information or call detail records from the service indicator or SMS delivery status column?
No, the specific is the switch that's giving the switch that handled the transaction. And then it gives the information for that specific switch, the site ID that would go to the tower that is actually conducting the call.
And then you had mentioned, you see how it says switch name and then first LTE site ID?
Correct.
Is the switch name, is that correspond with where the switch that made this phone, the T-Mobile switch that made this phone call? Or what does that mean?
Right, that's the switch that conducted the call. And then the site ID correlates with the specific tower information.
And then with this column that has azimuth, lat, and long, what is that the azimuth of or the lat long of?
The tower information.
That call used?
Right. So I'm just going to give you a quick overview. Generally speaking, cell towers are 3-sided. So there would be 3 different inputs. You will see that on the Sprint side, but on this record, because it's included within the record, it's just showing the azimuth or the midpoint for that specific sector that the radio frequency bounced off of from that cell tower or antenna. Essentially, your phone just emanates a radio frequency. It bounces off this antenna. That's where it's received. The receiving antenna then shows the latitude and longitude. From that latitude and longitude, you would actually be able to plot where that tower was. It wouldn't give you the exact location of where that handset was, but it's going to give you the tower that received the call.
And is that type of information regularly kept in T-Mobile's course of business?
Yes.
Now, was there also some records that I had discussed, the business record certs?
Yes.
So I wanted to publish 520 Yankee Alpha. Do you have that before you?
Yes.
What is the name, or let me ask you this, what are the last four associated with 520 Yankee Alpha? And I'm publishing that for the jury, Your Honor. 520 Yankee Alpha, sir.
It's the number ending in 8008.
Who is the subscriber name associated with this?
The subscriber name is Javaris Bradford.
And what was the account effective date for this?
So the account effective date is May 5th of 2014.
Who made this request?
The requesting party was Daryl Browning, or that was the respondent. Hold on a second. It was David White with the Office of the Fulton County District Attorney.
And when were these records for the 8008 returned to David White with the Fulton County DA's office?
June 13th of 2016.
And what was do you see that above the subscriber details column beneath the provided on date, that sentence where it has the search warrant? What was the date that this request was responding to?
It was in response to a search warrant that was dated on May 16, 2016.
And what is there at the very bottom for device details? What does the MDN effective date or MDN expiration date mean?
So for that specific phone, it was effective October 6, 2015 through December 5th of 2015.
And that phone model, what does that mean? BYOD iPhone?
Bring your own device, iPhone.
Understood. Now, do you have 521 Yankee Alpha before you?
Yes.
Is that T-Mobile or Sprint?
It's Sprint.
I'm publishing 521 Yankee Alpha, Your Honor. Who requested, or let me ask you this, what are the last four of 521 Yankee Sprint records of that cell phone?
The number is last four is 3145.
And who requested these Sprint cell phone records?
David White with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
What was the date of David White's request?
When did we send it out?
Correct.
It was June 25th of 2016.
And what is the name associated with this account?
The subscriber name is Monica Cobb.
And what was the date range for this request?
The date range was from January 1st, 2015 through January 31st of 2015.
When was this account established date?
The account, give me 1 second, was established on December 19 of 2003.
And was this prepaid or postpaid?
Give me 1 second. It was a postpaid subscriber, a billed subscriber.
And was call detail records with cell site requested?
Yes.
Was call detail records with cell site received by the requesting party, David White?
Yes.
Now, would these call detail records and cell site correspond with the T-Mobile columns that we walked through?
Sprint?
Or sorry, my apologies. Yes, the first columns we walked through, the first Excel was Sprint.
Correct. They would have the same information just for a different telephone number. And so it would be in the same format as the other Sprint records that we looked at earlier.
Now, you also have before you 522 Yankee Alpha.
Yes.
Is that T-Mobile or Sprint?
It is T-Mobile.
I'm going to publish 522 Yankee Alpha for the jury, Your Honor. Now, who made, or what are the last four of this cell phone number requested?
The last four are 3904.
Who made this request?
The request was David White was the requester with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
When did the records get returned to David White?
It would have been,
or when were they provided, I should ask?
on June 13th of 2016.
Now, what was the subscriber name?
The subscriber name was Kendra Cohen, was the actual account holder. And the subscriber name was Young Money.
Is there any activation or cancellation with this account?
Give me 1 second.
Or let me ask this, when was the account effective date?
So the account effective date was December 26th of 2014. And then the account expired or expiration date was April 24th of 2015.
And what was the date range requested for these records?
It's not on this request. It would have been in the body of the search warrant.
With the call detail records associated with this, if we looked at the first row and the last row, would that tell us the date range of?
It would give you an approximation, right?
Publishing, Your Honor, 522 Yankee, the call detail records. Now, sir, can you see what the date is for the first call in these records?
It's January 5th of 2015.
Okay. And what is the date in column 614 to 615?
January 15th of 2015.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Okay, this is super boring, but I think it's fair to say that Mr. Atkins at least has all of his questions ready. This is the first time I've seen him break in quite almost an hour, probably more. So this is at least his first break. So I'm gonna give him a little bit of grace right there to get something sorted out, whatever. But this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. So wow. Yeah, we're still looking for Rico. Y'all know y'all would go crazy if there was like a Rico account.
Your Honor,
That'd be crazy.
may I briefly approach with member of defense?
That's interesting. They're not going to the seal because they're on the wrong cameras. That's interesting. They're on the camera that's on top of the Promethean board and the one that's from the juror's perspective. That's interesting. So they're not going to be able to go to the Georgia seal because they're on the wrong screen. Interesting. I don't know about court being canceled. It could happen though. It probably wouldn't be the worst thing that's happened. Give them a chance to kind of get themselves together and come back on Monday. I don't know, but I doubt it. I'm gonna go with I doubt it for 200, but I wouldn't be surprised. Uh-oh, Wandering Sub said he had a long phone call conversation. So that means that we know what tower and what switch your phone was associated with when you made the call and you went to a different time zone, but you called somebody on the other side of the world and all that kind of stuff. So we are learning about this. So we're gonna be able to stalk you down, Wandering Sub. That's what's gonna happen. We're gonna eventually something like that. Anyway, we've been listening to cell phone information. I don't know what you want to call it. And it's been pretty I must just say pretty flat. I don't think it's been as amazing as they would probably like it to be, but let's just call it that. All right, let's see, they're getting back. Let's see what happens. Yo, by the way, thank you so very much for joining us, Lady XO. Appreciate you for becoming a new member. And again, thank you, Jean, for dropping the 5 memberships and blessing people to join the team. Thank you. All right, here we go.
Now, earlier I'd asked you about Sprint or T-Mobile records not tracking different applications in these call detail records from Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, something like that. Why are they not captured in these records?
That's a form of data. And so this is the network information. If data information was asked for, it could show up in those types of records. But with the actual call detail records and cell site information, there would be no data involved in that.
And from 2015 until 2024 today, has there been any change in the towers that T-Mobile or what once was Sprint had? Have they increased, decreased, stayed the same in terms of towers in the network?
So the network's stronger now because we essentially migrated all the Sprint information into T-Mobile. There's not really much more I can say about that other than it's a stronger network now than it was when both companies were operating on their own.
Understood. And when we had discussed subscriber information, is there any reason that it says basic subscriber information? Is there any other type of records associated with subscriber information, or why is it referred to that way?
Yeah, so we can only give what is asked for. And so several years ago, Sprint had made a change that we would only give out the expanded subscriber information if it was asked for through legal process. And expanded versus basic is it would be the account details that has the social security number involved. Keeping that type of information in-house is a big deal. We don't want those types of things going out. And so we would only send that information if it was asked for. And so that would be the difference. So basically, if a request came in and it was basic, it wouldn't be the expanded subscriber information. So it wouldn't include the date of birth, the social security number. Like those would be things that weren't sent out.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, defense questions for this witness.
Sir, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Can I ask you a couple of questions?
Yes.
Have you ever encountered your records showing a certain duration for a call, and then the call goes to a different provider's record? So it's calling from one phone, your company, to another company. You understand what I'm asking you so far?
Yes.
And they have different times for duration. Can you explain that to the jury, if you come across that?
So I don't really compare other carriers. There could be a slight variation, but I just mainly look at the records for my specific company, right? But there could be some type of maybe a minimal amount of time that's different.
What would be minimal? And we have an example.
Seconds, I don't know.
We're talking 10, 15, 20 seconds difference, or you're talking 2 seconds difference?
Like I said, I don't work for another carrier. I've worked for these two. And when you're comparing phone calls, there could be some type of network reception. So it could be different depending on, you're talking about two different networks correlating with two different transactions, but it's the same, right? And so the way one carrier keeps their information could be slightly different than the other carrier. So I can't tell you why.
Okay. The azimuth, it's AZIMUTH, I believe.
Correct.
Can you explain what that is to the jury?
I can. So the azimuth is the midpoint for the sector. Generally speaking, cell towers have 3 sectors, and they would show the directionality of where the radio frequency was bouncing off of that specific sector. So basically the azimuth is the middle part of the sector. I kind of look at it like this. Like if you looked at a clock, 12 is 0 and 360, right? On a compass. And so 120 would be at 4 o'clock. If 120 degrees was that sector, the midpoint would be 60. So that would be the azimuth. That's just one example.
How do you know in these records that you have just talked about, how do you know whether there's 3 sectors in these records that the jurors are about to see and get explained?
So on the Sprint records, they're on basically the list to interpret the information. It's all in there. The T-Mobile records just show the azimuth for that specific tower. So they're 2 different things, right? T-Mobile has it on the record. Sprint shows all the sectors on the key that coincides with the records.
Okay.
So the engineering aspects, that would be, you'd have to have the actual master list to see how that, for T-Mobile, how that orientation was, if it was multiple sectors or an omni antenna, which would be 1, right? So it doesn't discount what actually transpired because it shows on the record for T-Mobile.
And then my last series of questions on that clock example you just gave, with the 1, the 4, I don't know if you said, but the 8 o'clock would be the next one. 3 sectors. Is that fair to say?
If that's how that tower was oriented.
And that's what I was going to ask you. Explain that to the jury, because it can rotate depending upon how the tower is built. Is that all true?
Right. So the sectors are, once they're made, they can be changed, but generally you're going to have 1 sector covering an area that's approximately 120 degrees. All 3 of them would make up 360 degrees, which would be the 0 and the 12, right? And so they're oriented differently depending on, I'm not an engineer. I just know this from everything that I've done over the years with these records, right? Over 20 years of working with these. But they're orientated for reception, population density, right? The way that they're set up is all predicated by that azimuth. And so that gives the midpoint for each one of those sectors. The records are only going to show the 1 azimuth for that specific tower that was the radio frequency was bouncing off of.
How do we know the rotation of that specific cell tower from these records without going out to the actual tower on the actual date?
Like I said, that's giving you the midpoint for the 1 specific tower on the T-Mobile records. On the Sprint records, it will show all of them.
Right, but the rotation, how the cell tower
It's not
itself-
rotating, it's staying in 1 position.
Understood, but when it's built, it could be different. For tower 1, we can have a perfect clock with the first, I'll call it alpha.
That's right.
Well, let me just finish the question. Alpha between 0 and 4 o'clock, or 12 and 4 o'clock. Beta would be 4 to 8. Gamma would be 8 to 12. But on the
Generally speaking, that's how it'd be set up.
But on the next tower, it may be, and I'm making this up, 2 o'clock.
That's right.
Till 6 o'clock, I think I did that right, would be the alpha, and et cetera. True?
That could happen.
Okay.
It's still going to be on the record.
Okay, perfect. That's all. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, sir.
Any other defense questions for this witness? No one? Any redirect?
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
Really? Redirect for real? Atkins. Look, we liked you, man, for a minute, but Mike, dude, no. You don't need redirect for that. Nobody even knows what he was talking about.
When on cross, when you were asked questions about the azimuth and the data in these records.
Correct.
With the records from either Sprint or T-Mobile that we discussed, is the data needed to plot, is the location of the tower information contained in these call detail records with cell site information that we have?
Yes, within both carriers' records, right? Both Sprint and T-Mobile's information. The information is revealed for the latitude and longitude along with the azimuth for every pertinent call that was attached to the network.
With the records that were received back or
That's
provided.
correct. That's correct.
One brief moment, Your Honor. And is the latitude and longitude of the tower location contained in these records for either Sprint or T-Mobile?
Yes. So the latitude and longitude is there. You would have to use some type of mapping software to be able to see it on a map, but it does give the exact location of where each tower is located. As I spoke to earlier, you don't want to use the address that's there on the address line, because that could be an address that is utilized to locate the tower. It could be in a farmer's backyard. It could be anywhere, right? And so the lat and long is what you would need to use, as well as the azimuth to get the directionality. And then you would be able to see an estimation of where the radio frequency was bouncing off of, but it would give you the exact location of the tower.
Thank you, sir. No
You're
further
welcome.
questions, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Steele, based on that? All right, thank you for your time. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I think, given the time we're at now, and I'm sure people are wondering how hard it's raining outside, since we're apparently potentially getting a only Category 1 right now, but hurricane may be heading in our direction. We'll go ahead and break for this evening, and I have gotten word in the last little bit that a determination has been made to close the courthouse tomorrow.
Oh, no.
So we will not be in trial tomorrow.
Oh.
And I don't have any word for Friday yet. We'll get that
Oh,
information
my.
to you as soon as
Whoever
I
called
know.
it.
If the courthouse is open, I intend to have a trial on Friday.
She said if it's open, she
But
can
we'll
come
let
up
you
in
know.
here. Okay, nothing? Okay. Well, there we go. No court tomorrow. Okay. Well, there we go. All right.
Is there anything for the record before we break for the evening? Nope. All right, y'all
Wait,
please
is
take
Brian still?
tomorrow
Was he
and
about to?
keep plugging on all of the other aspects of this case that still need to be dealt with.
Wow. Not.
And I will let y'all know as well as soon as I know what our Friday plan is.
All right, let's see. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Well, court, no court tomorrow. Said love left early. We'll be safe for sure. Thank you so much. All right. So, all things being considered, tomorrow, how about we just do like a little quick update? Maybe we'll get some legal minds to come on and chop it up a little bit. Maybe we'll jump over and look at the Young Dolph case. Maybe we'll look at another case or whatnot like that. I don't think I'm going to go with probably no on Friday as well, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. So tomorrow, well, tonight we still got Black Law Student is meeting with Ashley Merchant on Twitter Spaces. Let me make sure I drop that link if I didn't already drop it. I did earlier, but I don't know where it is. So let me grab it real quick. So we got that going on tonight at 7, and then we'll play it by ear tomorrow. We'll probably just maybe do like a little lunchtime chit chat or something like that. We'll see how that works out and get you guys and gals back together. Don't want us to lose. Pull a copy link. Okay, here we go. I want to make sure we stay in contact with y'all. All right, so tonight I'll see y'all over at Black Law Student is having a meetup with a Twitter Spaces with Ashley Merchant. That should be a lot of fun. Tomorrow there's no court, so we'll just play it by ear. Probably figure out after I go pick up my wife's car from the shop. Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. That will definitely happen. I just want to see if I can get some minds to come in. That'd be fun to do it. But don't worry about it simply, Renee. I got some plans. I got some things in the works. And then on Friday, I don't know if they're gonna have court or not, but at 7 o'clock on Friday evening, Eastern Standard Time, we're gonna have good old Doug Weinstein come onto the channel and chat it up a little bit, hopefully answer some questions and such like that. If you are watching the Young Dolph, the sound will be low. Yeah, they seem like they actually have worse microphones than we got in Fulton, which is definitely amazing. That's crazy. So we'll see what happens. I got a couple things I want to work out. So I'll probably reach out to you, Monica. We can talk about it. Yeah, they dropped the link. They're finished. They're done today. All right, let's see what happens. But everybody, I want to say thank y'all so much, everybody, for tapping in. This has been a fun day. This has been a fun week, actually. Let's just tell the truth. It's been fun. I'm gonna go back through and look at this video and just kind of get it because we saw some pretty terrible things today, but we will learn. We are learning from these terrible things, how not to be terrible. So when we become elevated from pre-K law students, we'll know how to do the right thing, which is something I don't know Adrian Love understands. So anyway, everybody, have a fantastic night. I really do appreciate all of you all. Thank you so much to the moderators. Thank you to everybody who was in the chat that hit the like button and became a part of the best live chat on the planet. Hats off and shout outs to everybody who's a new member. Thank you so much for the gracious super chats and super stickers and cash apps. You guys rock. I thank you all so much for that. We're gonna have a great night. We're gonna stay safe. Absolutely. We're gonna do our best to stay safe. I think the dangerous crew is still sitting here working on their hair. So I think I don't have to worry about them going anywhere. So I think we're all right. But I appreciate y'all. And I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna coordinate and see what we got for tomorrow. See if I can get some guests to come on. How great would that be, right? And see who we can have come on, maybe some guests, whoever knows. But no matter what, we'll do something tomorrow. So keep your eye out for the thumbnail, keep your eye out for the time and such whatnot like that. And until then, everybody, I appreciate y'all. Thanks so much for hanging out, and I'll see you real soon, Lord willing. Grace and peace. Take care.